The Interpreter by author Brian Aldiss. Publication date 1972. A note from the author. Science fiction stories featuring galactic empires have always intrigued me, partly because I had the chance of seeing at firsthand the uneasy relationship existing between imperialists and subject races in India and Indonesia. So there's a galactic empire in this book, with Earthmen on the receiving end as subject race. The plot hinges on the notion that the further spread your empire is, the greater are the opportunities for graft therein. So the villains of the piece are not so much the all-conquering nulls as the size of the galaxy and the economics involved in its rule. At the same time, the fact that the four central characters each have good reason to mistrust the other three does complicate things. I hope it doesn't complicate things too much. Van Voghtian complexities of plot and subplot are not for me. This book aims at being a simple study of four pretty hard types, each trying to outthink the other. Brian W. Aldiss. Thought, that field of force still to be analyzed, thought, as inseparable from a higher being as gravity from a planet. It wraps around me as my senses go about their endless job of turning all the external world into symbols. I can know no external thing without its being touched, perhaps in some unguessable way transmuted by my thought. The basis I saw my own people, the nulls, perpetrating on that world, Earth. Was it real or a misinterpretation in my mind? Nevertheless, here and now, moneyless and far from home, I must prefer practical questions. My eyes must be on the main chance. Someone must be fleeced so that I can get back. Thoughts are a gamble. Some days interesting ones turn up, some days dull ones. Maybe that's why I'm a gambler. I'm hoping to discover something more than chance behind chance. Certainly my thoughts should be interesting now. Here I lie flat on the wide wall by the old harbor, gazing up at the universe. Because it is night, I can see the stars which belong to that empire in which I am a member of the master race. My name is Wattle Forley. I am a null. I rest penniless but resourceful on a low wall on what is temporarily the night side of a planet that its misbegotten lopsided sons called Stoneman. Is that not an interesting thought? Not particularly. My feelings, my precious feelings, they are more important. Consider, I have no cause for optimism, yet I am optimistic. I am up 10 light years from Partusi, yet I am not homesick. I must appear to be in a drunken coma, yet my wits are as sharp as the beastly vin I swigged at Farabaducci's. And there is another level of my thought, a danger level, coming into action. I have one eye cocked to the galaxy and one to my inner self, yet at the same time I am aware of this thug sliding towards me from a side street. He skirts the worn wooden capstan and the pile of offal and shells where the sea food stall stands during the day. He approaches like a villain. He's a null, I notice, therefore arrogant, no doubt, as I am arrogant. He carries a knife in which to threaten me, the cheap quaint. How should he realize it is a Wattle Forley who sprawls here? How could he imagine the thoughts in my head, as brightly peppered as the stars up yonder, which will scatter, when eventually he gets up enough to pluck, to stutter his "put your hands up," or whatever melodramatic drivel he will utter? Wattle Forley let his thoughts pour out through his head, enjoying his own calm in the face of danger. For a null, he had indeed some complexity of character, Yet even he, lying tipsy on a harbor wall on Stoneman, had no inkling of that chain of events upon which the destiny of one world and perhaps even of the galaxy depended. And had he known in his present mood, he might have done no more than wave an arm in dismissal. Not that he was a fatalist. He believed in the importance of every action. He also believed that in a galaxy of 4 million civilized planets, those actions would eventually cancel each other out. As he was reflecting with delight on the involutions of his own character, a voice from 3 feet away said coldly, "Raise your hands and sit up and keep quiet about it." Wattle disliked such treatment, especially on an alien planet. He knew that the misshapen inhabitants of Stoneman would happily melt him or any other null down for the sake of his blubber content, without thinking twice about it. Still making no attempt to move, he swiveled an eye stalk to observe his opponent. Through the dark, he saw a tripedal figure, much like his own. "Does your being a null entitle you to act like this?" he inquired lazily. "Sit up, brother. I'll ask the questions," Wattle spat. "You're no ordinary thug, or you'd have had come to your senses to shut me up without all the dramatics. Come and tell me what you want like a civilized being." The figure came nearer, angry now. "I said sit up." As Wattle finally did so, he launched himself at the other, catching him just below the midriff. They fell heavily, and a long curved knife went spinning. Distant lamplight slanted on their faces as they grappled together. "Wait!" the attacker exclaimed. "You're the gambler, aren't you? Weren't you at Ferbaducci's joint earlier, playing on the central tables?" "Is this a time for conversation, you cheap quaint? You're the gambler, aren't you? 1,000 apologies, sir. I mistook you for an ordinary loafer." They scrambled up the attacker full of contrite and flattering phrases. His name, he declared, was Jigsaw, and he humbly offered Wattle a drink to compensate for his deplorable conduct. The dark, he swore, had driven him to a foolish act. "I like all this no better than your earlier behavior," Wattle said. "The truth is, I want nothing to do with you. Be off and leave me alone in the meditation, you squirt." "I have an offer to make you. A good offer. Look, we nulls must stick together. That's the truth, isn't it? Stoneman is a fearful place to be on, because it happens to be a main conjunction of several important space routes. It swarms with all sorts of riffraff. Like yourself? Sir, I'm only temporarily down on my luck, just as you obviously are. Together we will re-establish our fortunes. I, you see, happen to be a gambler too." "You might have said that in the first place and saved yourself a lot of energy," Wattle said, beating dust and old fish scales from his clothing. "Let's go and get that drink. You can pay for it and tell me what your offer is." They found a place called the Parakeet. It stank, but was comfortable. None of the other life forms present were too revolting in appearance. Settling into a corner with their glasses, the 2 nulls were soon immersed in a discussion of various games of chance. "I was fleeced when I was playing at Ferbaducci's. How comes that you have such an admiration for my playing?" Wattle asked. Jigsaw smiled. "The game was rigged, of course. I was watching, but I didn't say anything, or they would have cut my throat. It was a wonder you stayed in as long as you did. I figured we'd make a good pair when I saw the way you handled your cards. I certainly need the money. I've got a long way to get home, half the galaxy, no less." "Where are you making for?" "Partusi itself. I am a Partusian citizen, if that's any honor nowadays. They've treated me as shabbily as if I was a member of a junior race." "I certainly don't owe the authorities any love either," Jigsaw admitted. "What happened to you, if it's not a long story?" "Until a few months ago, I was 3rd secretary of a commission on a planet full of bipeds. A nice, comfortable job, but I couldn't bear the way the commissioner, a fellow called Parsharvalam, was treating the locals. He was a hateful swine, so I up and complained, and he threw me out on my ear. Didn't even give me the fare to get home with. That's standard foreign department procedure, by the way. Well, I'd saved enough cash to buy a passage on a ship to Hopaz No. 2, and from there to Castacorze, which is a sector headquarter planet. Castacorze is a foul dump, I tell you. Like most headquarter planets, it's rotten with graft, but the ordinary citizen can't swing a thing. I was stuck there for a year until I had earned enough money for a passage here. I even did manual labor to earn it. Jixa tut-tutted in sympathy. Yes, but at least I did two useful things on Castacorze. I resolved that, after the way I'd been treated, the world owed me a living. From now on, I'm going to rely on my luck and my wits to get me home to Partusi. At the rate you're going, friend, it'll take you 20 years. Stay here with me and fleece the tourists. Wattle decided he did not much like Jixa. The fellow seemed incapable of distinguishing between an ordinary crook and a man with extraordinary ambitions. Still, he would serve his purpose in the long game of leapfrog that carried Wattle from planet to planet towards home. Draining his glass, Jixa signaled for another measure. What was this other useful thing you said you did on Castacorze? He inquired. Wattle grinned a sour grin. Well, you've probably never heard of Snivaret. He's a big noise on the Supreme Council on Partusi. He always had a reputation in the Foreign Department for being one of few corruptible nulls left. So I got together a bundle of evidence against the Commissioner Parsharvalam and sent it off to Snivaret from Castacorze. What good will that do you? Jixa asked. Some satisfactions can't be bought for money, brother Jixa. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than seeing his louse Parsharvalam kicked out, and this planet he lords over getting a square deal, and Snivaret's the null to do it. Jixa sniffed. He had met sacked civil servants with crazy grievances before. Well, what did you say the name of this planet was, where you worked under who is it? He asked, bored. Oh, a backward little dump called Earth. I don't suppose you've ever heard of it. Sipping his new drink, Jixa agreed he had never heard of it. Chapter 1. The chair was very much in contrast to the coat that had been flung over it, like the room in which it stood. The chair was large, over-ornate, and fearfully new. The coat was simple in cut, worn and old-fashioned, made by a good Partusian tailor. It had the usual 3 bat-wing sleeves with apertures below the arms, and a high collar reaching almost to the eye stalks, such as was worn only by members of the old school of diplomats. The edge of the collar was as frayed as the 3 wide cuffs. This was the coat of signatory Arch-Viscount Armarjo Snivaret. 10 seconds after he had dropped it over his ornate chair, the cupboard extended a hook and drew the worn garment into its embrace. Tidiness is a virtue for underlings and machines. Ignoring this, Snivaret continued to pace round his new room. His life had been austere, dedicated to the furtherance of Partusian justice on other worlds. This chamber, at once frivolous and ostentatious, seemed to him to embody principles he had often fought against. He resented being moved from his old quarters into it for all its boasted advantages. Snivaret opened the first document on his desk. Inside his foil cover was another cover, a dozen gaudy stamps on it, indicating its hopscotch passage from one port to another across the galaxy to its present destination. Its earliest stamp marked Castacorze Sector Vermilion and bore a date almost 2 years old. With increased interest, Snivaret slit it open. The envelope contained a number of flimsy documents and a covering letter, which Sniverett read first. To Supreme Council Signatory Arch-Viscount Amajo Sniverett, GLL, ILUS, LCUSS, PF, ROR, Omni, FRGRTP, Colony Worlds Council, Partusi. Sequestered and honored signatory sir, since my name will hardly have penetrated through the hierarchies and light years which divide us, permit me to introduce myself. I am Wattle Forley, one-time Third Secretary to High Viscount Shavalam, Par Shavalam, Galactic Commissioner to the planet Earth. To save your signatoryship the annoyance of referring to files, let me add that Earth is a Class 5C world in System 5417 of Galactic Administration Sector Vermilion. Good. I, honored sir, have just been given the boot. I have not liked one single thing I have seen of the administration of this wretched planet Earth by our people. When I had the temerity to draft a minute to this effect to Commissioner Parshavalam, I was brought before him and most unjustly given the push. You, as a veteran of ministerial life, will probably know the terms of the standard galactic colonial contract for grade 4 rankers in the colonial service like me by infringing it. I have to find my own way home. 10,000 light years to Partusi. I doubt if I shall see home again before I am an old null. An effective way of keeping anyone quiet, eh? However, honored sir, my main gripe is not for myself, but for the subject race of Earth, termed terrestrials. When and if you get to know them, these terrestrials are pretty good creatures, sharing many of a null's better characteristics. The fact that they are biped has told against them historically, and it seems to have done against biped races everywhere. My case is that these bipeds are being systematically exploited and ruined by our Earth Commissioner, Parshavalam, and he's greatly overstepping his lawful powers, as I hope the enclosed documents will prove to you. If his rule continues, all Earth culture will be obliterated in another generation. Parshavalam should be stopped. A just null should be put in his place. If just nulls can still be found, that is. Our mighty glorious empire stinks to heaven. It is rotten, decadent through and through. If this dossier ever reaches you, I dare you say you will do nothing about it. Why do I write to you in particular, honored sir? Obviously, I had to write to one of the signatories of the Colony Council. They are the boys with the power to do things. I chose you because I learned that in your youth you held, among other posts, the position of Deputy Commissioner to Starge, another planet in this sector, Vermilion, where your rule was a pattern for enlightened justice. You still have the reputation, I believe, for being honest and perceptive. If this is so, I beg you to do something for the terrestrials, and post Parshavalam somewhere where he can do no further harm. Or most probably you are too busy to trouble with this whole matter. This is the age of the busy null. Your ex-servant in despair, I am, honored signatory, Sir Wattle Bighead Forley. The comb on signatory Sniverett's leathery old head rippled in anger, and anger by no means directed entirely against Wattle Forley. The colonel's office, under a succession of inept ministers, had, in his view, grown increasingly incompetent to manage its own affairs. As the years descended on his shoulders, Sniveretts grew increasingly sure that things were nowhere they had been in his younger days. Forley's letter seemed to confirm this. He went over to the ornate chair, sat on it, and spread Forley's dossier on the desk. Its contents were the sort of documents he had expected to find. copies of the directions signed by Parsavalam for internal circulation in the commission, imposing racial restrictions, copies of an order to the military authorizing them to shoot on sight any terrestrial found within half a mile of any main road, copies of instructions to terrestrial authorities, inviting them to hand over art treasures to the Parthusian authorities for permanent safekeeping against worthless guarantees, reports from subcommission stations on Earth giving details of forced terrestrial labor gangs employed there, and copies of several arrangements with civilian contractors, mining firms, managers of space lines, and military governors. One of the latter, a star general on Castacorze, all showing items and expenditures well above anything prescribed for a 5C commission. It did, on the face of it, look like a major case of graft. The documents, most of which were photostats, built a sketch of systemic enslavement and robbery of the local population. The signatory had, in his time, inspected such documents before. The Parthusian Empire was far-flung. Plenty of room existed for abuses. Corruption did flourish, however determinedly it was stamped on. At the same time, and perhaps as frequently, disgruntled employees tried to ruin the bosses they imagined had ruined them. Snivert preserved an open mind. His brain was as cold as an old trout's. Rising, he walked over to the window, depacked it, and gazed out at the forest of pinnacles which formed part of the biggest city in the galaxy. By craning his eye stalks, he could just see the sky. Up there was Parthusi's real estate, 4 million worlds of it. It was a sobering thought that no null, no committee, no computer could know a billionth part of what went on there. Without bothering to turn around, he rang the radio bell on his wrist. The young secretary appeared almost at once, smiling, flattening his comb. Perhaps Forley was just another such upstart as this. "What is my first item on today's program?" Snivert asked. The secretary told him. "Cancel it, please. I want you to instead check through to Central Records and get me all available data on planet Earth of System 5417 GAS Vermilion and on High Viscount Sharvalam Parsavalam, commissioner of that planet, and get me an appointment for tomorrow with the Supreme Counselor." "Come in, Armajo Snivert," he said welcomingly. The Supreme Counselor's ordinary audience room was tucked away in the center of the same vast new block as was Snivert's office. When Snivert presented himself there, he felt relieved to find the counselor an old null called Graylix, alone with a robot recorder. "Come in, Armajo Snivert," he said welcomingly, rising to his 3 feet. "It is too long since we met informally. I warn you that I have a formal request to make of you, Supremo," Snivert said, briefly interlocking an eye stalk with his superior. "When my office made this appointment, I believe they sent you copies of certain documents?" Graylix indicated a pile of blue flimsies on the table. "You refer to the Forley dossier. I have it here. Take a seat and discuss it if you wish. It seems a matter more for Psycho Watch's misdemeanor branch than for us, don't you think?" "No, Supremo, I don't. I came here to ask you to permit me to go to Earth." The Supremo had to sit down. Now he abruptly rose again. "You wish to go to Earth? Why?" "To investigate the state of affairs there as reported by this sacked 3rd Secretary? You know as well as I do this evidence is probably false. How often have we not heard just such trumped-up charges from subordinates dismissed for some gross inefficiencies? Perfectly true. All Forley has sent us is documentary evidence, and modern forgery methods being what they are, we no longer trust documentary evidence. Worse, these only purport to be photostat copies. For all that, I feel challenged and must request permission to travel to Earth to investigate affairs there." That can, of course, be done. In fact, it is easy. You would simply be given instructions to take a small official investigation team to Earth. Then you will grant me facilities? The Supremo's comb made a non-committal gesture. Officially, I suppose I can't refuse you. Reports of corruption must be confirmed or denied. Privately, however, I would like to remind you of a few facts. You are one of our most valued signatories. In your youth, you saw active service in unpleasant fringe sectors like Vermilion. You have personal experience of a dozen commissions. You're a tough old man, Amarjo Sniveret. Signori Sniveret broke in with an embarrassed laugh, but his superior continued. But you are old, and you must realize you are old, even as I am. Now you propose to visit some sniveling little mote of a planet 2 years warp travel away. 4 years you will be gone, 4 years at least, merely to gratify the whim of a moment. If you want a holiday, then by all means take a decent leave. I want to go to Earth, the signatory said, his comb stirring. He took a turn about the long room, tugging at his arm flaps. We may be growing old, Nulls, Supremo, but at least we're the real thing. The honor of the Empire rests with us. You know how these reports of corruption come in from time to time. It's about time someone responsible investigated them in person instead of delegating authority to some Band of Hope investigatory mission which gets bribed on the spot and comes back reporting all's well. I cannot be bribed. I'm too pig-headed and too rich. Let me go. If, as you say, it's the whim of a moment, then indulge me. He stopped, aware that he had been speaking more harshly than he had intended. The remark about his being old had sunk in. The Supremo was smiling gently. That too irritated Sniveret. He hated being appeased. "What are you thinking?" he asked. The Supremo did not answer the question directly. "When I received this Forley dossier, I naturally checked with Central on this man. He is very young, 56. He left Partusi for Earth with 4,000 biacases, gambling debts. I also checked Central. Gambling debts made no null a liar, Supremo." The Supremo bowed his head. "Yet Parshavalam's record is clean enough. He is far enough away for any dirt not to be noticeable at this distance," Sniveret said dryly. "So, obviously, you are determined to go, Armajo. Well, you have all my admiration, though little of my envy. This oxygen-enfolded ball, Earth, sounds less than attractive. Get your secretary to attend sessions tomorrow, and I'll submit you a draft list of team applicants. I will keep the numbers to a minimum," Sniveret promised, rising. He would have a lot to attend to before leaving Partusi. "And remember, Amarjo Sniveret, that Commissioner Parshavalam must be officially notified of your intended inspection." "I would prefer to drop in on him unexpectedly." "Naturally, but protocol demands prior notification." "So much the worse for protocol, Supremo." When Sniveret was at the door, Greylick stopped him. "Tell me, what really makes you suddenly so keen to venture on this quixotic errand to the other side of the galaxy? What, after all, is the future of one little planet out of 4 million to you?" Sniveret raised his 3 arms in the null equivalent of a wry smile. "As you took care to point out, Supremo, I grow old. Perhaps justice has become a hobby with me." He left. Back in his own quarters, he immediately drafted a signal. "To Colony Worlds Commissioner High Viscount Shavalam Parshavalam, ILUS LGVS MGCC ROR SMI Earth System 5417 GAS Vermilion. Commissioner, sir, You are hereby notified to hold yourself and your detail in readiness for my official and free-roving inspection of the planet Earth under your jurisdiction. I expect no special preparations for my visit. I do not give press interviews or attend cocktail parties or receptions other than requisite established minimum. No special demonstrations or appropriations need be made in my honor. All I shall require are facilities for unescorted travel and interpreters speaking Earthian language. Chapter 2. Partusian jurisdiction over its mighty empire was strict but impartial. The Nulls governed their subordinate worlds by slide rule rather than emotion. Earth to them, at least to those far away on the queen world of Partusi, was simply a 5C globe. This was an economic classification, the 5 standing for natural products, the C indicating an oxygen-nitrogen world. The natural products were many, but in particular it was timber, tended and harvested by Earthmen that Earth exported. Earth, in its 2000th year of Partusian domination, was covered with woods and forests, for the most part as neatly organized as factories. Some areas were not worth mass production methods of afforestation. Some had been given over to the rearing of Frisian cattle. Here and there stood the old independent earth cities and villages, some still partially occupied, some falling to ruins in forest clearings. Everywhere ran the roads, good Partusian roads of vacuumized Velkin protected for every mile of their length by force fields. Before all else, the Partusians were transporters, circulators. The road was virtually their symbol because they had been the first species to establish regular space routes. Theirs was the biggest interplanetary empire. One of these mighty roads ran across Urura Division, across the fertile Channel Valley to Great Brit Division, where it swept into the ramparts of Commission City, chief null center on the planet. Here, ensconced in his own official rooms in the palace, Commissioner High Viscount Parsharvalam was reading a blue flimsy just delivered to him. He scanned it through twice before handing it to his companion, Arm Marshal Tirakomi. "This Sniverate sounds quite a bastard," he remarked. "We've handled bastards before," Tirakomi said. "Yes, and we can handle Sniverate and his team. Big brass back home invariably turns into small fry when it reaches the fringes. Anyhow, it's splendid the way Colonel Service Etiquette demands the early announcement of visitors. It gives us time to prepare." He glanced at the date stamp on the letter. "The first warp ships won't get Sniverate here much before 2 years objective time are up. So we've got that long to ensure that he sees only what we want him to see." "Fine. We'll show him Earth's the best run planet in the sector," Tirakomi said sarcastically. "What worries me is why he's coming at all. Perhaps he's heard a rumor, such as the fact that the armed forces under you exceed by a factor of 3 the stipulated strength, or that you personally pocket 2 bicases for every spaceship that lands here, or that you personally pocket 2 bicases for every tree we export, or that—" "All right, Tirakomi, we know where we stand. The point is that Partusi is no longer minding its own business. We have to be on our toes to frustrate their interference. Sniverate must see just what we want him to see and no more. Ring for a survey ship, will you? I think we'll start work right now by making a reconnaissance of the region. It must be all of 3 local years since I left Commission City." The ship had arrived by the time they gained the top of the building. It bore the 2 Partusians up through the enclosing force fields above the Commission into the unbreathable atmosphere of Earth. The Partusi Commission covered 9 square miles of territory. radiating from it along 3 points of the Cartesian compass were the wide roads enclosed with force fields. Since the average null weighed about a ton, land was generally preferred to air transport. When an exploring scout of the mighty and ever-expanding Cartesi Galactic Empire had first discovered Earth, some 2,000 years ago, the inhabitants of that insignificant planet had been delighted to enter the Empire as fledgling members. The Standard Protégé Charter had been signed. At once, the advantages of Cartesi's colossal material and technological superiority had been felt. Fabulous aid programs sprang up all over the planet. Vast loans were floated. Development schemes were launched daily. Thousands of far-sighted tripeds poured into Earth via hastily built spaceports, bringing with them their ideas, their money, and their families. Earth hummed with activity. A new renaissance, the optimists exclaimed, echoing Cartesi propaganda. A new renaissance. The wonderful new roads slashing over terrestrial highways were soon constructed, enclosed in their force fields, weatherproof and air-conditioned. They were the wonder of all Earth, even when it was discovered that they were intended for Cartesian traffic only. As one by one, and each according to schedule, the astounding new schemes came to fruition, it dawned upon terrestrials that the Cartesi Earth co-prosperity sphere was just a mockery, its advantages operating only in one direction. Men were not even allowed to leave their own system except to visit a few specified frontier worlds as semi-slave labor. When this realization came, it was already too late to do anything effective. Perhaps it had always been too late. Cartesi had over 2 million years of history behind it, and 4 million planets under its sway. Its diplomatic corps was made up of astute men who did not budge an inch under the growing chorus of terrestrial protest. They behaved with that cruelly unwavering patience displayed by the keepers of mentally deficient children. If they were unfair, it was legally so. Commissioner after commissioner coped gently with the obstreperous bipeds, striving to maintain goodwill where little cause for it existed. Parshavalam had changed all that, taking up the post of commission to Earth 23 years ago. He had instituted a system of graft that made him one of the most powerful, most hated nulls in GAS Vermilion, a region embracing 6,000 stars. As he rode with his arm marshal now, high above the plains of Earth, he could see occasional burned fields of grain and shattered forests marring the orderly landscape. These were the results of guerrilla activity which had broken out in protest against the extortions. All over the globe, terrestrials were up in arms, fighting to destroy what would otherwise fall to the alien. The guerrillas are not effective enough, Parshavalam remarked, gazing down. Before this inquisitive signatory arrives, we must damage our own plantations and burn arable land about the commission. He should get the impression that those rabble biped bands are a serious revolt. We must portray ourselves as people beleaguered. Marshal Turcomi agreed enthusiastically. That would excuse the strength of our army here, he said. In his great cold trivalve heart glowed respect for the commissioner's lithe imagination. It spurred him to use his own. You know, we might even stage a little battle for our visitor, he said. Let me think along those lines. Below them slid a timber center. A line of heavy transporters moved away from it towards the nearest port. Parshavalam's extortion methods were beautifully simple, using as pretext the theory that a crowd of men might turn into a revolutionary mob. He had issued an edict 20 years ago, limiting the number of men who might be employed by any one terrestrial boss. This sent a flock of cheap labor into the hands of null bosses. The money so saved, netted by an employee tax, found its way to the commissioner's personal pocket. "Let us get back," Parsharvalam snarled. His moods could alter suddenly, his customary urbanity falling away into anger. He was displeased that this change had come to disturb his life. The plane dipped round, heading for the city. Turkami waited tactfully before speaking again. "We have spread ourselves in recent years, Sharvalam," he said. "We have been comfortable despite the foulness of this planet. Even Commission City itself is twice as large as statutory requirements stipulate for a 5C world. We can never justify that." "Yes, you are correct. The base personnel of Partusi expected us to live like pigs. The present city will have to be abandoned entirely and camouflaged against the prying eye of any signatory. We must build and occupy a temporary commission of statutory size on a new site. We can then go back to normal when our peeping Tom has gone." Terrakami remained gazing thoughtfully at the hateful landscape drifting below. In his heart, however, blossomed once more the great admiration he felt for Commissioner Parsharvalam. Silently he thanked the Trinity that his lot had been cast here to serve beside this born leader of men, rather than in the decadent heart of the empire. Aloud he said without emotion, "When we return, we will send for one of the terrestrial representatives your interpreter Towler would do, and get him to suggest a suitable site for the new building." Chief Interpreter Gary Towler was shopping. In the afternoons, when he was not required to work or wait at Parsharvalam's palace, he liked to do his own shopping, little as this might seem pleasurable in the circumstances. The native quarter of Commission City was of course enclosed under the one big force dome so that its lanes were full of the same noxious mixture of hydrogen sulfide and other gases as the rest of the Partusi enclosure. The native quarter shops' flats had their own oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere and were entered by airlocks. To go shopping required an air suit. "I would like 1.5 pounds of that best shoulder bone cut, if you please," Towler said, pointing to a joint of Afresian on the butcher's counter. Afresians were quick-breeding mammals imported from another planet in the sector. Large herds of them were at present being established on Earth. The butcher grunted, serving Towler without speaking. Terrestrials who actually came into contact with Partusians every day were despised even by terrestrials who earned their living in the commission by other means. They in turn were despised by the semi-voluntary labor gangs who were driven out of the commission every night, who in turn were despised by the majority of terrestrials who would, and sometimes did, starve rather than deal with the aliens. A sort of scale of distrust divided the whole community. Taking his grudgingly wrapped meat, Gary Towler clamped up the facepiece of his air suit and left the shop. The streets of the native quarter were almost deserted. They held no beauty, nor were they interestingly ugly. They had been designed by a null architect on Castacorze, Sector HQ planet, who had seen bipeds only on sense screens. His vision had materialized into a series of dog kennels, yet Towler went his way rejoicing. Elizabeth should be waiting at his apartment. The block of apartments in which Towler lived was small, 3 stories high only, entered on left by airlocks. When he was through the double doors, he unclamped his faceplate and hurried along the corridor. Sorry that he could not comb his hair inside an air helmet, he opened the door of his 3-room apartment, and she was there. The glimpse globe hung in the center of the ceiling. Elizabeth stood directly beneath it. That was the only place in the flat from which her expression could not be spied upon. Towler's eyes lit at the sight of her. though he knew that his act of opening the door would click over a warning relay far away, so that now a null or even a man would be bending over a screen watching him coming in, seeing what he carried, hearing what he said. "It's good to see you, Elizabeth," he exclaimed, trying to thrust off self-consciousness to forget the spy overhead. "I shouldn't be here," she said. It was not a promising opening. She was 24, slender, far too slender, her face spear-bright with its length, its keen blue eyes. She was not beautiful, but about all her features was a definition that gave her a quality more vivid than beauty. "We can talk," he said gently. Living here alone, isolated, he had almost forgotten what it was to be gentle. Taking her hand, he led her to the small table. Her every movement showed uncertainty. Only 10 days ago she had been free, living far from the city, hardly seeing a null from 1 month's end to the next. Her father was an Frisian canner with a small business. Then a fraud in his tax returns was detected. For 5 years he had been paying Partoussi less than under Parsavalam's regime was legally due. His cannery was appropriated, his only daughter Elizabeth taken to work in the offices of the commission. There, scared and homesick, she had come under Towler's jurisdiction. Pity, and perhaps something more, compelled him to offer her what help he could. "If we talk, can they not hear us?" she asked. "Every word uttered goes to a monitoring post in police headquarters," he said, "where it is recorded. But of course they do not expect us to love them, since they already have the power of life and death over us. A few words on tape hardly make such difference. Only be guarded." She flinched from the resignation in his words. He too belonged to a world quite foreign to her. They could touch each other, but as yet there was no real contact. "Well then," she said, "how long must I expect to be kept here?" It was his turn to flinch. He had worked here for 10 years, ever since he was 20, trapped on a charge even slighter than the one that had caught Elizabeth Fallodoon. In all that time he had never been out of Commission City. The nulls issued one-way tickets, only to their biped attendants. Instead of answering her directly, he said, "You will find it not so bad here. A lot of very pleasant men and women work for the Partousians, and most of the Partousians, once you become used to their frightful exteriors, are inoffensive. It's fortunate you were drafted to interpretation branch. We are really quite a community on our own." "I like Peter Lardning," she said. "He is a promising young man, Lardning," as he spoke, aware of his own patronizing tone. Towler felt his cheeks redden. Lardning was indeed the best of the younger entrepreneurs. Also, he would be about Elizabeth's age. It was too early to feel jealous, Towler told himself. Elizabeth was a stranger. For various reasons it was best she would remain a stranger. "He seems very kind," Elizabeth said. "He is very kind, and understanding. He is very understanding." Suddenly he had lost the ability to make conversation. He wished to say that he was the chief interpreter, and that he could help her the most. It was almost relief that he had heard the communicator chirp, though at any other time it might have alarmed him. He smiled painfully as he turned from her. "Hello," he said, going over it, as his personal disk came within its search beam, so the screen lit. He recognized his caller as a minor clerk at the palace, a man, his face long familiar to Towler, though they exchanged nothing more intimate than a meaningless good morning. "Will you hurry on over to the palace, Gary Towler? Urgent call out for you." "I have one afternoon off a month," Towler said. "This is it. Won't this urgent call keep fresh until tomorrow?" "Commissioner himself's asking for you. Better hurry on over." "All right, I'll be there. Don't panic." Chapter 3. 16.5 minutes later, Chief Interpreter Gary Towler was bowing to Commissioner High Viscount Parsharvalam. After all these years of service in the city, Towler still felt a shudder of fear at the sight of a patrician. Parsharvalam stood 10 feet high. He was immensely solid. His great bulk was almost cylindrical, except for his arms and legs. A null was like a canister, to which 2 3-armed starfish were joined, one in the base, forming legs, one midway up, forming arms. Like the rest of his kind, Parsharvalam was almost featureless. At the end of each rowed arm were 2 flexible opposed fingers, with retractable claws usually concealed. Near the top of his cylindrical body were 3 regularly spaced eye stalks, while on top of his head was the usual fleshy comb. All his other features were concealed under the wide flaps of his arms, his mouth, his olfactory nerves, his oral cavities, his reproductive organs. A null was a secret creature whose exterior betrayed very little. Only the often highly expressive comb on the head relieved an impression of functional brutality. "Interpreter Towler," Parsharvalam said, speaking with one preamble in his own tongue, "our way of life here will be altered from now on. Trouble brews, my little biped friend. Here is what you must do." Some miles away, Armed Marshal Tercomi was peering a distant tower that looked to him as grim and forbidding as the commissioner looked to Towler. "And you say the terrestrial rebel leader is in the tower?" Tercomi asked casually. "His lookouts are, sir, and he is most certainly camped beneath it. That was why I radioed asking you to come here as soon as possible." The speaker was a ballistics beetle Iba Witter, a null new to Earth, commanding a team which manned the latest experimental field weapon, the Stereosonus. Tercomi was strangely calm. "I see you were efficient, ballistic beetle," he said. "You'll find I do my very best, sir. I was posted here from Starge, another biped world, sir, and there my reputation for efficiency was also high." Still calm, Tercomi said, "I have seen your career sheet." Slightly flustered by his superior's lack of enthusiasm, Iba Witter continued, "And so I radioed you, sir, thinking you'd like to be in at the kill. This terrestrial leader, Rivers, has been causing trouble for so long, I naturally thought that you—" His voice trailed off as he saw the color of Tercomi's comb. "Oh, if I've said anything, sir, your career sheet," Tercomi remarked almost conversationally, "says that you were deported from Starge because you murdered some 2,000 bipeds in an experiment with this new weapon. On Starge, from what I hear, the bipeds are treated a deal more leniently than they are here. There the rulers are enlightened. Here, thank Trinity, we aren't. Nevertheless, if you start knocking off terrestrials with that infernal stereosonic weapon, I swear I will not merely deport you, I'll tear you in strips of blubber a millimeter thick." "But our marshal, sir, that this Rivers gives a little opposition. Without him we have no excuse for restrictive measures. He costs us a lot every year, so we curtail his activities as far as possible. He's clever, I give you that, and if he had an offensive weapon like this new gadget of yours, it would be a very different story. But as it is, to wipe out his forces would be sheer folly, especially at present." Peering through his air helmet, Tercomi surveyed the broken terrain, the gray tower built of stone at a period long before the Empire had discovered Earth, and behind it the senseless, endless arrays of green foliage that flourished on this oxygen world. He sometimes had a cold fondness for this world, It was here he could be of service to Par-Sharvalam. He felt no anger for Iberwitter, only pleasure that he had stopped an unfortunate accident. Iberwitter was apologizing. "It's a pity we can't wipe out bipeds altogether," he said. "Keep a thought like that to yourself, you know. They're worth money. Millions of bicases are invested in a little planet like this. How would the refineries, the factories, the mills, the farms, all the rest of it work without biped labor? It would cost 5 times as much doing the job with robot labor. I have been briefed on the economic situation. Keep it in mind, then." Time to get back to the city at Par-Sharvalam, Terracomi thought. Here he was not at ease. From Iberwitter's hideout, little was to be seen but that old tower and the silent greenery perpetually breathing in its toxic carbon dioxide. In that greenery hid bipeds, terrestrials. They could, in theory, be killed so easily, yet always there was a reason, political, economic, personal, tactical, for not killing them. Perhaps they would at last survive to emerge from the greenery and take over again a world that Null had left. It was possible, for the bipeds admitted no compromise, whereas the Empire was founded on it. Such thoughts made Terracomi gloomy. "I did not mean to snap your head off, Iberwitter," he said. "I know you were doing what you thought was your duty, but your orders were only to contain Rivars. The truth is, we cannot do without a single fighting biped against us. In 2 years' time we were going to need them to show a certain visitor how vicious they are." "Sir?" "Never mind. I'm talking to myself. Carry on, Iberwitter." "Wait, our Marshal. You mean a time might come when you want to stage a fight or something with some more bipeds?" Terracomi continued to walk towards his car, which pointed sharply towards the city. He slowed his pace, otherwise revealing no interest. "And what if so?" he asked. Iberwitter became confidential, seeing he had produced some reaction in the other. "Just let me have a ship, sir, ex officio. We could always import a few thousand bipeds. You know the transference of subject or colonial races from one planet to another is highly illegal," Terracomi said, keeping his voice detached so that the ballistics beetle did not take fright. "A lot of things take place that are illegal," Iberwitter said firmly. "Illegality can only be proved where the offense is detected. Now, sir, I have some valuable contacts on stars." He paused and looked knowingly at Terracomi. "The latter," he said. "You have certain qualities that recommend you for promotion, Iberwitter. If the ability to keep quiet is among them, you may find yourself doing more interesting works in a few weeks. I will think of your suggestion while you must forget it. Do these star bipeds resemble Earth bipeds, by the way?" "Very closely, sir, in all but a few minor details." "Well, see that Rivers has undisturbed sleep tonight. That is all." The road over which he sped was a thread on the globe over which Par-Sharvalam, some of his staff officers, and Towler poured. They were choosing a site for the temporary commission city that was to be no bigger than regulations allowed. Several officers had made suggestions pointing out various parts of the globe. "No," said Par-Sharvalam at length. "I see no reason why we should unduly inconvenience ourselves by moving far from here, even for an inquisitive signatory. Nor do we wish to lose contact with River's army." He indicated a point along the escarpment at the edge of the Channel Valley. "What about here? To the south of it, it was such a narrow and meaningless strip of sea. One of my more imaginative predecessors drained it. It might be pleasant to have a city within sight of such an enterprise, and 2 roads meet conveniently. This is a ruined city not far away, which will not trouble us. Its native name is Eastbourne." "I see. Do you know anything about Eastbourne Interpreter? Well, it has some history in pre-Empire days, Towler said, speaking in Partusian. Right. Take a note, translate it into terrestrial, get it up into transmissions as soon as possible. See it is circulated to all native contractors concerned. Make it read, labor conscriptors and laborers are advised the work for 4,000 hands will shortly become available in the region of Eastbourne. Convergence of routes 2A and 43B. Tasks of up to a year's duration proposed. Standard contract all grades, less native improvement levy. He turned his back to his officers as Towler bowed and headed for the transmissions room. So the commissioner had not only been out of the palace, but had been taken to the air. It was almost unprecedented, although some of the details remained obscure. Already it was clear that something of the utmost importance was brewing. On his way through the palace, Towler met Peter Lardening, the young interpreter. He put his hand out as if to detain Towler. "Oh, Interpreter Towler, forgive me, but about Elizabeth Fallodoon, do you think—" "I'm sorry, I mustn't stop," Towler said. "Even Elizabeth and her affairs must wait now." But as he hurried into the interpreter's off-duty room to pick up an oxygen cylinder before running home, Lardening followed him in. Several of the other interpreters were there, smoking and talking. Rionacci, Meller, Johns, and Wedman. They greeted the chief interpreter cheerfully. "Start hammering, boys," he said, nodding to them. Grinning, they leant against the sides of the room and commenced to beat them with palms or fists. The spy system in the city being what it was, they did not doubt that this room was wired. Consequently, when they had anything important to say, they beat the walls to set up vibrations which would baffle any concealed microphones. It was one way of annoying their conquerors. "We're going to be moved out of this city, at least for a while," Towler said, speaking through the din. "Someone's evidently got news of what goes on here through to Partusi, and we're going to be investigated. Shav is obviously unsettled. All of you keep your ears open and pass on any details." They cheered louder than they knocked, and then besieged him with questions. As soon as he was free to leave, Towler hurried back to his apartment. He did not bother to remove his airsuit. After busying himself in the kitchen for some time, ignoring the unsleeping eye of the glimpse globe, he took the meat he had purchased earlier back to the butcher. The butcher, who was about to close, eyed him suspiciously. "I dislike complaining, but this cut is not of the freshest butcher," Towler said. "I wish to return it." After some haggling, the butcher took the cut back, threw it under the counter, and gave the interpreter another one. When his shop had closed, he wandered casually over to the counter and picked up the offending meat. His probing fingers soon discovered the plastic capsule Towler had inserted in it. It would contain a message. Tomorrow morning early, the capsule would pass to a refuse man whose job necessitated his leaving the city daily. From him, the chip would soon pass to the Patriots' stronghold in the hills and directly into the hands of Rivers. Within 24 hours of its arrival on Earth, the preliminary announcement of signatory Sniveret's proposed visit was causing a stir everywhere. Chapter 4. The next 2 years' objective time were crowded ones as the signatory made his long journey stage by stage towards Earth. The various factions on that planet prepared to receive him, each in its different way. For Sniveret and his party, this subjective time of the voyage was only 4 months, and at least half of that period was passed at spaceport, hotels dotted across the universe, waiting to catch a connection headed on their desired direction. Even with a high priority ticket, it took the party 5 hops to reach Earth. At the end of the fourth hop, grounded on a planet named Apellobettines III, Sniveret was lucky. He was due to catch an official Lines ship in 2 days, which would take him to Earth via Castacorze. Then he learnt of a warp freighter leaving for Pertusi via Saturn. Sniveret summoned the freighter captain and quickly made his arrangements. "Sure, I can put your party off on Earth and collect you on the way back from Saturn," the captain said. He was a heavily whiskered creature, tall as a knoll, shaped like a shrimp. "Since we shall be in ordinary space for most of that intersystem hop, you should get 8 or 9 clear days on Earth, after which I will have you back in Partusi in 8 weeks subjective time." "Excellent," Sniveret said. "Get aboard the Jabora this evening, and we clear Apellobettines III at 10 chimes tomorrow." "Excellent," Sniveret said again. Before informing the rest of his party of this change of plans, he took a reflective turn around the spaceport. It disturbed him to find how relieved he was to have a way home planned before he had reached his destination, although he had solaced his conscience by telling himself that 9 days was ample to prove or disprove Par Sharvalam's guilt. He could not so easily forget that only a short while ago he had been promising himself the longest possible time away from home. "I'm getting old, missing my own hearth," he muttered. Relieved, he began to go back to the hotel, simply reversing like a locomotive instead of actually turning round like a man. As he skirted the spaceport barrier, a null outside called to him. Swiveling an eye stalk, Sniveret saw a ragged fellow detach himself from the multi-shaped crowd of passer-by and come up to the fence. Obviously attracted by the signatorial uniform, Sniveret halted agreeably. "You have the bearing of a civilized null," the ragged one said through the fence. "I'd lay 10 to 1 you'll be off this accursed planet within a matter of hours. In the diplomatic service, are you not?" "So was I once. Now by a turn of fortune's wheel I rot on this rain-drenched mud ball." "Out of work, eh?" Sniveret inquired guardedly, not keen to hear a long hard luck story. "Not through my own fault, sir, nor is it my fault I'm fleeced every Bicassus. I need to get away from this dump. I beg you, spare me 9 tens. Sniveret could be generous enough when the gift ensured the disappearance of an unwanted recipient. "Here you are," he said, holding out the small coins. "But why ask for 9 tens instead of a whole 100? The ragged null raised his arms in the Partusian smile. "I'm a gambler, sir. I'm gambling my way home across the universe. 9 tens happens to be the exact price of one Apellobettosian lottery ticket. That's what I need. The prize money's almost enough to make all the way to Partusi, and the odds of winning are said to be 96 million to 1. "It's not a chance I'd throw away 10 nines on," Sniveret said. 96 million happens to be my lucky number," the tattered null said, rippling his comb and merging back into the crowd. Shaking his head, partly with pleasure at the foolishness of the null, Sniveret returned to tell his retinue of their new departure time. 20 hours later they were in deep warp, boring for Earth. On Earth, the interested parties were ready for him, just. So cunning and determined was the armed opposition of the Patriots under Rivars that commencement of work on the new city at Eastbourne was postponed for some weeks until Arm Marshal Turcome's ground forces, hampered by orders to spill human blood as sparingly as possible, had performed mopping-up operations. The new city began to rise, its modest volume calculated not to offend the tape measures of any suspicious investigators. Then, the native labor gangs engaged in its construction became difficult. A go-slow policy lasted for 3 days until 12 bipeds taken at random were publicly disintegrated by stereosonus. Again, the work proceeded slowly, but at least it was done. The first step to deceive Sniverett had been taken by leaving a strong rear party in the old city, which was now concealed from every eye behind negavision screens. Parsharvalam was able to bring the establishment he has installed in the new city within the officially stipulated maximum numbers. Turkami had pressed energetically ahead with his no less sizable task, which he still managed to keep secret from his superior. Ballistics beadle Iberwater came to report the completion of his part of the scheme, tapping a map importantly against his flank as he entered police headquarters. Presenting the map to Turkami, he indicated 2 shaded areas on it. "Here is where we believe the main body of Rivar's rebels to be concentrated, sir," he said. "And just here I have personally seen to the disposition of 5,000 Stargens, male and female. These bipeds have but 2 sexes, as you know, sir. They are in well-covered ground with ample opportunities for defense and attack." Turkami was suddenly gloomy. With a flash of insight, he saw how a wish to please Parsharvalam had led him into a delicate position. To present his superior with this dangerous fait accompli might well bring him anger rather than congratulations. "How did you get them off Starge? Are you sure you weren't seen?" "Absolutely, sir. I took 3 ships. We landed on the night tide and removed all the adult inhabitants of one hill town. They were somnolized. The whole thing went without a hitch. I count it as much more successful operation to date." Turkami flapped his comb contemptuously. "You should have brought me one of those alien bipeds to examine. How nearly do they resemble terrestrial bipeds?" "Oh, the differences are almost negligible. They possess a vestigial tail, webbed feet, aquatic origin, sir, and some slight modifications in the sexual organs which need worry nobody. Any other questions, sir?" At his unctuous mixture of insolence and servility, Turkami allowed the inside of his comb to turn a faint viridian. "You know why we've got these infernal creatures here, Iberwater? To stage a good show for this visiting brass hat to convince him Earth needs to be represented by force. What makes you think they and the terrestrials will fight?" The ballistics man raised an arm in the gentlest irony. He was a civilized Null, and he had read much of the history of the 2 species he exterminated so efficiently. "Your answer, sir, like most answers to most questions, lies in past history. One group of bipeds will fight another group of bipeds. They have this natural law, which is called, I believe, the survival of the fittest." "Dismissed, Iberwater. Your services will be suitably rewarded. I know an aspiring Null when I see one." Somewhat hurt by this abruptness, Iberwater left the room, proceeded down the corridor, descended by the lift, turned towards the narrow front doors of the police building. Before he reached them, 3 burly Nulls seized him, one by each arm, removing him despite his protests to a subterranean cell. Next day, his unfortunate death in a street accident was announced. Directly after his final interview with Iberwater, Turkami went to Parsharvalam to announce with the boldest face he could muster his Starjan scheme. Parsharvalam received the news with mild interest. He was feeling highly pleased with himself and was positively looking forward to Sniverett's arrival on the morrow. He relished the art that had been lavished on the deception, this one Null. The truth was, Parsharvalam was an able administrator gone wrong. The desire and the capacity to regulate turns easily into a compulsion to manipulate. Pulling strings was Parsharvalam's joy, exploiting his victims, but a byproduct of that pleasure. "These Starjans," he said judiciously, "you are running a risk taking them off their native planet. Our history over the last million years shows the danger of allowing two subject races even the remotest chance of uniting together. Very strict laws have been framed to guard against this eventuality. If your ingenious move were ever discovered by the wrong person, Sniverate, let's say, I doubt if ever our well-bribed friends on Castacorze could help us out." Turkami disliked hearing his own arguments brought against him. "Nobody will find out. We came and we went secretly. As for Starjan and terrestrial uniting, these imported wretches are on an alien planet, speaking an alien tongue. They will not be in diplomatic mood, nor will Rivars. To him they will be invaders to be exterminated. I've seen it, that the Starjans have been equipped with strong enough weapons to ensure that although their eventual defeat is inevitable, it will be protracted enough to give our visiting signatory and his boys the impression that a first-class civil war is raging here." "You have contrived well," Parsharvalam said. Turkami's comb flushed with pleasure. On what might be termed the domestic front, several significant changes had been made. Gary Towler found his interpreter's salary increased, as well as his off-duty hours. He observed that Parsharvalam made an obvious effort to be more polite to him when they met, even to the point where other men working about Commission City muttered favoritism. Towler bore it as well as possible. Against his growing unpopularity among the other interpreters, he tried to set the unexpected advantages of living in the new city, forced to curtail some of his more obviously sinister activities for the time. Parsharvalam had unwillingly given more freedom to the bipeds who worked in the city, but nothing compensated for the growing coldness Elizabeth Faladun showed Towler. In the past 2 years she had become resigned to her work, and was even gay. She had put on weight, grown beautiful. In Towler's rather isolated life, she was the brightest thing. He shivered now to think she might try to avoid him. On the eve of Sniverate's arrival, Towler returned early to his apartment. He had ceased to do his own shopping for dislike of being snubbed in the street. His supplies were now delivered to the flat. He sat down to a solitary meal with much appetite. When he cut open his meat pie, he found a plastic capsule in it. Turning pale, he wiped it on his napkin and opened it. The message was concise. It said he was to present himself at the butcher's shop at 1955 hours that evening, just before closing. Arrangements were made for him to be smuggled out of the commission for a personal conference at the Patriot stronghold. He would be delivered safely back to the city before dawn to resume duties. The note was signed by Reavers, the now almost legendary name of the Patriot leader. Towler could eat no pie. His stomach jumped nervously as he destroyed the message. Fluttering around the room, he tried to regain control of himself. Nevertheless, the idea of not obeying did not enter his head. He knew the future of Earth might well rest in his reluctant hands. When his doorbell buzzed, he went towards it trembling. He was expecting no one. It was Elizabeth. This was beauty to him, this narrow face with its gently long nose and a mouth in contrast, not cruel but predatory, demanding. The mouth and nose combined with her bright eyes to produce a unique and individual countenance. He flattered himself to think that few could recognize as he did her special loveliness. The 2 years she had spent in commission service had matured rather than crushed her. "What could be nicer than this?" he exclaimed. "Elizabeth, come in. It's too long since you've been here." 5 days, she said, smiling. How at once she was wary. 5 days is far too long, Elizabeth, when I hear you at work having to talk in the cold, hard Parthusian. You seem like another person, just as I am another person when I am with you. You must know how There was a tawny light in her eyes now. The shades in them changed with every mood. "Please, Gary, don't say any more just now," she begged, breaking into his speech. "It only makes what I have to say more difficult." She paused, glancing up at the ceiling. "Go ahead, go and say what you want," he said, almost roughly. "There are no private glimpse globes in this new city, no spy system that we know of. Say anything." "I only wanted to say that we ought not to meet privately any more. Thank you for the coaching in Parthusian you've given me." "Why this? Why so sudden?" "For no reason. I just feel our interests are very different, that's all." Towler was not one to persist or persuade. He could only acquiesce. Suddenly he wanted to be away, to save her having to deliver these little speeches which surely hurt her. He looked at her, and his attitude minutely altered. "Such as our interest in Peter Lardening?" he asked. "How unlike you to say that," she was stung. "How do you know what's like or unlike me?" "Listen, Elizabeth, even when we're close together, there is a barrier between us, isn't there?" "Well, it isn't my fault. I mean, the barrier is removable. You see, I'm always under a certain strain. You better know. I'm an agent for Revars, passing information from the place. I'm living constantly out on a limb." Had he not meant to tell her? His mind instantly went off in circles of recrimination, returning only partly to hear her say, "That alters so much for me. It's been difficult, Gary." Suddenly he caught hold of her, roughly swinging her towards him. At that she stopped talking. Anger kindled in her eyes as she pulled her arm away. "You look just fine like that," Towler exclaimed. "Elizabeth, why should I be afraid to speak out to you? You are very dear to me, partly because you often behave as I do." "Oh, do I? How exactly?" "How? You were planning to make a break with me because you've listened to other interpreters instead of following in your own instinct. You thought I was Shav's toady, didn't you? I don't blame you, Elizabeth, but you were thinking conventionally, just as I often do. We're both conventional people, caught now in an unconventional situation, and we must try to overcome it." "Gary, you're so diffident." Her chin was still pugnacious. "Yes, I do like you. You've helped me so much, but you ought to be more defiant. Just try and understand that both of us probably have a lot in our lives to work out. Your attraction is not only that you are conventional as I am, but that there's a tiger buried in you as there is in me. That's what's between us. That's why we need each other badly." As Towler hurried to this butcher's, he reflected with some wonder on what he had said to Elizabeth. It cost him great effort to speak his mind unhampered to anyone, particularly to a woman. Only to Elizabeth had he revealed the secret feeling that had long possessed him, that given in the moment he could rise to it from his shell. Now it seemed the moment was at hand, and he trembled. When he presented himself at the butcher's, he was unceremoniously bundled under a counter out of sight. There he stayed until the shop was closed and the shutters put up. The butcher helped him to his feet. "To think that you'll be speaking with Rivers in a couple of hours," he exclaimed. "The other city was too rigged with spy devices for anyone to slip in and out. But here it's another matter, while it lasts. It's a golden opportunity for you. I wish I were you." Overawed by the thought of his mission, Towler merely grunted. The butcher, misinterpreting, thought he was being aloof. "I'm sorry, we always have to treat you like an outcast, sir," he said, brushing Towler down apologetically. "It breaks my heart to be discourteous to you, respecting you as I do, but orders are orders, and we never know who may be watching, do we, even in this city? You're a real hero, sir. It's a pleasure to know you. Now, if you just step into this refuse bin." Clamping up the faceplate of his suit, Towler crouched comfortably in the bin, suffering a sack to be placed over his shoulders and rubbish to be poured on top of it. After only a brief wait, a disposal cart arrived at the back door, and Towler's bin was dumped unceremoniously on it. For half an hour they lumbered through the streets collecting other refuse. Finally, they arrived at the gate. Partusi's sentries clumped round the cart, curiously inspecting and passing it. A neutralizer was switched on. The force field died locally, and they passed into the airlock tunnel. 2 minutes later, they were in fresh earth air with the darkness round them. At the tip, half a mile down the road, Towler's bin was unloaded, the refuse man helping him out. Towler stretched gratefully, dwarfed by the bulk of the atomic disposer. "Now, mister, you better get yourself moving," the man advised. "The force fields are broken here while I dump my load. Behind this tip you'll find one solitary tree. It marks the beginning of a path that'll take you into the beginning of the Channel territory. Keep on down it fast as you can, and someone will meet you. His challenge will be dry bread, and your answer will be hot ice. Got that? Okay then. Off you go, and all the best." Darkness was almost complete. The ill-defined path was not easily kept to. Towler did his best, a dizziness compiled of apprehension and elation in his veins. The air, thick as cream, seemed to pour through his being. He was in the open for the first time in 10 years. For the first time in 10 years, stars gleaming overhead, perhaps one day. The challenge was flung at him from the darkness. "Dry bread." Startled, he gave the countersign and heard a safety catch click on. A gaunt man appeared, like more than a dark outline against the lighter path. He beckoned Towler to follow almost without a word. They scrambled down a broken, chalky bank into a belt of high scrub, moving so fast and so far that Towler almost cried for respite. Shuddering for breath, sweating under the atmosphere suit he still wore, he emerged behind the guide into a stony clearing. 2 horses waited with another mounted man. They rode in an easterly direction for over an hour. Towler had never ridden an animal. Every minute was an agony for him. Their way was mainly downhill, through curiously broken territory. Once they passed by the fringe of a planted forest. When they trotted into a ravine, stopping before a row of huts sheltered under a crumbling cliff. Towler dismounted stiffly and looked about. Ryvar's temporary headquarters consisted of little more than a few tents and huts, as far as could be seen. Advantage had been taken of the natural cover afforded by the ravine, but the threat of discovery by null reconnaissance forces was comparatively slight. Their aversion to travel limited the number of their aircraft sorties, while their faith in their impregnable roads tended to make them disregard the waste areas between. Tethering the horses, Towler's guides led him into one of the huts. Food and drink awaited him there, and he set to with gratitude, removing the helmet off his suit. He was still eating when Rivers entered. Chapter 5. In these recessional days for Earth, Rivers was perhaps the only territorial name known all over the globe. Other patriot leaders existed, scattered over the other continents, but none had ever survived before so close to the center of null rule. The very fact that Rivers pitted his wits and strength against the city itself had contributed to his power. He was an average-sized man, in his 50s, compactly built, and his full crop of black hair was one wide and startling streak of gray. He wore leather overalls, a long cloak, boots, and a round cloth hat. His eyes were steady and penetrating, their heavy lids giving him the hooded look of an eagle. Though he entered the hut without ceremony, the air of authority about him was such that Towler dropped his fork and rose. Motioning him to sit again, Rivers took the chair beside him and faced him. "I appreciate your coming, Towler," he said. "I am aware of the risks you take in being here, but a personal discussion is necessary between us, and fortunately, the lack of police refinements in the new commission make it possible." Without further preface, he began to talk about the arrival of signatory Sniverich, now only a few hours ahead. "Your notes to us have kept us informed of what happens at the palace, but I wish to see that I have the significance of this visit clear. First, then, the Colony World Council of Partusi expect the exploitation of subject planets like Earth, but this exploitation is rigorously limited by charter, right?" "That is correct," Towler agreed. "Naturally, they call it development rather than exploitation, and Parshavalam is exceeding the exploitation limit and breaking his charter." A tight, grim smile passed between them as Towler again said, "That is correct." "Good. The benefits of this exploitation go into the pockets of Parshavalam, his friends, and those contacts whose silence he finds it necessary to purchase, right?" "Quite right. And this corruption must undoubtedly extend to his immediate superiors at GAS Vermilion Headquarters Castacorze. We have no direct proof of this, sir, but it must be so. As you know, inspecting bodies from Castacorze have visited Earth from time to time, and nothing has changed. Someone powerful there must be bought, or Parshavalam would have been out of office long ago." Rivers sat silent a full minute, digesting this. Finally he said, "Since I am little more than a rebel captain, this question can be merely of academic interest, but why would you say such graft exists in the middle of an energetic empire?" It was not an easy question. "It is hard to gather information about what happens elsewhere in the galaxy," Towler said. "But I think what is happening on Earth may be fairly typical of other so-called colonial planets. In essence, the vast Patrusian administrative system is going soft. Although it's too early to say yet, it may be that the old empire is entering its decadent stage." "I see. If that were so, a few healthy insurrections on a dozen planets like Earth might hasten the decline." "They might indeed, sir." Rivers smiled the cold smile of a condor and said nothing. In his mind was a clear little picture of worlds exploding like bullets. Unexpectedly he reached out and snapped off the light. He walked towards the window, grunting to Towler to follow. There, taking a torch from under his cloak, shone it into the night. The beam picked out the opposing cliff, creating it suddenly from the darkness in all its detail of embossed stone and hanging grass. At its top, a ragged spar projected almost vertically into the air. "There's a symbol for you, Towler. That's the mast of an old ship. It must be 1,200 years old at least. All this area used to be sea bed just a few centuries ago. That ship sunk through a series of accidents. Now it's being raised up again through another series. The same thing will happen to Earth. Our job is to engineer the right accidents." The demonstration was, Towler thought, ingenious. Reproaching himself for lack of loyalty, he could still not see the need for it. He blinked embarrassedly as the light came on and they resumed their seats. As if to counter a weak moment of romanticism, River's voice was matter-of-fact sounding when he spoke again. Now, for the main business of our discussion. The visit of the signatory Sniveret is obviously vital to us all. It may be the only time that someone with almost complete power, a member, in fact, of the Colony World's Council itself, comes personally to Earth within the next 5 centuries. Tell me, would it be possible for Parsharvalam to bribe Sniveret? Towler hesitated. Rivers poured him some wine, which he drank almost without noticing. You realize, sir, he said at length, that if Sniveret discovers the true state of affairs on Earth, Parsharvalam will be a broken man. The result will undoubtedly be justice and restitution for our people. I believe Sniveret, who is disinterested and has a high reputation to be incorruptible. And I believe Parsharvalam knows he is incorruptible. Hence all the subterfuges he has been preparing for these past 2 years. The Patriot leader stood up, letting his chair fall backwards. Eyes gleaming, he took a turn about the hut. As he walked, he punched a fist into his other palm. Then we shall win through at last, Towler. All our sacrifices will not have been in vain. If we cannot acquaint this honest man with the truth of our position, then we do not deserve the smell of freedom. They had been in accord until now, 2 men filled with the same aspirations. The tensions of the night, the murmuring voices of the guards outside, the food cooling on the table were forgotten by Towler as he talked to his leader, in whom everyone's faith was limitless. He had felt himself for once at the center of things, near the core of truth. Suddenly, River's exultant words cracked Towler's faith from top to bottom. He found himself on the edge of an abyss of doubt. Only one thing was for sure. Rivers was naive. Suddenly, River's exultant words cracked Towler's faith from top to bottom. He found himself on the edge of an abyss of doubt. Only of one thing was he sure. Rivers was naive. It was understandable enough Rivers was a fighter, a leader. He knew the ways of soldiers and the tactics of generals. With the lay of the country and the taste of adversity, he was more than familiar. But of the cunning of diplomats he comprehended nothing. Towler had been forced to live among diplomats. He knew that bribery was only one weapon in Parsharvalam's arsenal. He guessed that the commissioner would have a dozen ways of winning Sniveret's silence. He rose to speak, to protest, to state what was on his mind. The leader clapped him on the shoulder and proposed a toast to forthcoming freedom, snatching up the wine as he did so. I will see that proof of corruption gets before signatory Sniveret. The way is clear, he exclaimed. In that horrible moment, Towler saw that the future of Earth might rest not on River's broad shoulders, but on his own reluctant ones. Rivers did not know what he was dealing with. Turning his face away, he sipped the wine. The situation may be more complex than you imagine, sir. In any case, whatever evidence we place in Sniveret's hands must be foolproof and tangible. Documents are hardly enough. They may convince Sniveret, but when taken halfway across the galaxy, they will not convince the Colony Council. I understand. We will deal with that in a moment, Rivers said rather curtly. Silence fell. They heard a man laugh some distance from the hut. My friend, you still have an important part to play in our affairs, Rivers said, glancing at his watch. The time nears for you to ride back to the city, so I will be brief. I must tell you, as you may have suspected, that I have other sources of information than you close to Parsharvalam. although once so close or so valued as you. This is partly to ensure I am not left absolutely uninformed if anything happens to you. You understand. In fact, Towler had guessed as much, although to have his guess confirmed piqued his pride. It meant he was not quite as valuable as Rivers claimed. He said merely, "This is one of the advantages of having an enemy foolish and arrogant enough to refuse to learn their victim's language. It makes them dependent on a number of victims." Rivers laughed shortly, as if he had not considered that aspect before. "My sources tell me," Rivers continued, "that the promotion and better treatment you have enjoyed recently is because Parsharvalam plans to use you as Sniveret's personal interpreter. He will not try to bribe Sniveret. He will bribe you to give Sniveret his version of the facts. On you will rest the onus of convincing Sniveret that all is well on Earth." His heart sinking again, Towler said numbly, "I had almost suspected as much." Rivers stared at him straight in the eyes. "Parsharvalam's offer to you will be considerable." The interpreter kept his face wooden. Irritation filled him to think that this man who had unknowingly just failed his crucial test was now testing him. When the silence had extended itself until it seemed to fill all memory, he said, "I am an Earthman, leader. I know where my loyalties lie." "We too have the power to make offers," Rivers said, speaking rather quickly. "If we manage our affairs properly in the next week, freedom lies ahead of us. Your services will not go forgotten, Towler. You shall have 10 acres of land and a house built for you overlooking the sea. You will not have to work again once we are free from this regime." Again Towler felt exasperation, knowing that these promises only signified that Rivers was unsure of him, did not know how much to trust him. He stood up. "Give me my instructions," he said harshly. "I will see that they are carried out." "Sit down with me, drink some more wine," Rivers said, and when they were seated, continued, "We must provide Sniveret with material proof of the true state of affairs here on Earth. As you say, copies of documents will mean little on Partusi. The signatory must take back with him some simple, tangible, dramatic piece of evidence to show conclusively that Parsharvalam is overstepping his powers here. If we can do just that, Earth should be freed from his tyranny." Towler looked skeptical. "What sort of evidence have you in mind?" He fancied that uncertainty flickered across the hard face opposite him. "I will find something," Rivers said smoothly, "and I will see that it reaches you within 3 days. Your part, your vital part in this will be to present Sniveret with that evidence when a suitable opportunity occurs. Until that opportunity occurs, in order to raise no suspicion, it is essential that you play the part Sharvalam allots you. Afterwards, of course, you must answer straightly any question the signatory may ask you. Is this all clear, Gary Towler?" The interpreter looked down at his fingers. Suddenly he felt very tired. "I will do as you instruct. You may depend on me." Rivers rose and shook his hand. "Earth depends on you," he said solemnly. "You will not let us down." Towler picked his helmet off the table, and together they went out into the cold night. A slender moon had risen, and Towler, hands in pockets, stood numbly surveying the scene. In the ravine, men in fur-trimmed coats were moving rapidly here and there. He caught the gleam of atomic arms, those pathetically outdated terrestrial weapons, ineffective against the force fields of the Partusians. He heard orders quietly given but ringing like metal in his ears as the ravine walls buffeted them back. All these men moved and united in a common cause. Yet for Towler this was a chill moment of isolation. He knew he was no man of action. The thought of the tension he would have to endure for the next few days left him limp. "It has been a privilege to come and see you," he said formally. "I am happy that Parsharvalam's present weakness permitted it," Rivers said. "No doubt he'll be glad to get back to the greater security of his original city. Is that closed down now?" "A skeleton staff keeps it running. A convoy takes orders and supplies there every dawn. It's appalling to think we'll be back there, spied on every moment before the month's out." "It will not be for long," Rivers said resoundingly as Towler's two guides came up with the horses. As Towler reluctantly mounted, a runner came panting up to Rivers. "A Starjan force estimated at 200 men reported from our outpost at Beaker's Hill, decamping, moving northeast towards the Varan Heights." "I'll come," Rivers said, breaking into a rapid walk. He vanished into the night. He had dismissed Towler from his mind. "Let's get moving," one of the guides said. They retracted their steps, riding at good speed through the moonlight. The journey was without incident. Despite his discomfort and tiredness, Towler even found pleasure in the great mysterious land about him. In the dark trees beneath which they passed, in the subtle differences of temperature between hilltops and hollows, in the great dome of the firmament floating unsupported above them. At the rubbish tip, an empty refuse cart awaited them. For concealment, Towler was forced into the toolbox beneath the driver's seat. In frantic discomfort, he was bumped back into the commission, lying with his heart thumping as they stopped at the gate for the guard's search. At last they rolled forward again into captivity. It was still dark when Towler regained his room, sick with apprehension lest his absence had been detected. But everything was normal. The blank square of walls, the dark and battered armchair, the never-failing heat control, the shadowless light burning overhead. There in that static isolation he felt safe again. Face down on his bed, he slept while the sun rose, was still sleeping when the freighter Jabora touched down on Earth with Sniveret aboard. Chapter 6. Almost everything was ready. The preparations for Sniveret's visit had affected every man and null in Commission City. Now the community waited with various degrees of confidence or apprehension. As Parsharvalam prepared to put his colossal bluff into action and pose as a just man. Outside the city, too, the effects of the visit were already being felt. On several estates, at lumber camps, in sub-commissions, on Euphrasian ranches, and at other places where their signatory was due to call or stop for an inspection, an unnatural preparedness formed like ice. And at about the same time as Sniveret's ship Jabora grounded, Rivers' rebels launched their first attack against the encroaching Starjans and were repulsed with heavy casualties. Signatory Amajo Sniveret disembarked on Earth in a determined mood. He had covered half a galaxy in the last 2 objective years, mainly in Jarm, a trance state practiced by high-caste Partusi officials. As a result, his mind was revitalized and his will to see justice done increased tenfold. As soon as his ship touched down on the spaceport, the force field rolled in overhead, and in 10 minutes the enclosed air was fit for nulls to breathe. The main port of the ship rolled open. Sniveret descended the steps as banners waved and a robot band unit played. Very few Partusians were present to greet him. Sniveret noted the fact. His entourage consisted of only 4 nulls, a valet, a young secretary being groomed for better things, a strong-armed and inarticulate bodyguard named Ragball, and a senior member of the Psycho Watch branch, Gazer Rofullery. By the time these nulls arrived home again, their combined traveling and additional expenses would cost the greater Parthusian government something like a megabillion byakuses. Here lay one of the prime reasons for corruption in the outer fringes of empire. The financial reason: the cost of sending impartial investigators to any outlying planet was colossal. Sniverett arrived determined to find any corruption that might exist. He was aware that Supreme Counselor Greylick's main motive in sending him here had been to humor him. It placed him under an obligation which he could remove by proving Parsharvalam's guilt. But from the first moment of his arrival, the business of lulling his suspicions went smoothly underway. The small reception committee which greeted him at the spaceport consisted Parsharvalam himself, Arm Marshal Terekami, and 3 under-officers, as well as a small body of Null civilians, one of whom read a brief speech of welcome. The speech was a cunning mixture of the usual phrases concerning aspirations, achievements, and Null destiny. When this ceremony was over and the civilians came to clasp arms with Sniverett and mouth the age-old platitudes concerning the comfort of the signatory's journey, all went as Parsharvalam had rehearsed it, reckoning that to bore Sniverett was in part at least to reassure him. Parsharvalam himself, drawing his illustrious visitor aside, was careful not to be too obsequious. His role was that of a harassed commander, good at heart but too burdened by the responsibilities of a rebellious planet to have much time for any courtesy. Accordingly, the escorts bundled into a worn army truck, while Parsharvalam led the signatory and gazer refoulerie to a road flyer of the type generally used for freight duties. "Forgive this inhospitable vehicle, signatory," Parsharvalam said apologetically. "During the emergency, any transport has to be pressed into duty. We have little in the way of luxury on Earth. I only hope we can make your stay here sufficiently comfortable. I am sure that on Parthusi—" "I can't do without luxury," Sniverett said. They sped down one of the beautiful roads under the misty arch of force, the landscape only a blur. As they went, both Nulls were trying to sum each other up, perhaps feeling some of that sinister charm which attracted Terekami. Sniverett wondered which of the sexes Parsharvalam was, the sex male, female, or neuter. Of a Null was not externally apparent, nor was it ever revealed except to the other potential participants in a mating trio. Nulls, especially the original Parthusian stock, were reticent in everything, and never more so than in this matter. The spaceport was only a short way from the city. Soon they had arrived, and were sliding through the gates. At once the city enclosed them. The city was the whole world, and it was a Parthusian world. Replicas of this city existed all over the galaxy, all virtually identical. No matter the nature of the planet outside, Parthusians did not adapt to the native environment, preferring to carry their own environment with them. Sniverett looked around with interest and some dismay. The days of his Stargen and other commissioned ships were long gone. He had forgotten how Spartan these special cities were, and unbreathable, lower-class planets. Most of the buildings, being unabashedly utilitarian, were standardized and prefabricated. Parsharvalam had decided to take his guests on a tour of the city. This they now made, the commissioner muttering a word of information now and again. The gauntness of everything was emphasized by a lack of paint. Gazer Rufflery, the P-WB man, made a polite inquiry about the point. "Unfortunately, rebel guns shot down one of our supply craft. It was coming into port," Parsharvalam said, inwardly relishing the smoothness with which he could lie. They are rather vulnerable to attack while hovering above the port before the force fields close over them. In this instance, the craft luckily contained nothing more than 5,000 gallons of paint. "You should indent for more," Sniverett said mildly. "If you will forgive an old-fashioned remark, the brighter color will improve the spirits of your citizens. Partusians are traditionally color-loving people." "We have more to worry about here than paint, sir," Parsharvalam said brusquely. He was not without sensitivity where the feelings of his own race were concerned. Much of his success on Earth was due to the gentle exploitation of characters of those about him. Marshal Turcomi, for one. Now he was gauging and testing the nature of this man who was potentially his enemy, and acting in harmony with that judgment. Already his opinion was forming. He fancied Sniverett might prove a bluff, an honest fellow possessing perhaps more crankiness than subtlety, who would interpret a little brusqueness as the candor of a sorely tried campaigner. Few people were about as they drove through the streets to the palace, and those either Partusian semi-leisured class or terrestrial workers. Some of the former waved as the two vehicles swept past. "What is the population of the city, Commissioner?" Sniverett inquired. He knew by heart the figures laid down in the statutes as maximum allowed to run a 5C colony like Earth: 150 senior grades, 150 senior grades, 1,800 lower grades, 200 military, 2,000 native, all grades, and 4,500 dependents, total all grades. Grand total overall 8,650. At present we were some 10,000 strong. Signatory, we are generally under strength. At present we are some 10,000 strong. Signatory, we are generally under strength, but at present we also have to accommodate an armored brigade sent from Vermilion headquarters, Castacorze, to contain the native civil war, as well as some refugees from subcommissions. Sniverett remembered the difficulty of keeping open subcommissions in time of trouble. A subcommission was in practice merely the name of any town or village of a colonial planet where one or more null administrators happened to be. They were rarely fortified, and the presence of the administration often made them the focal point of local troublemakers. "I shall be interested to acquire the local picture in detail," Sniverett said. "The record is, as it exists on the Queen's planet, is naturally likely to be out of date in several respects. After a small luncheon we are holding for you, a complete briefing session has been arranged," said Parsharvalam. "Thank you. That should help me in assessing the situation when I speak to local observers." Noting the stiffness in the other's voice, the commissioner answered in kind. "That you will be able to do from tomorrow, when I shall assign you a terrestrial interpreter. Until then, no official program has been arranged. We presumed you might wish to rest after your long journey." "I am not fond of official programs," was all Sniverett said. The luncheon at the palace was frugal. Plain fare, carefully cooked, was served, with cheap Partusi-type wines in support. Parsharvalam reflected cheerfully that the affront done to his palace was more than compensated by the disappointment his guests show in the sparseness of the table. "I trust you were adequately fed on the ships which brought you here?" he asked, tucking another mouthful of food under his arm. "I was in Jarm most of the time." "Ah, a hungry business." After the meal, as Parsharvalam had announced, the briefing was held. A team of gray-combed civilian experts reinforced their lectures with solids and stereo maps. They were thorough. They talked at Sniveret and Ralph for over 2 hours, giving them a suitably false picture of Earth's affairs, aiming to convince them, among other things, that a planet whose tribe indulged in civil war was not oppressed. Otherwise, why did the tribes not unite against the conqueror? Parsharvalam did not sit through it. He marched out, impatient and nervous. Now the business of deception was under way. He was keen to get it over as soon as possible. He rang Terracomi on the private glimpse globe. "Have you asked the retinue when Sniveret leaves?" "The freighter Jabora returns from Saturn in 8 or 9 days, depending on the state of the space line through the asteroid belt. It departs after 10 hours for refueling and maintenance. Better than we dared hope for. I feared we might have him around our necks for months." Terracomi twitched an eye stalk encouragingly. "Don't worry, Sharvalam. We'll soon have this old fool wrapped up. I've several little tricks to try on him." "Just be careful," Parsharvalam said sharply. "Don't overstep the mark. You know I'm not entirely happy about this Starge business. You heard him tell me at lunch he was actually on Starge himself. Do nothing without consulting me." He switched off. This was really a game of bluff and double bluff between him and his distinguished visitor. If Sniveret should discover any irregularities in the conduct of the commission, he could, if he felt so disposed, make enough of them when he returned to Partusi to cost Parsharvalam his job. Charm must be used, as well as deception. But to what kind of charm would the leathery old diplomat be most susceptible? He walked about his private room, his trained mind for the moment unfocused. How did Sniveret tick? And from there, how did anyone tick? The galaxy swarmed with ticking creatures, the rulers and the ruled, their forms many and ingenious. But nobody could give you an answer to the mighty why of them. This problem had teased Parsharvalam since childhood, as another may be teased by a sexual problem. On a table stood a bowl of Earth's flowers, penstemons and marigolds mixed, a transplex dome over them to retard their death in Partusian air. Snatching up a dazzling scarlet penstemon, Parsharvalam pulled it and daintily crushed it. It was living. It had lived. Purpose, meaning, reason. In his flexed palm, crumpled petals could not answer. He pounded on a bell. Terrestrial flowers were all display like terrestrial men. It was not so with Partusian flowers or with nulls. A Partusian flower resembled a stone, all its intricate and attractive parts hidden away. A Partusian concealed all his features except his eyes under the folds of his arms, where none but a lover might ever discover them. One of his servants appeared in response to his ring, a young terrestrial girl, dressed in the olive-green air-suit that denoted service. "Come here, Clotilda," Parsharvalam demanded. "Recite to me one of your poems in your native tongue while I watch you." "Not again, sir," she begged. "Yes, again," I commanded. He loomed over her, twice her height. Timorously, hopelessly, she began to recite in the language he would never understand. Snatching her up effortlessly, he peered at her, two swiveled eye stalks close to the glass of her helmet. She babbled. He did not listen. In strained intensity, he stared through the separating glass, drinking in the movements of her jaw, chin, eyes, lips, mouth, tongue. These things should be hidden away in all but the ultimate situation. Yet here was a life form, this flimsy, hateful biped life form, flaunting the bright moving bits of itself. It was obscene, revolting. Yet Parsharvalam could not tear himself from the sight. Only when the girl wept and struggled, and he had fed himself on the right side of her tears, did the Commissioner for Earth release her. These creatures did not always escape so lightly, but now he had other things on his mind. In particular, he knew he must speak cunningly to Towler. Chapter 7. The briefing was last over, the last question asked, the last answer given. The gray-combed lecturers put down their pointers and rolled up their maps. Signatory Sniveret and Gazer Roflery returned to their private suite together. An admirably thorough briefing, commented the latter, who had taken tapes of the whole meeting. Thorough almost to the point of tedium, agreed Sniveret, tactfully reproving what seemed to him a superficial reply. Roflery continued, I was given an insight into bipedal life I never had before. I wasn't, Sniveret said dryly. I received only a tripedal view of bipedal life. It is not enough to say that whereas Partusians never had nations and wars, the terrestrials always had and always will have. Consider the different planets we evolved on. On Partusi, no great temperature extremes, no impossible mountain ranges, sluggish rivers, which were highways rather than barriers, and above all, no dividing seas. The reasons why we have never been nationalistic, you see, are physical rather than psychological. It may be for this same reason that a biped is a more complex creature than we are. On Partusi, no great temperature extremes, no impassable mountain ranges, sluggish rivers which were highways rather than barriers, and above all, no dividing seas. The reasons why we have never been nationalistic, you see, are physical rather than psychological. It may be for this same reason that a biped is a more complex creature than we are. Roflery's comb rippled at this heresy, but he said nothing, contenting himself with reflecting that those who think themselves simple may well be right. Our comparative simplicity, Sniveret continued, has led us into a position of domination over all discovered biped species in the galaxy. This is not to say we should feel the lack of respect for them I detected in that lecture room. To this also Roflery made no reply. He felt that his superior had come to Earth determined to find fault. It was not an objective attitude. It would need handling carefully. He sighed, but silently. The signatory went to his suite with no intention of resting. For perhaps 5 minutes he relaxed into a jarring position. Then he changed into a less conspicuous uniform and went to find his own way out of the palace. Ragabal, his bodyguard, following at a distance. He emerged from a side door into a quiet courtyard, standing there for a moment to look up at the viridian sheen of the field above his head. Then he walked across the courtyard to the gate. The guard at the gate recognized Sniveret, saluted, and let them through. Directly they were out of sight of the palace. Sniveret halted at the street corner. The bodyguard stopped obediently 2 paces behind him. He had come to Earth meaning to get his facts straight from the horse's mouth. What he most wanted was to talk with one of the natives, although he realized from long experience that whatever a commissioned native might say was unlikely to prove typical of opinion outside the commission. Nevertheless, it would have its own value, if only as a standard for comparison. The few people on the street were Partusians, many of them moving with the briskness of these. The few people on the street were Partusians, many of them moving with the briskness of those coming off or on to duty. Sniveret ignored them. The whole scene was watched by our Marshal Turcomy from a room in police headquarters. By punching a series of buttons, he could throw on a screen before him telepictures of various strategic points of the Commission's street system. This was one aid to subordination neither Parshavalam nor Turcomy had dared to give up when they built the new city. The elaborate spy system in every private room had had to go. That useful illegality would have betrayed the regime for what it was to any hostile inquirer. But a few public peepholes were deemed essential to order. The colored images of Sniveret and his bodyguard showed clearly on the screen. Turcomy raised his arm slightly. "Eager beaver," he commented to his aide. "Out native hunting, if I know my own diplomats. Well, he shall have one." He crossed to the adjoining room, a branch of the radio station. Here, a live schematic on the wall represented a diagram of the city, its moving lights indicating the whereabouts of those Partousians and terrestrials who were Turcomy's shadow column. Identifying one of those lights with its individual number, Turcomy dialed in on the radiophone and began speaking at once. "Calling you, E336. Listen in, code Topster and one follower are standing at the corner of Esrop and Fandalen. You are nearest shadow to them. Proceed to them, engage them as briefed. Make it good. I'll be listening. Out." Turcomy returned to the screen in the other room. In but a few seconds a terrestrial rounded the corner, nearly blundering into signatory Sniveret. "I'm afraid we Partousians take up a lot of room," the signatory said, speaking to him at once. "It's an odd law of the universe that tripeds always seem to have at least twice the bulk of bipeds, I suppose. By the way, you understand and speak Partousian?" "Of course," the Earthman replied with a hint of irritation. "It is a mark of culture to be able to speak your tongue. So vastly more elaborate is it than my own." "I see. You admire Partousian culture, then. Are you a stranger here by any chance, sir?" "Well, it happens that I am. This is my first visit to Earth," said the signatory. "Very interesting, sir. Then you can hardly know the intense competition that we bipeds undergo for the privilege of serving in your wonderful commission city, and so being in contact with a real civilization. Don't you find it irksome to be enclosed in that air suit for most of the time you are in the city? Even heaven must have its disadvantages, sir." And with that the terrestrial nodded cordially and passed on. The signatory made no attempt to analyze the conversation. He was almost wholly dazed by the biped's face. This was the first time for many years he had seen these creatures closely, other than in photostats. He recognized the shock he was undergoing. It was chiefly a moral shock. These terrestrials had their private features, their mouths and other orifices prominently on display, in a manner distasteful to him. His reaction, in short, was a limited, egocentric one. "I'm out of training," he said to himself gloomily. "I'm getting old. Perhaps I ought to never have come here. But how obscene their faces are." Ignoring Ragball, he walked heavily back to the palace and shut himself in his suite, ignoring even Roeflery. For the first time he felt fully his burden of responsibility. He had come to find out the truth, but truth was notoriously an elusive thing on all the 4 million planets they had colonized. The Partousi had found only local variants of it. In a complex universe, truth, like time, might be both subjective and objective, with no reconciliation possible between them. Suddenly the signatory was lonely and homesick. He fancied that the air, even here in the heart of the commission, was tainted with the beastly smell of oxygen. All that evening he kept unsociably to his rooms. Parshar-Valam was far from displeased with this. He had not dared to wire the signatorial suite, but hoped that his distinguished visitor might perhaps be feeling homesick. Snivert's homesickness passed, however, as his analytical brain got to work. His capacious, germ-trained memory played him backward for word the brief conversation he had had with the terrestrial outside. He had no means of judging empirically, but intuitively he fancied the thing was a little forced. Some of the biped's phrases hardly rang true, even although the fact that it had been speaking a language not its own. Even heaven must have its disadvantages. How pat was that? And the phrase, we bipeds, would the member of an isolated 5C culture ever refer to itself in such a way? No, something phony here. Its arrival, too, the only terrestrial about, arriving suddenly and hastily as if it ordered to the spot, and its departure, as if, bellying all it said, it was glad to beat a retreat. Or could I be imagining too much? Raising himself on one flange, Sniverett called in Gazer Rafoolery for a conference. Par Sharvalam was calling a conference at roughly the same time. Gary Chowler sat primarily before him in a chair that looked like a doll's chair compared with the one the commissioner used. We have known each other ever since I came to Earth, Par Sharvalam said to his chief interpreter. I feel we know each other well, as far as that is possible between alien races. No doubt you realize how I have always tried to do my best for you, somewhat recalcitrant peoples. Now that best has been questioned. I tell you this in confidence, Gary Towler, that the signatory who is visiting us has come on a tour of inspection, determined to prove that there is widespread corruption under my command. This signatory, Sniverett, is merely a pawn of Parthusian high politics, which seeks to replace me with one of their number, a dictator who will inevitably crush Earth and all its peoples. So that was to be Shav's ostensible attitude, Towler reflected. In a word, keep me here or you'll get someone worse. The threat was blunt, yet the line of approach was subtle enough. He nodded submissively, continuing to listen. You can see then, Gary Towler, that we have in our midst a threat to your future as well as mine. With your help it can be met, I say. You are my chief interpreter. You are going to be personally attached to the signatory for the duration of his stay. It will be an honor, Towler said, reflecting that a lie to an alien diplomat was a service to Earth. An honor, yes, and a grave duty which will not go unrewarded. Affairs at present are unsettled here. You speak Parthusian like one of us. The signatory naturally speaks no Earthian dialect. In his contacts with all natives, he will consequently be in your hands. You must see to it that he hears no opinions that are ill-informed or spiteful, or lack understanding of the difficulties with which I have to cope. Anything that might be called prejudicial against our present regime must not reach Sniverett's ears. In short, you must be interpreter and censor. Is this perfectly clear? Very clear, sir. If a native says all our metal is exported, I translate this to the signatory as none of our metal is exported. The comb on Par Sharvalam's turret head rustled. He stood up. See, you are subtle about it, Gary Towler, he said, towering over the Earthian. I make you no threats, but you will be carefully watched. I understand. Excellent. One of Arm Marshal Turcomi's officers will brief you thoroughly on what is required after you leave here, and you will report to the signatory in the morning. Understood? Towler stood up and nodded. Will that be all, sir? No. The wide arms stretched out imperiously. A further thing, and here I speak more personally. No terrestrial has ever been to Parthusi, the Queen Planet itself. If this impertinent visit passes successfully, I swear to you that you shall go to there afterwards, taking with you whom you will for company. Many oxygen breathers live there in specially constructed cities. You would be comfortable, and what is more, you would be famous, As the only terrestrial, you could name your own price on 3D, dreamy, or freak personality shows, and which would appeal to your altruistic nature more. You would be your planet's ambassador, able to speak freely in its favor, and if Partusi does not appeal, you and your companion can go to any Earth-type planet you care to name, without strings attached. Go away and think about this well. Towler bit his lip. Here was the offer that Rivars had predicated Parsharvalam would make. It was, as predicted, considerable, compared with the Patriot leader's offer of 10 acres and a house. It was more than considerable. The mere promise of a journey half across the galaxy was enough to dizzy a temperament like Towler's. Never for a minute had the little interpreter considered making a bargain with Parsharvalam. Yet just to hear his offer brought sudden pleasure. It showed him how, even at his age, new doors might magically open, and if Elizabeth would go with him through these doors. He left the room shaky, the burst of pleasure fading. His path seemed no longer clear-cut. The moral confusion in his mind was painful. Yet, rather than try to clear it, he superimposed on it one question. Could he not serve both Rivars and himself? Would not, in other words, some way present itself whereby he could give Sniverit Rivars piece of evidence, whatever that was, and whenever it came, without Parsharvalam's learning that he had done so? Desperately, Towler needed to think. Before going to see Turcomi for briefing on what was to be said to the signatory, he turned into the interpreter's off-duty room, taking off his helmet as he came through the airlock into it. Silence fell. 4 people turned to survey his entry, suddenly stopping their conversation for it. Confused, Towler also paused, then went towards them. They were Elizabeth, Lardning, Cheadle, and Wedman, the latter two being generally attached to the palace police. Only Elizabeth smiled at Towler. She asked simply, "What's going to happen?" "Shav has appointed me the interpreter to be attached to Sniverit during his visit," he said. Chettle grunted. Their reaction was hostile, but without surprise. "Then you should get the chance to tell Sniverit how bad things really are here," Wedman said. "It may be difficult to get him alone. You know, we'll be watched." The words casually spoken brought Chettle up close to him. Cy Chettle was a little dark man with hairy fists, one of which he brought up to Towler's chest now. "Listen, Gary. This week is our one big chance, and we aren't going to mess it up. If you haven't got the guts to let this Sniverit know what goes on, bring him in here and we'll tell him. The big brass would soon boot out Shav if they found he was a dangerous fanatic." Towler stepped back a pace, his face grim. "Get your facts right, Cy. Chav's not a fanatic. Fanaticism burns itself out. Chav will never tire. Cruelty, extortion, oppression, they're not a way of life to him, they're a hobby. That's why he's more dangerous than you realize." "If you feel like that, what are you waiting for?" Lardning asked, more curiosity than anger in his voice. "Because he is dangerous, because we are being watched, because the situation is more subtle than you know." He should not have said that. The subtlety chiefly existed in his own personal situation, yet it silenced them all except Elizabeth. "I don't see the subtlety, Gary," she said. "The position is clear enough. Sniverit must get the facts that Shav is trying to hide. Shav's getting worse every day. He nearly killed Clotilda early this afternoon. Yesterday, one of the computer girls disappeared, and it looks as if he took her." Peter Lardning took gentle hold of her upper arm. "I'll speak to Sniverit myself," he said. "I'm not afraid of any null." "Nor am I," Towler said in a choking voice, moving forward. "Then why don't you prove it?" Lardning said almost in a whisper. They were all rigid, Elizabeth staring fixedly at Towler. He clenched his fist and raised it. Lardning knocked it contemptuously down with an open hand. "Go to hell, Towler," he said, "but see you fix Sniver first." He started for the airlock door, Chettle and Wedman picking up their breathing helmets and following him. "Don't you see, you fools?" Towler shouted at their backs. "We don't have to do a thing. This Sniveret will find out how the wind blows for himself." Lardning turned and beckoned to Elizabeth. "Come on," he said impatiently. "I think I'll stay here," she said. The door slammed and she was alone with Towler. Towler seized her wrists, tears of shame in his eyes. He needed to say so much, that from the humiliating scene his real self had been absent, that he was braver than they guessed, that he had great dreams for her, hope. "Oh, Elizabeth, I love you dearly," he blurted. To his amazement, he found she was in his arms, that this tall, beloved figure was pressed to his, that he was fervently kissing her neck. He drew his head back to look into her eyes. They burned with the same excitement as his. The whole tigerish rectangle of her face was new, transformed. He was laughing, running a hand through her amazing hair. "Why?" he asked. "Why, Elizabeth, why?" "Seeing you facing them, I suddenly realized a glimpse of your whole life, its loneliness, its integrity. Oh, Gary!" They were laughing until he kissed that soft predatory mouth. For months he had been separated from her. When her work had taken her to a Levitine subcommission, he knew then she had seen more of Lardning than of him recently. Yet always that peculiar sympathy had existed between them, making the time they were apart of a little account. His love and gratitude rose like a mist. She alone here knew the double game being constantly played. Chapter 8. Evening came again to the city, the lower angstrom output lowering the tensions generated during that day. Outside the city, true evening was still several hours away. On the Varn heights, where men and those like men fought and died, the sun shone, laying a thin and useless compress on the wounds that bled there. The city kept its own time, was its own world, marked its own crisis. For most of its oppressed terrestrial inhabitants, it might have been a spaceship adrift in intergalactic night, so slight was their contact with their native Earth. Yet change exists even in the most unchanged environment. The city itself was not the old city, only a smaller and newer version of it. For the terrestrials who lived there, this change was minute, yet it was detectable, and made some indefinable difference in their lives. And there was more evident change. A section of open ground lay at one end of the native quarter of the city. Here Par Sharvalam, playing the enlightened despot, had caused some sort of fair to be erected for the duration of the Sniveret's visit. As a fair it was poor enough. Annull had his own ideas of entertainment, and did not indulge them in public as most biped races were accustomed to. Moreover, many of the attractions had not been adapted to the physical and mental capabilities of a subject race. There was a type of cinema, for instance, showing films only capable of resolution by a three-eyed species like Nulls. For all this, the fair had a certain kind of success among the sensation-starved terrestrials of the city. At least the cafes scattered here and there about the grounds were well patronized. Gary Towler sat contentedly enough in one of the tables, sipping a mild stimulant. He had arranged to meet Elizabeth here, and already his mood was lighter than it had been for some while. For the first time he saw the city dwellers in something like a festive mood. Out in the crumbling Earth cities, some of the local cultures still survived. Here in this alien race they had long ago died, yet it was possible sitting here under an awning waiting for an attractive woman to believe that joie de vivre might spring up again. A few couples were attempting self-consciously to dance to canned Partousian pop music. He realized it was time Elizabeth arrived. Leaving the cafe, he began to move among the amusements. Of a sudden, he caught sight of Elizabeth across the park. She was walking rapidly with Chettle on one side of her, Wedman on the other. A stab of jealousy caught at Towler as he noticed the two interpreters. Hastily he began to follow, and the jealousy yielding to a premonition of trouble. The three figures moved ahead of him through the thin crowd. When Towler nearly up to them, they disappeared in a round building. A drab gray, the round building announced itself as a place of entertainment only by the neon sign saying Jamboree over its entrance. Indecisively, Towler stopped. He had no wish to intrude. Ordinarily he might have turned away, but today a sense of crisis was upon him. Fishing out 3 Bicas's piece, he thrust it into the robot doorman. The door slid back, and he pushed forward into the building. Inside the circular chamber was dimly lit. The cacophonous funeral waltz thumped oppressively at his eardrums. Some 100 seats, large ones built for nulls, were ranged round a central machine. Each seat was equipped with a kind of adjustable headpiece. This might have been a secret courtroom or even an operating theater. Certainly it hardly looked like a place of entertainment. It was deserted except for Elizabeth and the 2 police interpreters. "Gary," Elizabeth called with a note of unmistakable relief as she saw him enter. She started to come to him, but Chettle caught her by a slender waist. "Stay here," he ordered. "Towler, what do you want?" "I want Miss Fallodoon." "We're talking to her. Clear off." "No, wait a minute," Wedman said. He approached Towler casually. "Perhaps you'd better stay here. What we've got to say does concern you indirectly." "All I need," Towler began. That was as far as he got. Unexpectedly, Wedman had flung himself forward and delivered a terrific blow at Towler's solar plexus. The interpreter doubled up and fell, groaning. Elizabeth cried out. Chettle also was disconcerted. He had imagined till now that Wedman was the man who took the orders. "What did you do that for?" he asked. "It wasn't necessary." "It's obvious, isn't it? Better to have Towler where we can keep an eye on him. We don't know whose side he's on. Look at the way he followed us here. He's in Shav's pay, most likely. The fewer risks we take, the better. Come and give me a hand with him, quickly. Elizabeth, you stay where you are. Towler is going to be quite safe." Together, Chettle and Wedman half-lifted, half-dragged Towler into the nearest seat. The blow had stunned him. He offered no resistance. "Better buckle him in here," Wedman said. There were arm and leg clamps which snapped over him. Derisively, Wedman brought the headpiece down till he fitted over the back of Towler's head, over his temples, half around his throat. "You'll do just fine there for a while," he said in a whisper. Then he surveyed the auditorium. Just inside the entrance was a small control cubicle. Moving rapidly, Wedman went over to it and fiddled with switches. As he pressed one, the lights went off. Flicking them on again, he tried the next switch and the next. The entrance door slid tight. "Good. Now we'll not be disturbed again," he said grimly, coming back to Chettle and the girl. "Let me deal with Elizabeth," Chettle said in a quiet voice. The byplay with Towler had made him more uneasy than before. "Go ahead. You know I like them plumper." Chettle caught sight of Elizabeth's face, cold and still, only her eyes betraying her anger. He knew they had begun the wrong way to win her cooperation. In an unexpectedly gentle voice, he said, "Elizabeth, I'm sorry about all this. Really sorry. We're not a couple of thugs, but now there's a crisis on. Wedman's the nervous kind. Gary Towler's not hurt badly. We're not doing this for our sakes, but for everyone's." "The end, as usual, justifying the means," she said coolly. "All right, Sci. What do you want of me now that you have me locked in here?" "We want you to kill Parshar tonight," Wedman broke in harshly. The nature of consciousness had changed, turning itself inside out, to observe only the reverberating pain messages which, liberating themselves from Towler's stomach, plunged all over his system like startled fish. Long before those messages ceased, another signal came demanding attention, growing to dominance. This signal told Towler he was a null. Gradually, he became, through his human pain, more and more aware that he was inhuman. He was 10 feet high. He was cylindrical. He moved slowly across a vast room in which two other nulls stood, their arms interlocking. Now they took hold of him, bending him backwards in a way grotesque yet delightful. Their eye stalks interlocked. Encouraged, he was laying a sort of egg, a slippery black-streaked ball of thick jelly, which the other two nulls took up. The slippery ball was passed under one arm and then another, moved with a curious dexterity as if it was itself alive. A horror like a toothache gnawed Towler. Sluggishly he opened one eye. He was still a null, but now through the shapes of his two companions he saw three bipeds talking together. One was a female. With a terrible effort of mind he recognized her as someone he loved. Even the name came back, Elizabeth. At that the hallucination in his mind slightly slipped. Now he seemed to be both null and human. Trying to clear his vision, he shook his head. Wedman had fitted the headpiece without care. Now it loosened a little. He became more aware of himself, of his surroundings. Still he was partly a null, executing now a strange kind of natal dance, but he also realized he was undergoing a jamboree. In this circular building, a mechanical adaptation of the principles of trance had been applied commercially. The headpiece was inducing thoughts of supposedly pleasant nature. Presumably, if Towler had been a null, they would have been very pleasant. Feebly, Towler tried to clear his head of the thundering images, but as long as he was clamped in the seat, the performance would go on. Now his arms were tightly interlocked with the other two nulls. They bore the egg between them, warm against their cylindrical bodies, yet at the same time he could hear something of what the three humans were saying. "What is more, we can guarantee to get you safely away afterwards, right off the planet," one of them was saying. "The freighter Jabora, which brought Sniveret, leaves for Saturn tomorrow. The oxygen breathers among its crew have shore leave here in the city tonight. Wedman and I have spoken to one of them, who will guarantee he can get you aboard, unseen, and hide you in an empty freshwater tank." "I can't do it, Sci," the girl called Elizabeth replied. Hers was the ideal beauty, hers the legs of a gazelle. Attempts have been made on Shav's life before, all of them totally unsuccessful. A null's a hard thing to kill. I'm not strong enough. Their hides are almost bulletproof. Their flesh too solid. We've got a foolproof scheme, the other of the two men said impatiently. You are an interpreter on night duty in Shav's office tonight. Provoke him into taking hold of you. They danced, now intertwined, each with one arm extended, round and round giddily, the egg as a pivot between them. their legs gouged into the earth, raining up a dust, wrapping them in obscurity. The noise they made reverberated in every corridor of their being. You know his curious streak about women. We'll give you a knife. We've got it here. When he raises you in his arms, strike under them. That's where his vital spot is, under his arms. I can't do it. We'll be on hand if anything goes wrong. I can't do it. They were not tired, they were inspired. Now the egg was the center of the reeling universe, and the universe was triple. All came in threes, all order, all abandon. 3 gods, 3 bodies, 3 points to the compass. You can't expect me to do it. It's crazy. We must. It's a lot to ask, but it's the only way. It's a fool's way, Sci. This has all been argued before any number of times. If Shav were even hurt, Terracomi would have every one of us in the city killed. Maybe, but with Snivert here, his hands will be tied. Nonsense. He'd kill Snivert too and blame us for his death. No more arguing, Elizabeth. We've got to try this. It's a chance, but we've got to try it. See your dopey-looking boyfriend there? Either you agree to try tonight, or I cut his throat. I can't. You're crazy, Sci. Don't let him. Towler'd be no loss. Don't, please. Cooperate, then, for God's sake. Watch me. Through the fertility dance he saw them approach, but even the 3 were now one, the ultimate. They whirled blind to the universe, twisted in a crater of their own making, boring with the sharp flanges of their legs into the ground from which they had come. And now their arms lifted high above their heads, lips touching, and no more secrets. No more secrets. Even the heavy knife sharpened into a dagger which pressed against his throat meant nothing against the terrible union of that dance. Even Elizabeth's painful cry did not fully pierce his trance. Nothing could save him as Wedman leant forward, except the sudden bursting inward of the entrance door. 2 of Tercomi's men stood there, lugging with them the fearsome Parthusian version of a gun. They lunged forward with that graceless, seal-like walk. Wedman's nerve went. Dropping the knife, he flung himself in a panic under the nearest seat, scrambling on hands and knees to escape. The gun exploded. A square yard of the amphitheater disintegrated. The farm circuit was broken. Towler's mind was suddenly free of that erotic whirl, and the clamps on his arms and legs snapped up of their own accord. Wedman burst apart into gluttonous morsels of flesh and marrow. The police lumbered forward. Cy Chettle stood trembling where he was until they reached him. He offered no resistance. As they led him away into a waiting 3-wheeler, it drove off. Silence fell. Gasping, Towler pulled himself to his feet. Quite apart from any pain he experienced, he felt emotionally drained. He made his legs move. Stiffly, he went over to Elizabeth and put an arm around her shoulder. She had not stirred since the police broke in. Her face was white, her full lips sucked in, and when he touched her, it was as if a spell broke. "You see? We're spied on all the time," she said in a whisper. "How did they know what was going on in here? How did they arrest the conspirators and let us go free?" He laughed shakily, his courage coming back at the feel of her. Yet according to the laborers who helped erect these buildings, there was no wiring used but the required work to the actual device. But heavens, Elizabeth, I have it. A delightful bit of Parthusi cunning. In the headpieces, an electrode induces impressions into the mind. It can receive outgoing impressions too. In other words, it can see what's going on in my mind. "It's a plausible guess," she said doubtfully. "Darling, it's more than a guess. My blurred impressions of what Chettle and Wedman we're saying to you must have been transmitted straight through to police headquarters here. Nice, eh? As soon as they saw there was a plot against Shav, they came and nabbed the conspirators just in time. Now she was more relaxed. She took his hand, stroking it, looking at him closely. Her searching look resolved into a smile. And you, the real plotter, got clean away. Fortunately, I was too muddled to think about friend Rivars, so with a fine gesture of contempt they leave us to our own devices. As he mentioned the name Rivars, his mind clouded. The mysterious piece of evidence had still not arrived from the leader. Mastering himself, he smiled and took her arm. Then the dagger that Wedman had threatened him with caught his eye. It lay gleaming dully in the aisle. Glancing guiltily round, he stopped, picked it up, and thrust it into his pocket. Then he took Elizabeth's arm again. It's still not late. Let's go and get a drink and something to eat at one of the new cafes. It'll do you good. Sliding her hand into his, she walked beside him back into the park. Now the place was almost deserted. The appearance of the police had evidently knocked the heart out of everyone's enjoyment. Indeed, Towler thought grimly, what cause for enjoyment was there? Tomorrow he would have to face Sniver, the unknown quantity. Despondently, as they turned into the nearest empty cafe, he set himself the task of being light-hearted. They sat talking in the cafe for an hour. They sat together in the cafe for an hour, talking or compatibly silent, until it was time for Elizabeth to go on night duty. But now their taut nerves had relaxed. Towler escorted her back to their official quarters before returning home. The place seemed as drab and empty as the inside of the box. Only Peter Lardning was in the off-duty room as they entered, his shift of work over. Glancing up at them both, with raised eyebrows, he said casually, "So, we hear you've had an eventful evening?" He waved a hand at a notice still glittering wetly on the notice board. Towler and Elizabeth went to read it. It announced simply that under the Colonial Conspiracies Act, Interpreter Wedman had been executed, and Interpreter Chettle would be executed tomorrow for their involvement in a plot to murder high and null officials. "Well," Towler said interrogatively, turning to Lardning. He disliked the expression on the younger man's face. "Well, rumor has it that the police came to rescue you from Chettle and Wedman, that you summoned them." "Rumor's wrong, Lardning. Do you think Shav cares which of us lives or dies?" "In your case, I do. People in the park witnessed most of the incident. Whatever you are playing at, Towler, tread very carefully, or somebody will see you're put quietly out of the way." He looked at Elizabeth as he spoke, and added almost to himself, "And then who would look after his lovely creature?" Chapter 9. Morning came, but with it no word or sign from Rivars. Since his visit to Rivars' hideout, Towler had deliberately avoided all his underground contacts, lest either he or they were under suspicion. They would get in touch with him when they needed to. He prayed that the evidence would soon arrive. It would jolt him into making up his mind as to what he should do. Until then he could only carry on playing the part Rivars had instructed him to play, wondering ceaselessly if Parsharvalam's offer could be trusted. Towler had no way of knowing that before the day was out. A third offer would be made to him. Whatever Rivars was doing, he was not idle. His troops, after a stiff engagement with the Starjan force, had driven them back into the broken territory of the Varan Heights. All the while, Terracomi's forces were holding a line to keep the combat from swinging towards the not-so-distant city. Yet Rivars had foxed them, leading a small mounted guerrilla column himself. He had slipped through the Parthusian lines and devastated the small oil town of Ashgar, from which much of the city's oil was drawn. Ashgar, unprotected by force screens, suffered casualties, and both null and human. The blow to null self-confidence and esteem was well planned. Before the opposition could find him, River's column was away again, fading into the light in the forest. When Towler, primed by Tercomi and looking meeker than he left and he felt, was brought before Sniveret and his retinue, the signatory was preoccupied with the details of the Ashgar raid. "You come of a bellicose species," were his first words to Towler. "Yet we are not conquerors. We desire only peace, sir." "Then why don't you accept the peace Parthusi offers you?" Towler fell silent. For as long as was necessary, he must act like a contented colonel. Parshar Valam would know of it if he did not. His officers loitered here now in this small council chamber, and he would be whipped away, unable to help anyone, even himself. His job must be to propitiate the signatory as far as possible until the moment came to drop all the pretenses, reveal the incontrovertible evidence, and cast himself upon Sniveret's mercy. Sniveret's hide, at least where it was not covered by his uniform, was a milky gray patterned with fine wrinkles. He loomed above Towler, adding his silence to the interpreter's until at last he spoke. "By doing such things as destroying oil wells, you spoil your own material heritage. How does this affect you personally?" "Well, how can I be responsible for such an act? That is far from being an answer. Interpreter, I hope you have wits enough to know it. Let me ask you another question. Suppose you and I are dissimilar inwardly as we are outwardly. For what reason, then, when I am back on Parthusi, should we not send each other letters?" "By doing such things as destroying Sniveret's hide, at least where it was not covered by his uniform, was a milky gray patterned with fine wrinkles. He loomed above Towler, adding his silence to the interpreter's until at last he spoke. By doing such things as destroying oil wells and spoil your own material heritage. How does this affect you personally? How can I be responsible for such an act? That is far from being an answer. Interpreter, and I hope you have wits enough to know it. Now, let me ask you another question. Suppose you and I are as dissimilar inwardly as we are outwardly. For what reason, then, when I am back on Parthusi, should we not send each other letters?" This baffled Towler, not knowing what order of answer was expected of him. On impulse he answered with a faint smile, "Because there is no correspondence between us." The old Null raised an arm slightly, his comb rippling. "Not only does that show me your excellent command over our language, Interpreter Towler, it shows that there is some kind of correspondence between us, if you terrestrials are capable of joking. Or perhaps it is an inability you caught from us." It was Towler's turn to be silent, furious at this patronage. However pleased he was to find he had evidently passed some form of test. Sniveret patted him clumsily on the back, causing Towler to bump his forehead on the glass of his air helmet, as if this was a signal. Rofullery stepped forward. "You can hold yourself in readiness to come with us out of the city, Interpreter," he said. "The Commissioner had arranged a full-scale inspection of the city for us today, but we have postponed it because of this attack on Ashgar." The signatory and I wish to go out overland to see for ourselves what is happening there. You will accompany us. The commissioner will also be in the party." This outing was not to Parsharvalam's taste. He had no mind to risk his own neck, nor was he keen to have the death of his distinguished visitor on his hands. That would look very suspicious far away on Partusi. Since Sniveret's request could not be refused outright, Parsharvalam laid every possible obstruction in the other's way, and it was not till midday that the small contingent moved off. In one armored car rode Sniveret, Parsharvalam, and Towler. In another were Tokami, Ragbal, and Rofalry. Escorting them came 2 high-powered Muron defense trucks, the next best thing to the impenetrable force screens, which could not be raised without heavy and elaborate equipment. They bowled smartly along one of the beautiful roads until reaching a certain checkpoint. Here they halted while the screens were damped, allowing them to drive through onto an unprotected and inferior paved way through chalky country. For Towler, while the aliens sat in clumsy airsuits, it was an absolute joy to breathe the cold breeze. For Towler, while the aliens sat in clumsy airsuits, it was an absolute joy to breathe the cold breeze. The very meaning of life seemed to inhabit each lungful of air he took. This vital stuff Elizabeth should be breathing too. "How long is it since you were outside the commission city?" Sniveret inquired, turning to him. 10 years, sir." "Why aren't you allowed to leave?" "I am allowed, but refuse it. I have no connections outside the city." That was cunning, Towler thought. One lie for Shab, one lie for himself. "My parents of the village of London died long ago." "You have friends inside the city?" "Naturally I have, sir." "Are you a lonely man, interpreter?" "All men are lonely, sir." "Does not your habit of answering uniformatively make you more lonely than most men?" No answer from Towler. Parsharvalam's delaying tactics in the morning had allowed Turkami enough time to stage the events of the afternoon. Neither Null had any intention of letting the investigation team get near the real Ashgar. Their chief consideration here was discretion. A powerful Null family had purchased the Ashgar oil concession and settled on the spot. During River's night raid, the family had been decimated, leaving 2 senior members to roar against Parsharvalam's folly. The truth was that indirectly they were as much victims of his oppression as the bipeds themselves, for all the financial advantages accruing. These Nulls could have complained direct to Sniveret in his own language, nor would Parsharvalam have been able to stop them telling the truth. Therefore, Sniveret could only be allowed to believe he had been to Ashgar. Accordingly, a fake Ashgar was established in an area of perfect safety that had been cleared of Ryvar's forces. The native labor which had been wounded at Ashgar was transported here to lend realism to the scene. Fires were started. Other people were brought from the city to increase the confusion. Partusian soldiery in operational kit moved about in business-like fashion, occasionally discharging annihilators at an imaginary enemy. The armored cars drew up, sheltered by a fern-covered bank. "I don't think we'd better go any further, signatory," Parsharvalam said. "We are only a few hundred yards from the firing line." The party climbed down, standing in the road rather helplessly without speaking. 2 miles away beyond foreground cover stood a line of wooded hills, their very silence seeming an indication of the presence of enemy forces. An ambulance sped hurriedly by, flying only 2 feet above the ground and making for Commission Hospital. A burly Null officer came up, bowed smartly, and consulted with Turkemy in a monotone. Sniveret and Rafullery stood sniffing the air like old war horses. The excitement of battle played its little drum in their veins, making them feel young and restless. With a whiff of freedom in his nostrils, Towler too was restless. Ryvars could not be so far away, yet there was no way of contacting him, nor would the Patriot leader know he was here, away from the city. To complete Parsavalam's spurious picture, a slow stream of terrestrial refugees brought specially to the spot from the commission for this performance straggled past the two stationary vehicles, clutching bundles or humping sacks. Towler, as ignorant as the signatory about what was really happening, felt his heart go out to these people. "The attackers came through the woods behind us," Turkemy announced, thus taking Ashgar from its least defensible side. "As you heard in the briefing yesterday, the Civil War has not spread this far, until last night. Obviously, both sides are interested in the oil. We export most of it. They would put it to military use. Why was not your arm in greater strength at such a strategic point?" Sniveret asked. The arm marshal rippled his comb. "Colonial regulations allow me only 500 nulls for the planet, sir. It is too little, but we must abide by the regulations." Towler felt a strong urge to vomit. A tired group of refugees were moving past them. Gazer Rafullery pointed with his cane to an old woman staggering by with a suitcase, her face stained by sweat and dirt. "Ask that one where she is making for," he said to Towler. Halting the old woman gently, Towler translated the question for her. She listened, her eyes still fixed anxiously down the road, before she turned to him. The look she gave him, although full of hopelessness, had nevertheless a little core of personal anger in it for him, a fraternizer with the aliens. It jarred Towler, as if biting into a soft fruit. He had split a tooth on the stone. "They took me from the commission. Now I'll have to make my way back to the commission on foot," she said. "And I'm not getting a bikasis for doing it." Not entirely understanding this answer, Towler still had the presence of mind to give it the required propaganda slant when translating it to the Psycho Watch Null. "She says she is making for the safety of the commission." "Ask her what has happened at her home," Rafullery ordered. The old woman stood there, mulling over the question when it was repeated to her, disregarding the other refugees brushing past her. "Tell the ugly bastard I don't know what he's talking about. He must know more about this stunt than I do. I don't know a thing." The old lady is dazed. She does not seem to understand you. "Ask if her home has been destroyed. She must understand that." "I don't know what is happening here," Towler said to her. "You must try to help me. Was your home destroyed in last night's attack?" "I've got one room in Commission City, which is okay. I was brought out here this morning, and now I'm getting back. As to what's happening here, I tell you, I know nothing. Any more silly questions?" Glancing at Parsavalam's comb, Towler saw a certain tension there, the commissioner regretting not having briefed Towler thoroughly on the situation beforehand. Hesitating, playing for safety, Towler said to Rafullery, "She says that Ryvar's men destroyed her house early this morning. Ask her where the rest of her family is." "Where is the rest of your family?" "Oh, go to the devil," said the old lady, moving off. "She says all dead, sir," Towler reported. His hesitancy had lent the little incident a weight it would not otherwise have had. Sniveret had listened with absolute interest. He now came forward, speaking in a low voice to Parsavalam. Just how reliable is this interpreter, Commissioner? He seems to me to be holding something back. I would like you to personally interrogate one of these refugees. Ask them if they think we are taking stern enough measures against the rebels. A moment of difficulty had slipped into something far worse. Parshavalam drew himself up stiffly. I have every faith in my interpreter, he said. Some of these natives speak a villainous dialect, which no doubt made his task a little difficult. Nevertheless, I would like you to interrogate one of these creatures, insisted Sniveret. Try this fat creature approaching with the little one on its back. This time there could be no evasion. I do not personally speak their barbaric tongue, Parshavalam said with dignity. They have many different dialects over the globe, all of them illogical. Sniveret turned around and appeared to be minutely examining a bush. At last he spoke in a low voice. Commissioner, does it not seem to you that for some understanding of the native's habits, his laws, his customs, his religion, his ceremonies, his philosophy, his literature, his history, for some understanding of all or any of these vital things, does it not seem necessary to you to have a knowledge of his language? You are assuming, signatory sir, that an understanding of these things helps a governor to govern. On this wretched planet it is not so. Sniveret's comb was flushed and angry. What you say is tantamount to an admission that you govern without understanding, he said quietly. Very far from it. Justice is one thing, whomever it is applied to. That assumption is the very basis of our legal and administrative systems. Very far from it. Justice is one thing, whomever it is applied to. That assumption is the very basis of our legal and administrative systems. A tremendous explosion to one side of them broke the tension. Earth stones and clods scattered high, showering the party. The whole group of Partousians dropped clumsily to the ground for protection, floundering in their air suits. After a minute of silence, they raised their heads. Another explosion sent them prone again. The enemy are counter-attacking, Parshavalam said. That requires very little understanding. It is my duty, signatory, to see you back to safety. If you please, we will leave now and return to the city as expediently as possible. In that moment, Towler saw clearly that this whole maneuver was a deception. He could identify the noise of the explosion as a stereosonic one. The Patriots did not possess these latest field weapons, which Sniveret would never have heard in action. The two explosions were therefore a diversion staged by Parshavalam's own side, impressive but harmless. Towler recalled that Turcomi had quietly left their party a moment ago. The armed marshal had saved a trying situation with an impromptu bang. Angrily, Towler remembered what the old refugee woman had said, and now her meaning was clear. Wherever they were not near Ashgar. Whatever the truth was, Sniveret would not find it here. Towler himself did not know what was happening. Now he was alarmed. Parshavalam's plans started 2 years ago were maturing. Unless a spoke was put in them, they would succeed. As they bundled back into the vehicles without too much dignity, Turcomi returned solid, slow, every inch a soldier. "There's no danger, gentlemen," he said. "It just happens that we were within range of the rebel guns. If we withdrew rapidly up the next side, we might be in time to see our countermeasures." They lurched forward. The side road climbed a hill. When Turcomi announced that they were out of the imaginary danger, the party halted and looked back across the quiet countryside. "Ah, the countermeasures," Parshavalam exclaimed, pointing ahead. Over the line of wooded hills to their front, played a momentary strange light. Valleys, streams, silent woods, all were picked out clearly for a second before vanishing entirely. Steaming red earth sagged and gasped like a broken mouth where no patriot had been. 10 square miles of country had been sacrificed to the commissioner's little charade. "Ah, give 'em a bit of their own medicine," Gazer Rufflery exclaimed. His comb had turned very pallid. Towler also was pale. Turcome's 500 tufts were more than ample. 50 of them could reduce all Earth to red ruin in a week. Given this encouragement, he was both impressed and shattered by this show of force. So evidently were Sniveret and Rufflery. They rode back to the city in rapt silence. Chapter 10. They were back in the impenetrable security of the city, and here Towler felt was the greatest danger to himself. He now had no man he could call a friend. After the execution of Chettle this morning he had been ostracized. Elizabeth was the only one who could defy the ban and still talk to him. He wanted to go to her. He was on duty and could not go. Bored, he sat at the back of a small conference room while Sniveret indulged in a post-mortem on his recent excursion. Towler hardly bothered to listen to his argument. Since the signatory had been provided with false premises, how could it matter what conclusion he came to? In a while, however, a more ponderous note in Sniveret's voice made him sit up. The signatory was rebuking the commissioner. "I cannot help feeling you were ill-advised to let this civil war break out at all," he was saying. "According to charter, we let these bipeds governing themselves as far as possible," Parshavlam replied. "They are primitive by nature and pugnacious by disposition. If they elect to fight each other, then it is unwise to forbid them, or the wave of bad feelings turns against us. You must know how difficult it is to deal with a planetary uprising. For one thing, reinforcements from other Vermilion Sector planets will always take too long to get here, so we prefer to let our terrestrial squabblers get on with it, containing the conflict by limiting their arms and movement. Ours must always be the gently guided hand." It was a smoother answer of the truth that Earth was in fact united in hatred of Partusi and Parsharvalam. None of the nulls present could catch a glimpse. Gazer Rufflery said, "Though I think you should press Castacorze. In the main, you are well advised to rule so liberally. Earth was once a frontier planet. It is no longer. I agree that the full-scale rebellion on anything but frontier planets are surprisingly difficult to put down." "What's that?" Turcomi demanded sharply. He had never had trouble in stamping down any show of insurrection. Why the distinction between frontier and colonial planets? "We have studied the problem carefully at Psychowatch," Rufflery answered. "Imagine the expanding sphere of Partusian influence as a balloon being blown up, space roots rather than air pressure causing its expansion. The balloon's surface represents our perimeter of conquest, the frontier planets. It is here we have to place the greatest concentration of our forces, as you know, our Marshal. Once a new planet comes inside the perimeter, in other words, when it is subdued, a commission is set up, and the main body of forces have to press ever on. Obviously enough, but the balloon analogy will also show you," Rufflery continued, ignoring Turcomi's interruption, "that the larger empire grows, the more thinly its forces are spread. As time goes by, we are less and less able to spare nulls and weapons from the perimeter areas to cope with trouble far behind their lines. Too much pressure on the frontier and the whole balloon collapses. That is why, recently, some rebel planets have been allowed to triumph and retain their independence. Only a comparatively weak blow is needed to knock them flat again. But that weak blow is often not worth the expense. In future, we must hold what we have. This is a lesson you should remember. When at last Towler was freed for the evening, he sought out Elizabeth in a whirl of excitement. He took her into his arms, pulling her up, folding his arms around her, pressing her to him. "You should have heard what Rolfullery let slip, darling." Perhaps he had forgotten I was there, or perhaps after the poor show I gave outside this afternoon, he thought I wouldn't understand. We were trying now merely to boot out Parsharvalam and get a just commissioner in this place. But from what Rolfullery says, it seems that if we could only overthrow the Nulls, the Empire would make no further effort to reclaim us. Earth just isn't that important. I can hardly believe it. They're too grasping to abandon anything. Well, that's what he said. Here under Shav, with a rigid censorship, it's impossible to know how the Empire actually fares. It must be more vulnerable than we believed. Oh, Elizabeth, if only we... He stopped. "What are you smiling at?" he asked. "This mood suits you," she said. "I've never seen you more animated. Darling, take care of yourself. Don't go looking for trouble." "I care nothing for myself, Elizabeth, everything for you. Earth means nothing to me. You are everything. I'd do anything to see you free and happy. Anything." They kissed, suddenly and ravenously, as if their lives depended on it. "Ah, Gary, dear, how curious the different view of you I've had in the last few days," she said at last, running a hand gently over his hair. "The breath of fresh air has done you good. You know, when I was first brought here 2 years ago, I thought of you all as captives. I suppose I despised you. Now I see that you at least have so much more to you. I told you, I've a tiger inside, even when I meow like a kitten," he said half-jokingly, drawing her down into a chair. "Then I hope you were right when you said I have one in me too. You see, I've never been fully roused. Gary, oh, Gary." Again, as his hand cupped her breast, she kissed him. His senses rose up like smoke. After a few minutes, he said to her, "Elizabeth, my love, let me speak to you in Parthusian." "Whatever for?" "Curiosity, really. You know how I feel about them, yet for me it's a pleasure to speak their tongue." Without a pause, he switched into that language, and at once it seemed as if his understanding of things altered, as if his perceptions as well as his words were translated to another plane. It's such an ancient tongue, Elizabeth. After a while you seem to feel its hoariness. Remember, it was established in its present form almost before there was true men on earth. It's hard to credit, isn't it? To me it has become almost a physical force. It has helped form me nearly as much as my environment has. "I don't wish to use it to you," Elizabeth said, speaking in Parthusian nevertheless. "It has none of the softness in it I wish for you. Talking it, I understand why the Nulls have no poets. Yes, it fits their nature, inflexible and without ardor. Yet undoubtedly this language has been a factor in their universal success and conquest. It's a language for soldiers, for rulers, for administrators." He broke off, laughed, and added in English, "But not a language for lovers, as you say. And at present I hardly want to talk at all. I'm mad, Elizabeth, mad. I could walk straight into Sniverett now and tell him everything. You must be careful, Gary. Whatever happens, things have got to go on as they are until you hear from Ryvars. He's the leader." Towler pulled an impatient face. "He's as fallible as the rest of us." "That's not true. He wouldn't be a leader if he was. We must wait until he sends the evidence for Sniverett." But the evidence did not come. and so another vital day of Sniveret's visit passed. Next morning, Towler was at the palace early. As he entered the alien personal wing, the daily 4-truck convoy was just leaving for the original city. It reminded Towler that without doubt, Parshravalam would have everyone back there within a fortnight, with many of their present potentials for freedom lost. Nobody spoke to him. Passing Peter Lardner in the corridor, Towler thought he detected a slight nod, but all the other interpreters studiously ignored him. "All right, you curs," he told himself. "You'll see." Yet he had to admit that what they would see he did not know. If he could find out how thoroughly Sniveret was being taken in by Parshravalam's bluff, he felt it might help. On this point at least, light was soon shed. Half the morning was spent idling about behind Sniveret, his secretary, his bodyguard, and Rofoolery. They were inspecting the treasury. Rofoolery, aided by the secretary, was going thoroughly through the records. Sniveret addressed a few questions via Towler to the terrestrial assistants present, but made no attempt to conceal his boredom. When at last they were finished, Sniveret made off smartly for his suite in the palace. "I want you to follow me, interpreter," he said. Towler did as he was told, trotting behind the 4 vast figures of Pertusians. He thought, as he so often had thought in moments of impotent fury during the last 10 years, if a Pertusian physically attacked me, I should be helpless, even with a knife. A knife was the only weapon he had. He still nursed beneath his tunic the weapon with which Wedman had tried to kill him in the Jamboree. Once in the signatorial suite, the aliens removed their airsuits. Towler stood stiff and wary in the middle of the room while the nulls relaxed. After 10 years of forced mixing with them, it could hardly be said that he found them strange. Yet, as they sank into chairs, he felt a wonder at the flipperness of their arms and legs, at the cylindrical immensity of their bodies. Gently but firmly, Sniveret shooed his secretary and bodyguard out of the room before turning to Towler. "Now then, Interpreter Towler," began Sniveret genially, "you and I must get to know each other a little better. My visit to Earth is only a brief one. I have only 5 more whole days left, but there is every reason why in that time we should be friends. Why don't you come and sit down?" "Thank you, sir. The chairs do not fit me, or I do not fit the chairs. I prefer to stand." "As you wish. You see, interpreter, very much depends upon the sort of understanding you and I reach. One must almost be dramatic and say that the future of Earth depends on it." When Towler did not respond, he made an impatient movement with his comb. "I do wish you'd sit down and make yourself as comfortable as possible, interpreter. You understand that what I am going to say is quite unofficial and need not be repeated outside these walls. Do you recall the name of Wattle Forley? He was a null who held the post of 3rd Secretary to the Commissioner until 2 years ago." "No," Towler said. "My work rarely brings me into contact with anyone but the 1st Secretary. No matter. I came here to make an investigation into terrestrial affairs. I wished for unescorted travel anywhere I desired, but the Commissioner thinks that owing to this present somewhat dangerous situation, this is not advisable. Obviously, this curtails my freedom to inquire. My schedule for the next 5 days is full. Nevertheless, it will hardly allow the opportunity for free observation that I required. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Indeed, yes." It was both obvious and encouraging. Sniveret had not swallowed Parshravalam's bait yet. He was still thinking independently. You may not understand as well as you think you do." Rufollery broke in severely. He moved restlessly, curling a leg. "All the signatory is saying is that naturally enough, the Commissioner wishes to show us the most favorable side of his establishment. We require a neutral view, again naturally enough." Danger signs flashed between the two nulls. "I am here to look for trouble," Snivert said. "For Trinity's sake, sit down, interpreter." "I would prefer to stand, sir, thank you." "Don't mistake me. All I wish to do is confirm that everything on Earth is as well run as it appears to be." At this, Rafullery's comb relaxed, but Snivert continued. "Some small points here and there, however, confuse the general scheme. You, for instance, speak our language very competently. Why were you so hesitant with the refugee woman at Ashkar yesterday morning? Were you translating accurately what she said?" "Yes, sir. I was somewhat scared, sir, knowing we were in an exposed position. Oh God, how long would he have to lie? Neither his friend Rivars nor his enemy Parsharvalam knew what they were demanding of him." Snivert smoothed his comb and said, "I am not a fool, interpreter. Having served in colonies myself, I am aware of the pressure you may be under. Let me put the situation to you in a nutshell. I am a plenipotentiary, with the full backing of the Colony Worlds Council, which has sent me here to investigate a charge of corruption and in particular exploitation." "It might be wiser, sir," Rafullery began, getting up, but Snivert ignored him entirely. "Let me say at once that a certain amount of exploitation is inevitable in any senior-junior relationship. With petty instances of this I am not concerned. What does concern me is how true may be some information I have that the Commissioner is virtually a dictator here, trampling over your terrestrials. Since you are the terrestrial here with which I have the closest contact, I naturally question you on the point. You need have no fear about answering me as your conscience sees fit." Towler maintained silence. Snivert's and Rafullery's eye stalks swiveled towards one another. The latter said something that Towler did not catch. Snivert nodded. "Wait here a moment, interpreter," he said. He and Rafullery lumbered into the next room, leaving Towler standing uncomfortably in his airsuit. One part of his mind registered the fact that these two nulls were obviously not in complete accord. Mainly he was full of worry. The fantastic idea seized him that they might torture him into speaking, that they had gone to fetch their tough rag ball for that purpose. Nobody could be trusted. He was not even sure of himself. The nulls were away for 2 minutes. Evidently they had reached some sort of agreement. Rafullery spoke. "Obviously it is in your own interest and in the interest of your species to be perfectly truthful with us. If your Commissioner is a just man, then you must say so to retain him here. If he is unjust, then you must say so to us that he may be removed." Again the ghastly sulphuric silence, in which Towler told himself that even these beings, seemingly honest though they were only Partusians, and therefore as untrustworthy as Parsharvalam himself. Unlikely though it seemed in view of what had been said, they might even be converted to Parsharvalam's way of thinking, and were now testing his loyalty. His moment of truth must wait until the irrefutable evidence came from arrivers. Sweat burst out on his forehead, damping the inside of his helmet. "We appreciate," Snivert continued after a minute, "that your silence may have been bought with threats or promises, so we must assure you before you commit yourself that anything you may reveal to us will be secret, and that you can, if you wish, leave Earth in the Jabora when we do to escape any possible retribution. Abruptly, Towler sat down on one of the vast chairs. He could guess what was coming next. To show how warmly I shall regard anything you may tell us in confidence, let me say this, continued the signatory. In my younger days, I was a commissioner in this same vermilion sector of space. The planet Starge was my responsibility. I still own, by imperial charter, one island on it, an island consisting of 1/20th of the land surface and stretching from temperate zone to equator. Starge is an oxygen-nitrogen planet, much like yours. Its gravity similar, its peoples peaceable and bipedal, like you. In return for your undivided cooperation with me here, I am prepared to take you and any other terrestrials you name, up to 12, to the island of Starge, which I own. It will then be given to you and your heirs in perpetuity. You will be more than a free man. You will be a ruler in your own right. I have the power to do all this and more. I will tell you frankly that I am disappointed in finding you somewhat uncommunicative, but I realize you may have your reasons. Now you had better go away and think over what I have said. Tomorrow the commissioner wishes me to accompany him on a hunting expedition, so I shall not need you. We will meet and talk here tomorrow night, when I hope you will have decided to give me your full cooperation. Leave us now. Gary Towler left in a sort of daze. River's offer, Parsharvalam's offer, now Sniveret's offer, each bigger than the last. They bewildered him, as the sudden sight of water bewilders a thirsty man in a desert, reaching down and soaking all the fibers in his being with their promise. Under the circumstances, the burden of deciding anything was so like a physical burden that he almost collapsed in the corridor outside the signatory's suite. None of the three promises were to be trusted, Ryvar's perhaps least of all. For if Parsharvalam and all his surplus men were removed from Earth, in the uprising which would undoubtedly follow, Ryvar's might well be swept away by rival leaders. And how much was Sniveret's word worth? He, after all, was only a null. Weakly he made his way out of the palace and through the streets towards Elizabeth's apartment. He must talk this over with her. With her he could sort out his troubled mind. Her wits were as deft as her long fingers. Elizabeth, too, had been talking, equally without very comfortable results. After she came off afternoon shift, she waylaid Peter Lardening, who was emerging from transmissions, and arranged to meet him 10 minutes later in one of the small cafes of the native quarter. He rose as she entered the alcove he had reserved. His manner was uneasy. "It's good to get this chance to talk to you, Elizabeth. You seem to have been avoiding me lately." "How odd. I notice people seem to be avoiding me." "Well, you must know why that is, for your own good, Elizabeth. I feel I must tell you. Please, Peter, remember, I wanted to talk to you." "All right, go ahead. I've ordered cocoa. I'll drink it quietly and listen." He looked offendedly across at her, slowly relaxing. "You're a very unconventional girl, you know, Elizabeth." Elizabeth dropped her eyes, struck by the memory of Towler's calling her conventional. By so much her image in two men's eyes differed. These last few days she had become self-conscious, aware of the way she behaved and spoke, aware of the movement of her narrow thighs when she walked. "I want to talk to you about Gary Towler," she said. "He's being treated unfairly. It's childish to ostracize him. Peter, I want you to use your influence with the interpreters to get this stupidity stopped." "Not until he stops playing Shav's game." Lardening checked himself as the cocoa arrived. When the waiter had gone, he continued on a different track. "Look here, Elizabeth, it's probably obvious to you that I'm fond of you, so allow me to warn you. Towler's no good to you. He's no good to anyone at present. I used to admire him. Now I don't know what's happening in his mind." I noticed that he came to your apartment. Everything's noticed. In this damned hole, take it from me, it doesn't do to associate with him. If you can't see why, never mind why. Just try and avoid him. Peter, Gary needs help, not suspicion. She was on the verge of telling him of Towler's connection with Ryvar's, but discretion got the better of her. This is a dangerous city, Elizabeth. There's nothing but suspicion here. We're all suspect. Turkey's men were hunting down some poor guy as I came here. A crisis is brewing. Can't you feel it? He lit an Aprahal, sucking it in nervously and looking around the cafe as he did so. Tension's growing everywhere. We feel it. The Nulls feel it. 5 days before Snivet leaves, and sometime during those 5 days, hell is going to break loose. I just don't want to see you involved in it. But Towler will be involved if he's not careful, and that's why I tell you to keep away from him. Elizabeth drummed the slender fingers of one hand on the table. You can't scare me away from the man I love, you know, she said quietly. For a long, painful second he stared into her eyes. Then he rose. If you feel like that, he said. He flung a coin at the waiter as he left. Elizabeth did not call him back. His cocoa was untouched. She lifted her own cup thoughtfully to her lips. She saw the situation on Earth as perhaps nobody else did. The contest was not simply between Par-Sharvalam and the signatory. It was a four-sided contest, formed by 2 Nulls and 2 Earthmen, Shav, Snivet, Rivers, and Gary. Not one of them trusted the other 3. Gary, who held the weakest hand, was slowly being thrust into the most exposed position. Surely there was something else. She could try to help him. Suddenly she saw what it was. Putting down her cup, she too left the cafe. Before going to Elizabeth's place, Towler took a long stroll to try and clear his mind first. It hurt him even as he walked to see how the other humans of the commission now shunned him, how a shopkeeper's wife pulled her son out of his path. All along since before his secret visit to Rivers, he had determined to do everything possible for the oppressed people of his planet. Yet he was not alone anymore. He had Elizabeth to think of now. Given the chance, he might win her. For that, too, he would do everything possible. Now he saw that these 2 objectives had miraculously ceased to conflict. If only Rivers produced that wretched piece of evidence before tomorrow night. Towler had merely to hand it in to Snivet. Snivet would reward him with the island on Starge. Par-Sharvalam would be on his way out. With a pang, he recalled his doubts of Ryvar's capabilities. Stiffing them, he burst into a run. He would wait to see her no longer. Elizabeth was not in her apartment. Elizabeth, he called. No answer, no note, no sign. All his insecurities came crowding back on him in new guise. He trusted no one. Everyone was against him, and in consequence against Elizabeth, and she was his future. No terrestrial quarters were allowed any sort of communication device with other quarters. He could not phone or radio, although the palace could summon him. He left the block of apartments at trot, hurrying back to the palace. She should not be there. Her brief afternoon's duty finished 2 hours before this. Still, he must look there for her. Seeing a Null police guard eye him from the opposite side of the street, Towler dropped into a walk. Elizabeth was not at the palace. Only Mellor and Johns were in the interpreter's room. They would not speak at first until, under pressure of his agitation, they were forced to take notice. Then they too became alarmed. They had not seen her since she left to go off duty 2 hours ago. It occurred to Towler that she had perhaps gone to his apartment. This was unlikely, for since Towler's banishment they had agreed that in future it was better for her if they met at hers, all the same perhaps. In an access of hope he collected a new oxygen pack, fitted it, and set out once more. Silently he called her name over and over to himself. Supposing she had been arrested, There was never a dearth of trumped-up charges in the city. Supposing those vague rumors about Parsharvalam were true, and he had got her, or suppose Rivers had her hostage to ensure Towler's obedience. Were even the other interpreters to be trusted? Most of them hated him since the Wedman Chettle affair. His thoughts grew wilder and more strained. "Towler!" Startled, he looked up. He was nearly home, half running through the native quarter. The butcher had halted him. "My delivery boy's behind today," he said. "If you're going home, could you take the meat you ordered with you? I've got it here." "Give it to me, then," Towler said impatiently. He had forgotten he had ordered any meat. As soon as the butcher presented him with a parcel, he hurried on, pressing impatiently into the airlock of his block of apartments. Unclamping the face of his helmet, he sprinted down the corridor to his rooms and burst in. No familiar, graceful form awaited him. There was no note, nothing. Baffled, helpless, he stood where he was. Now no doubt existed in his mind that something horrible was closing in on him. He felt shakily for reassurance beneath his air suit. The knife was still there, if only he knew at whom to strike. He hated overflowing with it, as an animal stinks of hatred when it crouches in a trap. His eyes fell on the butcher's package lying on the table, where he had flung it. Suddenly he knew why the butcher had broken silence to speak to him. He had ordered no meat. This was the evidence from Rivers. Ironic that when it finally arrived he should feel so indifferent to the Patriot leader and all his affairs. Nevertheless, he must make a move in some direction, if only to relieve his feeling of anguished impotence. With a great effort, Towler picked up the package and took it into the kitchen. "This had better be good," he said aloud. If he convinced Snivert, perhaps he would help in the finding of Elizabeth. He undid the paper. Inside was a canvas, and he unwrapped that. His face fell in sudden dismay as he uncovered the contents. Puzzlement, anger, fear followed the dismay. Although there was no accompanying note, clearly this could have come from Rivers. But what did it mean? Had Rivers lost faith in him? Could it be some sort of cruel joke? Above all, to whom had it belonged? Clutching the table edge, Towler stared down in horror and despair. Amid the wrappings lay a bloody human foot, severed at the ankle. Chapter 11. Gary Towler did not touch the foot. Shocked disappointment seized him. A dark tide of cascading pictures poured through his mind, so that he shut his eyes and grasped the table. Momentarily, he seemed to be outside the enveloping pudding of the city, riding on a black mare through detaining bushes towards freedom. Or he was his own self, but translated into that peculiar self he felt himself to be. Or he was his own self, but translated into that peculiar self he felt himself to be, when he was using the cold, unmetaphorical tongue of Partoussi. His blood recreated again the stamping of the null mating dance, as he had heard it in the jamboree. Slowly, this peculiar whirl of emotion left him. Weakly, he wondered at it. After all, this was only a message from Rivers, and why should Rivers mean so much to him? Shocked disappointment was playing tricks in his mind. He put the canvas back over the foot. He went slowly into the living room, still wearing his air suit, and lay back in the solitary armchair. The whole situation needed to be reviewed and analyzed. Yet before he made that mental effort, he thought distastefully of life itself, the daily drip of consciousness onto the cold slab of memory. Though its taste was sweet, it washed down too many ghastly things. Why need he face this voiceless heavy foot, or all that it implied? For it implied either that he had been betrayed by Rivers, or that Rivers himself had been betrayed. Suppose the former. Rivers, no longer willing to entrust Towler with the real evidence against Parsharvalam, sent him instead this gruesome token The relationships were being severed between them. Suppose the latter. Rivers had been betrayed by, well, the butcher seemed a likely guess. If the butcher had accepted a null bribe, who but he would more likely to have a bloody foot at his disposal? And Towler, by accepting the package from him, had demonstrated his own complicity. If all this were so, it would not be long before armed marshals Tokomi's nulls were at Towler's door. Perhaps they would simply shoot down the airlock so that he died gasping his lungs out in their beastly air. Or more likely they would take him to one of those buildings innocent men never entered, where he would die more slowly. He stood up. He must act while there was the chance for action. Clamping up his faceplate, Towler hurried down to the street. Clearly, his immediate line of approach lay through the butcher. He had to discover whether the fellow was still his ally or his enemy. The butcher was about to close. His shop was empty. He looked up, startled, as Towler came through the airlock. "You should keep away," he said. He was wiping a chopper. "We never know when we're being watched. Nobody has better reason than you to keep that in mind." "The parcel from Rivers, you know what was in it?" The butcher looked curiously at Towler's pale face. He put down the chopper and came round from behind the counter. "I had no business to look. That's entirely your affair. Besides, it had not been here for more than a few minutes when I saw you. The man who smuggled it in the city was delayed. His expression was frightened. He did not look like a guilty man. "What's the matter?" he asked when Towler was silent. "What have you come here for?" "Something's gone wrong." "Not as far as I know." "You'd better come to my apartment to see." "I can't do that." "God, don't you realize how suspicious it would look? I can't be seen with you. I don't want to get myself more implicated than I am. At this stage, we dare not risk. You must come with me. Please, it's vital." Both of them heard with surprise the note of pleading in Towler's voice. The butcher shrugged. Then he wiped his hands on his apron. "Give me 2 minutes," he said. He put up the shutters and closed the shop. Going into his rear room, he struggled into an air suit and let Towler out by the back door. Now Towler breathed more easily. In his own flat he could face this man. If it came to a crisis, he would have his own knife and the butcher would not have his. Yet by the very way the man complied with his wishes, Towler was disarmed. "What's the matter?" the butcher asked as they entered Towler's block apartment a moment later. "Don't you believe this package came from Rivers?" "See for yourself," Towler said, leading the way into his kitchen. The butcher approached slowly, turning back the wrappings. The foot was revealed. Strands of black hair sprouted from the big toe. Without comment, his face woodened. The butcher stared at it. Towler, too, looked more closely. The toes seemed abnormally long. Between them was some kind of grayish membrane. The butcher took hold of the foot, lifted it, spread out the toes. Between each of them ran a strong membrane, linking them as the ribs of a fan are linked. When he released them, the toes slowly came together once more. The membrane folded up until it was scarcely visible. "What is it?" Towler asked huskily, his mind swept blank. "It's a Starsian foot," the butcher said. "Not a human foot?" Towler echoed. At once the situation became clear to him, billowing out through the reaches of his understanding like a spinnaker. This foot had belonged to a member of that webbed-footed race, a few thousand of whom armed Marshal Tokomi had illegally smuggled onto Earth to fight Rivers. No doubt the bloody bit of evidence had been obtained in the morning's fighting, and had been passed along the underground to Towler as speedily as possible. Rivers had fulfilled his promise. Certain, this was indisputable proof that the present government exceeded its right. Placed in the right hands, it would remove Parsharvalam once and for all, for an infringement of the Partusian galactic law, that one subject species was forbidden on the planet of another subject species was invariably dealt with harshly. By good fortune, Sniverid had served on the planet Starge. When shown the foot, he would recognize it for what it was. He could instigate a general inquiry. Earth would have justice done. Towler thought momentarily of Ryvars, who had after all planned well. Now the responsibility had passed from him to Towler. "Funny the way you got into such a panic when you first saw this foot," the butcher observed. "You've endangered the whole operation the way you carried on. I keep asking myself why you carried on like that, coming running to me." He was a short, thick-set man with greasy gray hair, his gaze short-sighted but perceptive. At the moment his manner was more curious than reproving. He peered up at Towler, who moved uneasily. "I thought Ryvars had failed me," said Towler, almost in a whisper. "Me or us, do you mean? Listen, I'm not in this stunt for glory, but for what I can make out of it. I'm not as ignorant as I look on the surface. What I chiefly go for is old books that I get smuggled in from the cities. That's my hobby, you could say. The old cities of Earth have still got books from the old days in them, you know? And so I study up about human beings and what goes on in their minds. And do you know what I think?" Faintly embarrassed, Towler said he did not. "I think that for some reason that you may not even know yourself, you wanted Ryvars to fail." "That's nonsense, absolute nonsense," Towler said. The butcher merely smiled. "Well, you wouldn't examine this foot properly for yourself, would you? Something in your subconscious wanted me as a witness of what you took for Ryvar's mistake." "I need your help." "Ah, now you're rationalizing." Suddenly Towler was furiously angry. He scorned and resented this blunt man's probing. Growling, he grabbed him by the arm, but the butcher pulled away. "Save it," he advised. "I'm not your adversary. Think over what I have said, and do whatever you're supposed to do with that chunk of boot filler. And I'll advise you to do it quick before Sharvalam catches up with you. Now I'm off." Alone again, almost against his will, Towler did think. Reluctantly he had to admit to himself that he had behaved badly, and even irrationally. And what if he did? He was under strain enough. Wearily he got up. Let this thing be finished as soon as possible. Tomorrow he would have no opportunity for speaking to Sniverid all day. A little resolution now might save him some trouble later. Moving rapidly, Towler wrapped the foot again and stowed it away in the bottom of his deep freeze. He would approach the signatory this evening. It was still not late. If he stressed the importance of the matter, no reason existed why Sniverid should not come with his escort straight away to look at the exhibit. Then he could tackle the problem of finding where Elizabeth had gone. Clamping his faceplate shut, Towler hurried back through the streets, showed his pass at the palace gate, and entered. Shooting up through the building by express lift, he emerged close by the signatorial suite. As he approached it, the main door opened. Commissioner Parsharvalam emerged, his comb erect. "If you're looking for the signatory," he said, "I must tell you he is no longer here. I think you had better come with me, Towler. Something has just occurred about which I must speak to you." Chapter 12. Signatory Sniverid rang from Gazer Rafullery and his secretary. They appeared flattening their combs respectively. "It looks as if we shall be allowed little chance of private discussion tomorrow," he said. "So this seems the best opportunity for us to pull our impressions of what we have seen. Half of our time on Earth is up. Let us weigh what evidence we have. Secretary, record the discussion, please." Rafullery and the secretary lowered their bulks into chairs, the former asking, as he did so, "What point would you like to discuss first?" "Well, let us begin with this business of our interpreter. Something fishy there. I think you'll agree." "I would like to, sir, but I confess I don't. That the creature has nothing to say means little or nothing." "Indeed. My feeling is it means the biped has been bought or threatened. My feeling is, frankly, that this interpreter is a fool, Rufflery said. He cannot even answer questions. Even the amazingly generous offer of your Stargian land seemed not to move him. Well, that might be the response of someone already loaded with care. You don't know these bipeds as I do, Rufflery. My estimation is that he is heavily bribed by Sharvalam, Par Sharvalam. 2 objections to that, sir, the PWB man said briskly. First, if this Towler were really a pawn of the Commissioner's, the Commissioner is clever enough to pick a more polished actor. Secondly, and it's not quite the ad hominem argument it sounds, you have come here eager to find something amiss, consequently you have evidence where none exists. I am anxious only to find the truth. No, you may be right, Rufflery. When a null says he wants only the truth, he is generally after a confirmatory truth. I am sure I am right, Signatory, with all respects. I am, for instance, quite prepared to take at its face value Towler's statement that he was not functioning properly at Ashgar because he was scared. I admit I was a little alarmed myself. Snivert raised his arm and sighed. Now you are finding evidence where none exists. You are being over-subtle, Rufflery. No, sir, you are being over-subtle. I have discovered nothing on Earth yet but the need to deal firmly with the local population. Neither of them were displeased with this exchange. The rules of formal dictatorial behavior, which they never voluntarily transgressed, allowed them to be frank in passing opinions about each other, without at the same time giving offense. Snivert rose, igniting a taper sulphate, and strolled around the room, smoking and thinking aloud. We are becoming sidetracked. Let's think of this problem in historical terms. Subject races, whether conquered by arms or treaty, are not notoriously fond of alien rulers. The tyranny they would accept by vote from their own kind, without noticing, seems to drop oppression when imposed by foreigners. In theory, this sense of grievance should be aggravated when the foreigners are of different shape, size, and constitution. In practice, it is lessened. The philosophers of Partusi say that this is because subconscious sexual jealousy between conquered and conquerors is absent in such circumstances. However, this may be, the empire is established on this interesting fact. It enables us to impose peace on the one hand, and to enrich ourselves on the other. Intrinsically, peace races accept our rule. Warlike ones take time to knuckle under. This means that one way of solving our problem of what is really happening on Earth is to find out how warlike terrestrials actually are. We have an equation in which the other unknown, our X quantity, is exploitation. Are terrestrials too unruly, or is Par Sharvalam digging too much out of them on the side? On the surface, Gazer Rufflery said, they appear warlike. Not only do they attack our bases, Ashgar for example, but they indulge in civil wars. I should say that in the circumstances, this shows a peculiar aptitude for trouble. Snivert nodded. That's their herd psychology, possibly. Yet as individuals they seem peaceable, you must agree. There is no trouble here in the palace or in the city. Towler, as we know, is all too quiet. You are thinking of them as victims, sir. I think of them as potentially vicious. Towler, for instance, seems quite enough. A pathetic little creature, Rufflery, victim material. Well, maybe, so is a wasp. The fellow you spoke to on the street when you arrived, he sounded peaceable enough. I have thought about that conversation, Rufflery, and played it back several times on the recorder. It does not ring true. Even the way the creature suddenly appeared was odd. If, and I concede it looks like a big if, Par Sharvalam is running a virtual dictatorship here, then this creature may have been a pawn of the secret police. Unlikely, sir. We have no evidence whatsoever of secret police activity here. As you know, your secretary has checked carefully for the usual evidences of such activity, and found none. Maybe, nevertheless, the possibility exists. We need more data, Rafoolery. I want you to come out with me and be present when I speak to another biped. I wish you to observe for yourself and see if your belief in the Commissioner's genial goodness is not shaken. Now, sir, it's getting late. I trust you are not feeling tired, Gazer. The Psycho watched Null rose. At Snivert's suggestion, they both put on airsuits. Collecting Ragball, the bodyguard, they went together unobserved, leaving the palace by a side gate as the signatory had done before. At this time of day, the streets of the Commission were comparatively crowded. Partusians were returning to their quarters from work or shopping, or else visiting cafes for refreshments. Terrestrials were similarly dispersing, or else returning in temporary work details to the outside world. Gaiety was noticeably absent from the atmosphere, but gaiety was not a quality the Nulls recognized. By following some of the terrestrials who lived inside the city, the 3 Partusians arrived at the native quarter. No other of the species were in sight here. Confronted by these narrow streets, tiny shops, and shrunken blocks of apartments, all fitted with their half-blisters of airlocks, all 3 felt something of the excitement of tourists. Here was local color. Here was quaintness. Here lived creatures who breathed diluted oxygen, that curious gas with too many chemical affinities, as if it were as emotional as the creatures dependent on it. For a moment it was impossible to regard the bipeds as other than a peep show put on for the convenience and possible edification of Partusi's sons. Indeed, what else could be the purpose behind the whole universe? Did not the Trinity create Null in his or her own image? The signatory sighed nostalgically, recalling his youth on Starge. Most of the terrestrials hustled inconspicuously away at the sight of the aliens. One, however, walked towards them, nodding as he paused close by. "Forgive me, do you speak Partusian?" Snivert asked. "Naturally," the man replied. "I'm an under-oiler at the mercantile export stores. Such a position requires a proficiency standard in your language. Then perhaps we may speak with you. I'm at your service and pleased to be." The signatory and the PWB Null exchanged glances. Here was another peace-loving terrestrial. "We are travelers from Partusi with only a few days to pass on your world," Snivert explained. "Naturally, we would like a first-hand account of life here. Is there somewhere we can talk together comfortably?" The terrestrial hesitated. "My room is near," he said. "It is only poor and small, but it could accommodate 2 or 3 of you. Can we go there since you have airsuits on?" "My room is near," he said. "It is only poor and small, but it could accommodate 2 or 3 of you. Can we go there since you have airsuits on?" Agreeing, they followed him, snapping tight the domes of their suits as the airlock of the block was reached. Ragball was left outside when his superiors entered. The scale of the terrestrial building was so small for the Partusians that they had squeezed in only with difficulty. Inside, the flats were flimsy and depressing. The whole place was without decoration, while the need to conserve air had kept window space down to an absolute minimum. A barrack-like hall downstairs provided a sort of recreation room. The rest of the building was given over to corridors, stairs, and rooms. Negotiating the stairs with difficulty, while all bipeds fled at their approach, the ill-assorted party arrived at room 388. The terrestrial produced a key and opened up. Inside, the 2 Partusians had to sit on the floor, their combs almost touching the ceiling, while the under-oiler perched between them. His face had grown very pale. Sweat gathered on his forehead and ran down his cheeks. "This is hospitable of you," Rafoolery said, irritated by this manifestation of emotion. I take it you feel some friendship for our race." "Yes, indeed, nothing but respect," the man said, mopping his face. "When I was taken ill with a throat cancer a little while ago, your doctors saved my life. Yes, nothing but respect and affection." "Yet you appear," Snivet observed, "to be terrified of us. Or is it your recent illness which makes you perspire so freely?" The under-oiler gulped. He fished an afro-hail from his pocket, tweaking its end alight with nervous fingers to gain a moment's respite. "You are very big," he said. "Do you fancy we may harm you? I have not yet fully recovered from my illness." "Or should you then be smoking that thing?" asked Snivet, indicating the afro-hail. The under-oiler looked about him almost desperately. "Habit," he said, "a bad habit. I'm only a third-grade worker." Refoulerie took up the conversation. "We all have our bad habits. Partousians, inhale things called sulfates. All intelligent life forms are much alike under the different shapes and skins, yet you must be tired of our rule on Earth." "Oh no, sir, oh no, not at all. We bipeds appreciate the way your species has brought peace all over the galaxy." "Huh?" Snivet exclaimed. This fellow spoke as did the native he had first interrogated in the street. Again he asked himself, how could a humble member of an isolated 5C culture, a third-grade worker at that, think of itself in such terms? What should it know or care of peace in the galaxy? The very phrase "we bipeds" violated the inborn egocentricity of such a culture. Again, he felt a suspicion that this fellow had been planted on him. Only for a second did the signatory hesitate. "Strip off your clothes," he said. The terrestrial jumped up, backing to the door, almost the whole of which Snivet immediately covered with one leg. "Take off your clothes," he commanded, sudden excitement taking hold of him. "This we never do, sir," the wretched terrestrial stuttered. "Only for going to bed, please, sir." Snivet reached out a broad flapper-like arm, inserting the tip of one digit inside the neck of the terrestrial's shirt. He tugged. The terrestrial was jerked forward. With a ripping sound, his jerkin, shirt, and vest were torn. He staggered away, and then Refoulerie grabbed him from behind. As he began to shout for mercy, Refoulerie enveloped him in folds of arms, stilling his cries and struggles. The gazer's comb had sharpened into a down-curling hook. Snivet pulled the tattered clothing away from the under-oiler's chest, bending an eye stalk until it functioned as a powerful microscope. He traced from an unobtrusive lump under the biped's left ear a scar that ran to another lump just above his breastbone. From there, another scar, invisible to normal eyesight, ran to a third and large lump above the heart. As a cat unsheaths its claws, Snivet unsheathed from its arm a long blade-like claw, remnant of the days millennia ago when Partousians were minor predators on an unnamed planet. With this claw he sliced under the flesh of the biped's breast. A delicate double thread of wire was revealed running from heart to throat. "Let him go," Snivet said. "That's all we wish to know. My case is proved, Refoulerie. This is a typical spy device." Bleeding and gasping, a biped staggered back as Refoulerie released him. It seemed dazed. With ineffectual movements, it sought to pull its tattered clothing around its chest. Tears ran down its face. They glanced at it, half fascinated by its display. "I don't understand. What is this apparatus under its skin?" Refoulerie asked. "Have you psycho-watch people no acquaintance with auricle pumps? This creature has a little transmitter grafted in which is actually worked by the action of the heart, which, with leads to his throat and ear, he can communicate with a distinct point without anyone else being aware of the fact." I've heard of them but never seen one before, Rafullery admitted, adding with some reluctance, I believe they are typical secret police tools, aren't they? Of course they are. Let's get back to the palace. Ignoring the biped, who still whimpered from fright and pain, they pushed out of the room. Sniverett felt a certain shame, an unusual experience for a Null, whose behavior was closely governed by the frigid situation response Selectorate called conscience. He was aware how much he and the gazer had relished their power over the little biped. Thrusting the sensation behind him, clamping down his air dome, he led the way from the block of apartments. As he did so, Armed Marshal Turakomi, in a hidden room in police headquarters, snapped off a receiver. Crossing at a run to a soundproof booth, he was speaking to Parsharvalam within 30 seconds. Sniverett's out on another native hunt, he said. He's just returning. I know. I've been to his suite and found him out. We agreed he should be free to do this. Of course we did, but listen, he's a crafty devil. I put a C-309 on him. He took Sniverett and the PWB Null up to his room and started to propagandize as instructed. The Sniverett cut him up and found the oracle pump. I heard every word over C-309's transmitter. How he guessed the biped was wired is beyond me. It repeated everything very carefully as we told it to say. What's happening now? Parsharvalam's voice asked. As ever, it was gentle and unhurried. They're both coming back to the palace, convinced they have all tabs on us. Huh? So they have. Now they've definite grounds for suspicion. We'll never keep control. Don't lose your comb, Turakomi. Here's what you must do immediately. Less than 2 minutes later, the first of a stream of ambulances began to roar in the streets of the city, its alarm note sounding. Chapter 13. Before Turakomi's urgent interruption came, the commissioner was speaking to Towler. I brought you here to ask some questions. See you answer them straightforwardly. I shall do my best, Towler said. All his nerves were tense. The friendly facade that Parsharvalam had tried to preserve for the last few days had vanished. In its place was a formidable animal in a uniform 10 feet high, and of considerable strength and cunning. Not only that, this particular animal had almost unlimited power over all other creatures on this planet, except for one, and that one was Sniverett, not Towler. Stand on that chair so I can see your face levelly when you answer me, Parsharvalam ordered. There was nothing for it but to obey. Towler climbed onto the big Null chair and faced his adversary. Better. Now, interpreter, I'm getting a lot of trouble from your branch. It was Chettle and Wedman the other day. Now the woman interpreter, Faladoon, has disappeared. You know of this, of course? Of course. We can find no trace of her as yet. One of the commissioner's eye stalks extended telescopically, examining Towler from close range. Its end came to within a foot of Towler's air helmet, and a cold gray orb surveyed him. Unfortunately, in this temporary city, I am less in touch with what goes on than I should be, Parsharvalam continued. But from Vissi records from the old city, I know that you have been increasingly intimate with Faladoon over the last 2 years. Is that correct? Yes. Then you know her well. Where has she gone? Towler moistened his lips. He knew trouble was coming. I don't know, sir. I wish I did know. You should know. I made you chief interpreter. You are in charge of her. I was with the signatory when she disappeared. So then, where has she gone? Is she dead? I hope not. You hope not. Why do you hope not? I love her, sir. At this, the commissioner let out a bellow of fury. One of his broad arms caught Towler and forced him back over the arm of the chair, pressing against his chest. Towler's helmet plate fogged over, and he was in a misty world of his own, although that angry, unmetaphorical language still roared outside it. You speak to me of love, that whimsy madness no triped tolerates in this system. This filthy planet, how can it ever run or be run efficiently with imponderables like love in it? I'll show you what Partusi thinks of such weakness. Get up. Hurry up, get up. Towler had the knife under his tunic. He could not kill this great cylinder of hateful blubber, yet he might be able to slash off one of its eye stalks before he was dashed to the ground. Then he realized he could not draw the knife without letting into his suit the stinking poison of Partusian air. Gasping heavily, he rose and again faced his enemy, who was now just visible through his clearing faceplate. Parsharvalam's comb was compressed with rage. Find out about Faludun. I give you till tomorrow night to discover details of what has happened to her. Your spies can do better than I can. You think so. Perhaps they don't have the personal interest you have. You find out what's happened to her. Now get out. Choking with baffled anger, Towler made towards the door. When he had his hand on his latch, Parsharvalam called him back. You know why I'm interested in Faludun, don't you, Towler? Because I suspect that puny fool Rivers has an agent in the palace. She may be the agent. Faludun would be amenable to my sort of questioning on the subject, I think. Miss Faludun has not been out of the city since she was brought to it by force 2 years ago. It's nonsense to suppose she knows anything about Rivers. We'll see. I tell you this, Towler. Nothing shall go wrong while Sniverett is here. If it does, you will die for one, and I swear I'll burn out or bring into captivity every single biped on this planet. Before I made you fair promises, now I make you only threats. Get out and come back here tomorrow with useful information. As Towler left the study, Parsharvalam's emergency bell rang. It was his call from Turcomi. Blind to everything, even the sympathetic glances of other interpreters, Towler went home to sleep. All night long dreams blew through his skull like newspaper down an empty street, waking him at last to a new day and a sharpened sense of doom. Sniverett, on the other hand, woke from a jarm-induced slumber to a new sense of contentedness. He believed he had at last gained an insight into the questions of Earth. His work here, he felt, was almost done, and it was with an easy mind he entered into his host's arrangements for a day's hunting. As they sped from the city, along one of the great roads through a world still in darkness, owing to the different lengths of city and planetary day, Sniverett reflected on the events of the night before, after he and Refoolery had uncovered the third-grade worker's oracle pump. They had returned to the palace to find a certain amount of controlled excitement everywhere. Ignoring this at first, Sniverett had gone straight to Parsharvalam and spoken gravely. "Commissioner, I must ask to see you alone." "Certainly, Signatory, but first, please allow me to settle some urgent business," the commissioner said, flattening his comb. "I very much regret that a dangerous madman is loose in the native quarter. Our men are making every effort to track him down, and I must go over to the hospital and be of what assistance I can. Perhaps you would care to come? No doubt you heard the ambulances in the street." "I certainly heard ambulances," Sniverett said with reserve. He and Refoolery exchanged glances. They were collecting a poor Earthian, a harmless third-grade under-oiler who has been brutally attacked by an assailant or assailants unknown. "He's in hospital now. I hold it my duty to go and see him. It is terrible that this sort of thing should happen. It merely shows how unstable these bipeds are." And Sniverett, with growing curiosity and uncertainty, had accompanied the commissioner to the hospital. There he found the man whose oracle pump had There he found the man whose oracle pump he had exposed only a short while before, lying in a bed unconscious. Again he felt a rush of shame. A part of him whispered that it had been a pleasure to rip up this helpless creature, that there had been a prurient joy in watching it so openly emote. Then he silenced this voice. After all, whatever he had felt, he had been doing his duty. But the pause lost Sniverett the initiative. He hesitated, and thereby gave his opponent the chance of winning his bluff. He could not now admit that he was himself responsible for this injury. "They are poor, frail things, bipeds," said Parsharvalam heavily. "What's the matter with him?" asked Sniverett. Parsharvalam explained how this hospital was one of the most advanced in Sector Vermilion, and how by adapting an aboard secret police weapon for humanitarian ends, they had produced a means of keeping in constant touch with their ailing patients. He described how this poor wretch had had a throat disease coupled with severe mental disorder, and how he was responding to the new medical treatment whereby such information as heartbeat rate and nervous activity was automatically registered in and controlled by the hospital wherever the sufferer might be. It was a very convincing tale. He took the signatory to another chamber in the building where medical nulls and men bent over instruments assimilating data and other outpatients as it came in. That, too, was very convincing. Parsharvalam and Turcomy had worked fast and well. Sniverett, if not entirely converted, was suitably deceived, accusing himself of too readily jumping to conclusions. "What will happen to this biped who was attacked?" he inquired, when the charade was over and they had left the flickering dials and white coats behind. "We hope he will recover. Unfortunately, his nerves have undergone a grave shock. He was unconscious when discovered and has remained so. Even more uncomfortably, our investigators have uncovered some evidence which tends to show he was attacked by a Partousian, or rather 2 Partousians. My deepest regret is that this should happen while you are visiting us. I would like to assure you that when we catch these 2 dangerous tripeds, they will be dealt with the full severity of the law. I take a grave view of interspecies violence." Yes, I see," said Sniverett, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It was already too late and too complicated for him to try to explain. He was not unsuitable. The thought did occur to him that Parsharvalam might be bluffing, although his story and the circumstantial evidence backing it was perfectly convincing. But if it were so, his silent acquiescence had now placed him in the commissioner's hands. Should he do other than silently acquiesce, then it was within Parsharvalam's power to see that the biped died and the names of his murderers were announced. From the distance of Partousi, the whole business would look sordid in the extreme, and he would die with his name under a cloud. This was not a line of thought he pursued for long. The demonstration Parsharvalam and Turcomy had rigged for him at the hospital was too thorough. "I have been unjust to Parsharvalam all along. I came here biased with a case to prove against him," the signatory told himself as he bowled through the earthly dawn. So ran his conscious reasoning. Below it, reinforcing it, and unknown to him, was a growing sense of guilt about his treatment of terrestrials, which he could only suppress by regarding them as beyond rational compassion. Thus is the psychology of the oppressor tempered. From then on his attitude hardened. Increasingly he was Parsharvalam's dupe. They reached a hunting lodge in the Northern Administrative Division of Cumberland. This lodge was owned by the powerful family of Parjunt, distant relations of Parsharvalam's. Their welcome was courteous and sincere, their attention to the signatory hospitable and gentle. During the day, the party between them shot over 300 wild Afresians. When they returned to the city late that evening, Sniverett was full of pleasure. He retired early, forgetting he had wished to see Towler and hear any confidential revelations he might wish to make. Parsharvalam had not forgotten his appointment with Towler. After he had checked over the events of the day with Cherkomi, he rang for the chief interpreter. Towler was pale but defiant when he arrived. "I have no news of Miss Faldoon. She has disappeared completely. You'd better ask your arm marshal about her. Perhaps he has her in one of his secret cells." Cherkomi's comb folded sideways. "Take care of your tongue, biped," he warned. "So you cannot or will not help us?" said Parsharvalam. He turned to a null guard behind him. "Bring in the prisoner." A rear door was thrown open. A null bore in a human figure strapped to a pole, setting it upright so that the figure stood willy-nilly. Through the faceplate, Towler saw the frightened countenance of his butcher. At once his heart began to hammer with trepidation. "You know who this is?" Cherkomi said to Towler. "He was seen with you going to your flat yesterday." "He is a friend of mine," Towler said. "A good friend, no doubt. Speak to him in your language. Ask him about Faldoon." Towler turned to the butcher, bitterness filling him. Changing from Parthusian to his native tongue, he said, "I got you into this trouble by my own foolishness. I must have been mad. What can I say? What can I do? I'd rather I was there than you." "It's just luck. It's not your fault." He spoke painfully. "These horrors have ruined me, crushed my stomach in. I shouldn't wonder. You know their sort of questioning." "You've told them everything?" "Not on your life." "You're in the clear." He paused, sighed, then continued with obvious effort. "All I told him was a bit of hearsay that a driver told me Elizabeth Faldoon had smuggled herself out of the city. Weak fool I was. The driver and 4 others are dead by now, on account of my babbling tongue." "Out of the city? You mean she was trying to contact?" "Yes, you know who. Your pal. So at least if she's safe—" "All right," Cherkomi interrupted, setting himself between Towler and the butcher. "Don't jabber all day. What did he say about Faldoon, interpreter?" Towler hesitated. "That she got away from you. She's not dead. She's free, thank God." Parsharvalam slammed an arm onto the desktop. "And you didn't know that? You still pretend you had nothing to do with it. You—" No, I swear." "So much for love." The commissioner was suddenly quiet. Then he turned to the uniformed null who held the butcher upright on his pole. "Guard, smash that biped's faceplate," he ordered. "No!" Towler cried. He threw himself forward, but Cherkomi seized him. "Tell the truth," he said, "if you want your friend's life spared. You knew about Faldoon. She's taking a message to Rivers for you, isn't she?" No, Towler shouted again, so loudly he never heard the butcher's faceplate cracked. Only the man's coughing silenced him, a broken cough that went on, stopping only to start again, until it was finally quieted forever in the thick Parthusian atmosphere. Parsharvalam was the first to speak. He had watched the dying man's gestures with interest. "Towler, after this, I am forced to believe you are not guilty of what we suspected. This pleases me, since very few terrestrials have your grasp of our beautiful and intricate language. However, you are to a certain extent implicated with terrestrials who are guilty. You are a fool, if not a knave, so you are demoted from the post of chief interpreter herewith. From tomorrow you will join the ordinary interpreter's pool. You will not speak to Signatory Sniveret again. Interpreter Peter Lardning will take over your post. Now get out and send Lardning into me. Move." Limply, Towler went out. Shock and horror made him quake in every limb. The butcher's groans still echoed in his ears. The only shred of comfort in the whole business was that Elizabeth had obviously escaped, and her going was proof of her love for him rather than reverse. She had gone before the Starja and Foot arrived, no doubt to fetch the evidence herself from Rivars. One thing Towler promised himself as soon as this crisis was over, and before Shav had them all back among the unfightable restrictions of the other city, he would break out and find Elizabeth. He needed her more than anything. Meanwhile, Towler still had the Stargian foot, but it would be harder now than ever to find an opportunity for presenting it to the visiting signatory Sniveret. Chapter 14. The next day was the 5th day of Sniveret's visit. For Towler it passed fruitlessly, confined to the interpreter's pool, translating numerous and irrelevant Vermilion bulletins into English. He hardly saw a null all day. At least it was a minor relief from tension to be accepted back by his old friends. Warily he briefed Peter Lardning for his new role as well as he could. That young man was also showing signs of strain, but Towler recalled his fondness for Elizabeth and could only sympathize. Sniveret today, with only Turcomi in attendance to show him the things he ought to see, investigated several sub-commissions and visited the terrestrial city of London, where several thousands of bipeds and not a few null archaeologists still lived. Lardning reported on the trip in an off-duty room that evening. "The old fool sold on the Empire way of life," he said. "There's not a chance of his seeing through Shav's bluff now. We were mad to expect he'd ever be any help to us." "How was my dismissal explained to him?" Towler asked. "Didn't he think that was curious?" "Not a bit of it. Shav had a tail, of course. He told Sniveret he had discovered you had not interpreted truthfully what the refugees said at Ashkar. According to him, they were really saying how much they hated Rivars and its terrorists, and Sniveret believed it." "We have 2.5 days left," Towler cried in agony. "What can you do?" "Sniveret would no longer know the truth if he heard it." "Something must be done. You're the one in contact with him now, Lardning. You'd better think of something." As he spoke, Towler looked around at the other interpreters. There were 6 of them, Rianachi, Spatter, Johns, Eugene, Klee, and Miller, anxiously gathered to see what was going on at a time of crisis. These were the men who had condemned his behavior. Now their faces saddened Towler. They were helpless. If they had hope, it was the spineless hope that someone else would do something. They were the end products of 1,000 years of Parthusian rule, a subject race. It forced Towler to see himself in a new light. He had endured much, and that in constant apprehension, but at least he could and would endure. He had the one thing these men lacked, resolution. Slapping Lardning reassuredly on the back, he left. The joy of accepting a challenge was in him. Towler woke to the 6th day of Sniveret's visit with his new determination still in command. He thought first of all of Rivers. According to latest reports, the leader was now engaged in a fierce battle with the Starjan force among the desolate slopes of the Varn Heights. Nevertheless, Rivars would have time to worry about the delivery of his evidence to Sniveret, which had now been in Towler's deep freeze for almost 3 days. By nightfall it must be in the signatory's hands, but how? Luck seemed to be with Towler. As he finished breakfast, an urgent call came through for him. He lifted the receiver and replied. "Pallas here. Gary, come over fast, will you?" Peter Lardning had been taken ill. Sniveret had asked for you back today, and he's due to leave for a sight of the battle line in 20 minutes. "I'll be there." He put the instrument down slowly. Curious, Lardning had looked fit enough last evening. Well, it looked as if a chance to speak to Sniveret alone would be more easily come by than he had dared hoped for. Squaring his shoulders, he started out for the palace, not without wishing that his dear Elizabeth could see him in his new role of hero. Both Sniveret and Rofrilry were amiable but silent, not relishing the prospect of a brief air journey. Stoically, like good nulls, they climbed into a survey ship with Turcomi and Parsharvalam. The latter merely gave Towler an admonitory nod of his comb, as if to say, "Just dare try anything while I'm about." The ship took off, rose through the overhead lock, and entered the Earth's atmosphere. Wheeling, it turned southeast towards the contested Varn Heights. Once at its objective, it hovered inside Cumulus Cloud, 5,000 feet above the ground. Through infrared vision, the Partusians in the ship could watch the activity on the land below, where a large party of Starsians were attempting to reach a smaller group of their kind who had been cut off along a ridge point by Patriot forces. Picked out by telescopes, the tiny figures crawled like lice over a rumpled counterpane, their actions interesting for a while, but without significance. To Sniverett, of course, they were merely terrestrials squabbling with terrestrials. He was taking the godlike view. Seeing this sort of barbarism makes more than ever aware that we Partusians have a mission in the galaxy, he said. I wonder, Signatory, if you do not think me too lenient with the bipeds, Parsharvalam said smoothly. I know my responsibility is to keep peace, yet it seems the greater wisdom to leave these creatures to sort out their own indistinguishable differences. It is the wisest way to avoid any possible animosity against ourselves. Sniverett meditated only for a second. I think you maintain a fair rule, he said. The more I see, the more I'm convinced of it. Towler, the only terrestrial sitting with these huge beings, sighed wretchedly. Hour by hour, Sniverett was becoming more confirmed in Parsharvalam's point of view. Already he believed the commissioner's rule was just. Soon he would be capable of applauding injustice to the wretched bipeds. Again Towler thought, I am one human who sees how things are shaping. I must keep, if possible, to River's plan, but it is any longer than the best one. And once more he reviewed his doubt of River's ability. The whole business was becoming less manageable as time went on. Looking at the featureless turret of the Partusian signatory's head, Towler could not help wishing that the survey ship would suddenly fall from the cloud and crash, killing everyone it contained, including himself. It would solve his problems at least. Sniverett soon grew tired of peering down at the storming of an insignificant hillside. Have we not seen enough of these squabble bipeds? He asked. Can we not turn for home? The men down there are fighting for their lives and their ideals. Towler almost blurted out, suddenly moved to anger by the contempt implicit in the other's words. But he was quiet. He realized now that in spite of the investigation, in spite of the search for justice, these visitors were nulls, and nulls found it difficult to understand bipeds, and to that the cleverness and thoroughness of Parsharvalam. Towler did not look at them. He had decided already that he must kill Sniverett. No other action would release the burning hatred in his breast. Chapter 15. They were back in the city in time for lunch. Towler, eating in the terrestrial staff mess, had little appetite. Lardening did not appear, although Meller reported that he was better. The interpreters frequently went down with a 12-hour fever they called null sickness, brought on mainly by the restricted conditions under which they had to work. The rest of the day passed in dull routine, as Towler followed the party of nulls around the city house. Sniverett and Gazer Rofulry, with various commission officials in attendance, spent much time investigating the governmental machinery, which consisted chiefly of an actual machine, the recorder in which all details of expenditure and income from the city, the sub-commissions and other sources were stored, since, as Towler suspected, the figures were rigged. In the first place, the investigators learned nothing untoward from them. Only Parsharvalam knew Earth's true profit and loss account. The inspection, indeed, grew more and more cursory. When one of the officials suggested drinks and sulfites, Sniverett was happy to agree. The party moved into a private room, leading Towler to wait outside. Waiting, he thought over his next move. His new courage had something of a desperation in it. Whatever he was going to do must be done very soon. Rivers had indicated he had other terrestrials working for him secretly in the palace. By now Rivers would know he had not acted as instructed, and would be growing impatient. He would probably presume that Towler had sold out to the highest bidder, Sniverett or Parsharvalam. If he presumed that, his next move was predictable. He would instruct his other palace agents to exterminate Towler. The idea made Towler's flesh crawl. Again, he had the strange feeling that Rivers was enemy rather than an ally. Well, he must act. At the same time, he must act for reasons other than self-preservation. The main reason was simple. Ever since his meeting with Rivers, Towler had doubted the Patriot leader's judgment. Now that doubt flared into active mistrust. Rivers was a soldier, one having no knowledge of the finesse of diplomacy, particularly such diplomacy as Partoussi fostered. Rivers thought of the signatory as a sort of savior figure, a man of knowledge and integrity, who would find the truth and proclaim it. Sniverett fell ludicrously short of that estimate. Suppose I produced the web stargem foot for Sniverett. Will that worthy be able, from the depths of his sophistry, to discount it? Will he not dismiss it perhaps as the foot of a terrestrial freak, or believe that it has somehow been smuggled illegally into the planet to prove a case? No, Rivers' ingenious piece of evidence seems no longer effective as once it did, now that Sniverett is virtually in Parsharvalam's pocket. It followed that anything offered to Sniverett might be rejected. How then to get the truth about Earth back to the Colony World's Council in the Queen World? One way only presented itself, by killing Sniverett. Sniverett was an important member of the Council. His death on an almost unknown planet would create an uproar. As soon as possible, another team of investigators, and this time probably military men, would arrive to investigate affairs both on Earth and its supervisory planet, Castacorze, Vermilion headquarters. They would be definitely looking for trouble, and they would find it. Indeed, they would probably want Parsharvalam for a scapegoat, whether he was guilty or not. It was clear that Sniverett could be of no help to Earth now unless he was dead, and Towler must kill him. 2 days ago this might have been unthinkable. Now it was even pleasurable. All the same, killing one of these giant tripeds, who had so few vulnerable areas, was a considerable task. Towler had only a knife and determination. He needed also a very favorable opportunity. By the time the Partousian delegation emerged from their drinking party, Towler had a plan improvised. Approaching the signatory, he said, "In a room in the vaults of the palace are preserved some of the art treasures created by terrestrials before they became a subject race. May I show them to you if you have finished here?" Sniverett swiveled an eye stalk at him. "Do you think your form of art is likely to appeal to me, interpreter?" he asked. "Our art took many forms. You have seen that we can be warlike. You ought also to see the fruits of peace." "Possibly so," the signatory agreed indifferently. "While I am here, I am willing to see anything." They descended to the art room, only the silent Ragball accompanying them. This, however, was one too many for Towler. If he was to have any chance of success, he must get Sniverett alone. The store contained treasures from many ages and lands. Most of it was illegally acquired and would be illegally disposed of. As long as the plundered and broken towns of Earth continued to yield up treasure, this room would not be empty. The whole heritage of Earth was gradually being dispersed to nearby worlds, the proceeds going to fill Parsharvalam's personal coffers. Sniveret walked among all this tragic pomp without a word, pausing nowhere, hurrying nowhere, his eye stalk sweeping continuously from side to side. At last he came back to Towler. "How can biped art mean anything to other beings?" he asked gently. "It is all superficial, mere outward display, rationalized emotion. I can see nothing here to detain me, though this is not to denigrate its value to you." "Nothing at all that interests you?" The Partousian hesitated, towering above the interpreter. "One thing is interesting and curious," he said, and he led the way stolidly down among the cases and exhibits. He indicated a stiff and shining square of thick material covered with a simple repeated motif consisting of a 3-armed whorl. The label on its exhibition case said "Linoleum XX Cent, French, Paris." "You like this?" Towler asked. "It is likable. It seems to me to bear a more exact relationship to the universe than the rest of the work I have examined here." Towler licked his lips. "It so happens I have a precisely similar pattern in my private room. The collection of such old treasures is my hobby. Would you come with me to collect it? I feel I would like to present you with it as a gift, to show how much I have enjoyed my brief contact with you as your interpreter. It would be particularly pleasurable to me if this humble ceremony could take place in my room. I have never had a Partousian guest before." Sniveret appeared to meditate. Yes, it might be pleasant. Momentarily he was seeing himself back on Partousi, saying to his friends, "The natives were hospitable in their feeble way. They invited me to their wretched homes, loaded me with gifts. Yes, let us go," he said aloud. "It will be convenient for me now. My little home is so small that I fear there will be no room in it for ragball." Stopping only to collect Partousian airsuits, they started for the native quarter and an appointment with death. The stroll held for Towler an air of unreality. He knew that, like an actor in a play, he walked upon a temporary set. This whole commission had been hastily erected purely for Sniveret's benefit. When, if he left, it would be abandoned, as Parsharvalam ordered everyone back to their old, more capacious city. The gaunt, unpainted buildings were here only for a moment, the backdrop to a drama of deceit, upon the success of which depended the future of Earth. At this time it was no more than a backdrop. They walked close by the fair, where a few cafes were beginning to open. Towler's perceptions were almost entirely wrapped about himself. He noticed nothing. He had invited Sniveret to his flat only because there his chances of making a kill was increased. There a rip in the other's airsuit would be lethal. Once Sniveret's suit was punctured, he would have to concentrate not upon defense or attack but on survival, and then a well-aimed blow under the arms might kill him. Leaving Ragball on guard in the street, they entered the airlock, the big Partousian having to squeeze in. "I must make you feel like a pygmy," he grunted. Towler was too overwrought to manage a reply. In the living room, Sniveret swiveled his eye stalks expectantly. At these close quarters in his small room he looked overwhelming. Unlatching the front of his helmet, licking his lips, Towler said, "Stay here, the thing's in the kitchen." Almost blindly he hurried from the room. Panting, he pulled open a provision cupboard and pulled out his antique knife from the back of it, where it had been hidden these last 2 days. Its handle was of solid wood. The blade, 8 inches long, was single-edged, curving to a point. It had been Wedman's knife, and a serviceable weapon it was. It would do the job. Thrusting it into his pocket, Towler vacillated again. When he returned to the other room, When he returned to the other room, it was with the Stygian foot. Though he had little faith in River's orders, he would obey them. He would give the signatory one last chance, judge his reactions. He set the foot on the table in its 40 wrappings. "What is this?" Snivert asked sternly. "Examine it, sir. You told me once you were after the truth of the situation on Earth. Here's the truth. I brought you here to show it to you. Examine it, unwrap it." He held the knife ready in his pocket as Snivert peeled back paper and canvas and pulled out the frozen foot. "Remove this disgusting object at once, interpreter." "Well, you can see it's not a human foot, can't you?" "I have no idea what a human foot looks like, you fool. What are you playing at? Ragball! Ragball!" As the signatory shouted for his bodyguard, he swept the foot off the table with a broad arm. Never for a moment had it occurred to Towler that the signatory, despite all his years on stage, might have no knowledge of the structure of a Stygian foot, but whether he knew or not, he was unaware of the structure of a terrestrial foot. It was a stupid and unforeseen slice of miscalculation. The unexpectedness of it woke Towler to action. Bending as if to retrieve the severed foot, he drew his knife. The Partousian had taken fright, was bellowing still for Ragball. The Towler had only a moment in which to act. He stabbed from behind with all his might, dragging the sharp blade down the expanse of soot, seeing it wrinkle and part, smelling the reek of sulfur hydrogen as it escaped. Then a blow from Snivert sent him flying. Stumbling head over heels, he dropped the knife and crashed into his bed, half-stunned. He lay limply against the bed, staring helplessly across the room. Snivert had moved to the wall, pressing himself against it so that the rip in his suit was at least partially sealed. The knife lay at his great feet. Towler began to crawl towards it, but Snivert stood ready to lash out again. They glared at each other. It was a deadlock until Ragball arrived. Neither could harm the other. They hated in silence, and then the door broke open and the bodyguard burst in. "Stay here and guard him," Snivert said. A tremor was apparent in his voice. "Stay here and guard him. I will send reinforcements." He left hastily as Ragball lumbered over to Towler. Chapter 16. From Snivert's point of view by subjective time, it was 8 weeks and 2 days later when the freighter Jabora landed him and his party back on Partousi in the Queen City. Born halfway across the galaxy at a speed and in a para-universe where light was a sluggish solid, he had bypassed the 2 years and several weeks which had lapsed in the ordinary universe. Time contracted to carry him back to Partousi with his memories of Earth intact. The Colony World's council hall was packed with signatories and semi-signatories. After the Trinity had been praised and Snivert and 2 other travelers from distant parts of the Empire had been welcomed back with a formal speech from the Tripos, the general business of the day began. This was an informal general session. The matters dealt with changed little from year to year. Infringements of elemental monopolies, trans-sector disputations, ministerial peccadillos, the Carthaxian question, high-level transgressions of galactic rights. Snivert was infinitely soothed to hear these familiar problems come up, one by one, only to be resolved in ethical legal fashion by the signatories best equipped to deal with them. This, he reflected, was the place for him, a soft seat on his home planet. He was too old to go adventuring again. Relaxed, he heard the Master Tripos calling the next item. "Know this, Assembly, that just returned to Partousi in one Wattle Forley, dismissed from the post of Commission 3rd Secretary on Class 5C World and GAS Vermilion. This world, namely Earth in System 5417, is under the commissionership of the High Viscount Sharvalam Parsharvalam, against whom Wattle Forley does bring the following grave charges. First, highest treason, in that the accused does set the fair name of Partusi into foul repute. Second, ordinary treason, in that the accused does bring his own office into disrepute. Now Sniver was no longer relaxed. He sat tensely listening as his personal secretary took notes beside him. He had not yet made his official report on Earth to the Supreme Counselor, whose private hearings were held only once a month. It was a coincidence merely that this issue should occur in ordinary council session. Wattle Forley must have reached home at almost the same time as the signatory. Third, corruption, in that the accused does deploy his forces for his own personal gain. And fourth, exploitation, in that the accused maneuvers the subject race under him for his own personal gain. The list of charges increased. There were 9 in all. At length the master tripos looked up and said in the traditional parlance of the council, "Let he who brings these charges show himself to the assembly, and vouch that the intention is of his own, and Trinity and Empire not abused thereby." A figure rose some distance from Sniveret and announced cockily, "Here I am, gentlemen, ladies, neuters. The intention is mine, and I am pursuant of it. And I'll tell you, I'd never have got here for years yet, if some good traveler on a filthy dump called Applebuttonese the Third hadn't given me 9/10 of a prize-winning lottery ticket. That bit of luck paid my way home." "This is sufficient," cried the tripods. "The charges can speak for themselves. So you are present, so you hold silence." A ripple of amusement ran around the chamber, quickly hushed as the speaker continued. "Who shall sift these matters in preliminary or in toto? Stand up and speak, all signatories with special and relevant knowledge of the matters contained in these charges." Only Sniveret rose. The staggering total of 9 charges. This dismissed third secretary must have hired an able lawyer. These, his first words, brought a mutter of amusement from his fellows, in which a note of welcome revealed their pleasure in seeing a cherished face back among them. Though at present he was intellectually unprepared to make a statement, suddenly he was emotionally ready. He had done his state some service. There remained one duty to perform. Unexpectedly he found himself full of words. "Signatories, all," he began, "this matter touches very closely on the investigation from which I have just returned. A full and proper report of it will go to the Supremo at the month's end. Meanwhile, I will briefly give you the gist of my judgments as they affect the charge. Most of you will not have heard of Earth. I have visited it. I have just come back from there. Grave allegations from this same source against one of our Commissioner Parsharvalam have already come to my attention. I went to Earth with the express purpose of investigating them." He was a noble figure standing there. He was well known and well liked. Nobody listened, doubted his integrity. Sniveret was one of the Gold Guard, beyond self-interest and corruption. One glance at the ancient splendor of his coat told you that. "Let me deal with the indictment charge by charge," he continued. "The first charge of highest treason. This charge, I suggest, cannot operate until the dismissed third secretary, Forley, has produced corroborative charges from a higher source. Highest treason can only be committed against higher sources. Castacorze Sector Vermilion headquarters would be, for instance, a higher source in Parsharvalam's case, but they have brought no such charge against him. The second charge of ordinary treason to my personal knowledge, Parsharvalam does not bring his office into disrepute. I spoke during my stay to Parthusian landowners of the highest repute. The name of the Parjunt family will be familiar to you, and these good people hold the commissioner in the greatest esteem and affection. Even the bipeds regard him with affection. I was there, gentlemen, meeting these creatures face to face. The bipeds of earth wage a civil war with brother killing brother. I went out to their battlefields and spoke with them personally, uncensoredly. I well remember on one occasion going right into a forward area, a town called Ashgar, where fighting had been going on for weeks, where we were constantly under nuclear bombardment, a stream of biped refugees. He was interrupted by a question from the middle phalanx. Do we understand the signatory to say that Commissioner Parsharvalam allowed him to enter a position of physical danger? Surely that was very lax of him. He was helping me in my investigation. He quite understood that it was my duty to go everywhere and see everything. May I continue? Refugees were streaming past us in this terrible place. I remember speaking to one poor old lady who had lost everything she had. Her relations had been killed, her home destroyed. She was turning naturally to the commissions as a place of friendliness and shelter in which she might live out the rest of her days. I remember her very words. The commission's the only safe place for me, sir. There was an interruption from a Dilopodite, a triped species which had gradually climbed from the status of satellites to near equals of Parthusians. Do you personally speak the terrestrial language, signatory? Naturally, but not. Do you recall if Commissioner Parsharvalam does? No. Naturally, he does not either. You see, there is no terrestrial language, only a series of dialects in which no serious null could trouble himself. These bipeds are very primitive, you understand. They have the benefit of only 1,000 years of our supervision. May I please continue? On the third charge of corruption, of this I and the officer from the Psycho Watch who accompanied me, Gazer Roflery, found absolutely no evidence. The records were all faultlessly in order. Needless to say, we investigated them ourselves, and as a minor example of the commissioner's punctiliousness, I can say that I examined a large chamber full of art treasures of earth which Parsharvalam keeps under his care, no doubt against the day when the terrestrials develop enough responsibility to look after them themselves. If he was as corrupt as this foolish charge claims, why did he not sell the treasures? The fourth charge of exploitation. Sniverit paused. This counsel, who would later investigate his investigatory team's findings when the Supremo had passed them, must be given the general picture as vividly as possible. How could he tell them most clearly about a world none of them would ever see or wish to see? He thought back to his crowded days on earth, recalling various incidents. One above all stayed in his mind. I went to earth, he said, with my usual sympathy for a subject race, determined that it should have fair treatment. I found an emotionally unstable species for whom violence is irresistible. Sharvalam is more lenient with it than it deserves. He does not exploit it enough. Driven harder, it would fight less. Why, these bipeds are beyond reason. Sniverit was gripping his desk now, his comb erect, speaking so compulsively from memory that the whole assembly hung on his words. They were carried along by the fervor in which he spoke. There was one biped with whom I had actually been, as I imagined, fairly intimate. He was my interpreter. I even condescended to visit his room in Commission City. He promised to give me a farewell present, but when we were alone with absolutely no provocation, he tried to murder me, to stab me. It was savage, cowardly attack. Only by using my wits did I escape death. All around the vast council chamber sounded murmurs of horror and sympathy. The insist voice of the Tlopidite came again. Why was Parsavalam lax enough to allow a killer in the city? But momentarily it was drowned in an uproar of admiration as the Masad signatories expressed their warmth for a null who had ventured his life in the cause of justice. This grand and eccentric old figure, standing quietly in his ancient coat, seemed to embody all that was best in Parthusian tradition. Here were the factors that made the empire great: impartiality, bravery, disregard of self. The assembly burst into cheers, bowing slightly, fully solaced for the hell he had been through. Signatory Sniveret acknowledged their plaudits. So for a brief while the name Earth was a familiar one among the rulers of Parthusi. Then inevitably interest in it drained away through subcommittee and under council. There were, after all, 4 million planets to be dealt with. Eventually the end result of the whole matter, a blue directive labeled "Restricted All Levels" and signed by Supremo Greylix of the Colony Worlds Council, was stamped by a board clerk in the Inferior Systems Office and sent to Earth by quickest means. The day after this directive was received at Commission City, 3 men and a woman rode through a forest not many miles away. The woman rode her horse with grace, resembling a portrait by Modigliani. She wore a blue blouse which matched the sapphire chips of her eyes. Her skin was brown, her hands slender on the rein. This unmistakably was Elizabeth Fallardoon. The man by her also sat easily on his horse, for he had picked a docile black mare. This discretion had turned riding, which he had once loathed, into one of his greatest pleasures. But there had been many changes in his way of living since Sniveret left 2 years ago. These showed in his appearance. His deferential bearing had gone, the set of his shoulders was firmer, his expression, except when he turned to Elizabeth, had a gentle fierceness in it, as if in his earlier years of self-questioning he had come at last on an unexpected answer. Now the pallor which years of living in a city had stamped upon him was gone. His face was as brown as an old sail. This man was Gary Towler. Towler and Elizabeth, together with the 2 men who rode behind as escort, emerged from the forest into a curious landscape of dune and pampas, gully and bracken. "A mile more and we shall be at Eastbourne," Towler said. "We've come a roundabout way, but the quietest. Can you see the line of the escarpment ahead between the dunes? There lies Eastbourne. We are late. Peter Lardening will be there before us." Looking at her with a smile, he added, "It's 2 years more since either of us saw him. You were fond of him once, Elizabeth, remember?" "And so I still am. He saved your life." Towler nodded to that and the implication behind it. He and his wife loved each other so strongly that there was room in their lives for a dozen other sorts of fondness. As they jogged along the winding track between tall grass, over ground that had once been seabed, he fell to remembering those crowded events a couple of years ago in which Lardening had suddenly played an important part. The sun that burned on his shoulders became the smoldering heat of fear he had felt as he lay defenselessness on the floor while the impregnable figure of Ragabal bore down on him. Willing his limbs into action, Towler jumped up. As the Parthusian bodyguard, slightly handicapped by his airsuit, swung out an arm, Towler ducked under it. He dived for the knife. Ragaball, without hesitation, threw the table at him, knocking him against the wall. Bounding forward, the great creature seized him by the arm. A man appeared from the kitchen, gripping an old-fashioned terrestrial explosive revolver in his hand. He fired twice. The first shot shattered the glassite dome of Ragaball's suit. Suddenly on the defensive, the Null spun about. The second shot blasted one of his eye stalks. Like a great battering ram, he charged with his full-ton weight head first for the door, bursting through into the corridor. Thrusting the gun into his pocket, Peter Lardening ran to Towler. "Are you all right?" Explanations later. "We've got to get out of there before Chav has the place surrounded." "I'm right behind you," Towler said shakily. He picked up his knife and they ran from the ruined room. Ragball was dying an oxygen death in the corridor. Already he was beyond interfering with them. Lardening led the way down the street. They doubled along 2 side alleys and into a vegetable store. An ally of Lardening's was there. Nodding, he led him into a rear room. Without turning a hair, he sewed them in separate potato sacks and concealed them among similar sacks. Outside, hooters sounded. In no time, all of Arm Marshal Turcome's available Nulls were in the native quarter, with reinforcements continually coming up. The whole quarter was surrounded and searched, but the Marshal was overkeen. His police were so many they got in the way of each other. The store filled with them more than once, but the 2 interpreters were not discovered. Parshavalam himself arrived on the scene, anxious to erase the violence which had been done to his honored guest. He ordered the destruction of the entire native quarter. Demolition squads were formed, buildings were pulled down wholesale, while frightened refugees salvaged what belongings they could and fled from the area. The result was chaos in the city. Unable to leave it, hundreds of homeless people camped in the streets, piling their luggage and possessions about them. In the confusion, Lardening and Towler contacted the refuse man who had taken the ladder to Rivers previously, and they rode out of the city on the midnight disposal cart. "Well, we're well out of that," Lardening exclaimed as the 2 of them made their way on foot to Rivers' camp. "We certainly stirred up a hornet's nest, but will the end result for the better? If only I killed Sniveret." "Don't reproach yourself, Gary. You did well. Don't forget I overheard everything from the kitchen." "I never saw you there," Lardening chuckled. "When you came in, I was squeezed behind the door. Besides, you were preoccupied, to say the least." "What were you doing there?" "I thought you were ill." "The illness was a fake to give you more of a chance to speak to Sniveret, to give me a chance to search your place and retrieve the Starjan foot. As you must have guessed by now, I too serve Rivers. He told you about me without mentioning my name. As the days went by, and we saw you had still not given the evidence to Sniveret, we naturally mistrusted you." He paused with a certain embarrassment. "Sometimes I mistrusted myself," Towler said sharply. "Go on." "Rivers ordered me to kill you." Again Towler had the choking sensation that assailed him when he thought of Rivers. More and more he came to look on the leader as an enemy. Here was proof that even the unimaginative Rivers felt that enmity too. "By feigning illness and giving you another chance, I was disobeying Rivers," Lardening said. "He has no understanding of our difficulties in the city. As luck had it, I was raiding your rooms when you brought Sniveret in. Though in the city it would be more than 1 in the morning, and here the sky was pale ahead of them with a new dawn. By its growing light, Towler surveyed the other. "Your help was more than welcome. You must know how grateful I am. If only you had declared yourself to me some days ago, you could have helped me even more. I know that, but Then Rivers had not informed me you were also his agent. We could have worked in cooperation, had he not been so secretive. However, whether we have succeeded or failed, at least we've done. Yes, said Towler. For good or ill, our work in the city's finished. We can be of little further use to Rivers now. They walked on in silence. Twice Parthusian ships roared overhead, and they hid themselves in bushes rather than risk discovery. They had been traveling for less than half an hour when noises ahead brought them to a halt. Once again they concealed themselves. Listening carefully, they could make out that a considerable party of humans was coming in their direction. The party was keeping quiet and advancing with some haste. After a minute, heads were visible above the tangle of foliage to their front. Towler stood up and said in a low voice, "Friends are here." He was surprised to find a column of men, most of them well armed but battle-weary, ahead of him. From the leaders of the column, Towler and Lardning learnt that they represented the survivors of a larger body of Rivers' men which had been cut off by the Stargents. Now they were retreating from a null patrol. "What's been happening in the city?" the column leader asked. "Is there a crisis on? Recently the nulls have been happy just to contain us. Now they're picking us off as fast as they can." "Someone tried to bump off Shav's visiting signatory," Towler said. "As a result, he's turned nasty and is pulling the place to pieces. But you people are only heading into trouble. You've lost your bearings. Another half-hour's march will bring you to the city itself." "We've got the nulls behind us. We'll have to continue," the column leader replied, but he stood there indecisively. Towler's eyes ran over his troop. Several women were among them. One was stepping out of line now and coming towards him, a tall and willowy figure. It was Elizabeth. Next minute they were pressed together, their arms around each other. Half laughing, half weeping, she said, "I wanted to help you so much, Gary, my dearest. Yet I've never reached Rivers at all. I thought that if I could get out of the city and meet him, I could make him understand how awkward your position was. Rivers' precious chunk of evidence arrived just after you left," Towler said, holding both her hands. "But why didn't you leave me a note to say what you were doing? You don't know how I felt when you just disappeared." "I did leave a note. I never found it." Lardning came forward, looking from one to the other of them guiltily. "I'm sorry about this, Elizabeth," he said, "but I found that note and destroyed it. Do you remember you asked me to meet you in a cafe, and I walked out rather foolishly? Almost at once I regretted the way I had behaved. I went around to your flat to apologize and found the note lying there. Anyone might have found it, and then you'd all have been incriminated, so I destroyed it." Elizabeth regarded him curiously, a slight smile on her lips. "But I worded my note so that only Gary would understand it." Lardning looked quickly at her, then away, gnawing his lips and murmuring that he had thought the note was better destroyed. When Gary looked as if he were about to pursue the subject, Elizabeth laid a restraining hand on his arm. She had gathered that Lardning's reason for destroying the note was less caution than jealousy. "It doesn't matter in any case," she said. "Although I managed to get out of the city, I never managed to reach Rivers. From this side, the Varn Heights are crawling with Stargents. I met up with this isolated party, and I've been with them ever since. We don't even seem to know where we're heading." Towler and Lardning explained the situation as they saw it. Warily, the rest of the party sprawled in the grass, eating rations or lighting up aerophales, too tired to be other than indifferent to the discussion going on at their head. "So, we're near the disposal dump where we can get onto the main road," Elizabeth was saying reflectively. "What time would it be in the city now, Peter?" Lardning calculated. "About 2 in the morning," he said. 3 hours till dawn. time enough. Listen, I've got a plan. It sounds crazy and perhaps you'll say it couldn't work, but would you like to hear it?" They sat and listened to Elizabeth's plan in wondering silence. It had many of the elements of the mind that produced it. It was not complex, yet it had wit and some recklessness, and it managed to be, though obvious, unexpected. "By God, we'll do it if we'll get killed in the attempt," Towler cried, jumping up. "Elizabeth, my dear, you're a genius. Elizabeth, if this comes off, we're unbeatable." In a little more than an hour, the party had marched back to the disposal plant and taken up defense positions there. The plant was purely automatic, so that they were not disturbed as they piled cans of unconsumed rubbish across the great road. Their maximum firepower was then concentrated at 2 points, one group being concealed behind the wall of the plant where they could cover the road, the other actually in the road where the piled cans hid them from the view of anyone approaching from the city. They ran a risk in being discovered by vehicles moving towards the city, but at this time of day traffic was always negligible. Then came the wait. They crouched in their positions until the 26-hour schedule of the city brought another artificial dawn there. Time crept by. "They will be along any minute now," Towler said in a low voice at last. He lay behind the low plant wall, nursing a gun, Elizabeth enlardening beside him with other members of the party. The column leader commanded the party behind the roadblock. 5 minutes later, a Muron defense truck and 3 other Null vehicles appeared from the direction of the city, moving fast a foot above the guard. This was the Daily Dawn convoy taking orders and supplies to Parsharvalam's concealed city. The vehicles nosed up to the block and stopped, sinking lightly to visit on the surface of the road as their compression died. 3 Nulls jumped down out of each truck, hurrying forward to investigate. The ambush parties opened fire. Even a virtually unkillable Partusian cannot survive when his body is nearly blown to bits. When the barrage of fire vanished, 12 bodies, bulky and heavy as whales, lay lifeless in the road. Cheering, the terrestrials surged forward. The corpses were dragged away, the barrier of cans removed. Everyone worked as if inspired. The trucks were seized, their contents flung into the road. Armed men climbed aboard. "Gary, a lot of us will have to stay here. I want to stay," Lardening said, taking Towler's sleeve as the ex-interpreter swung himself up into one of the cabs. "No, Peter, you must come. We can't leave you here to be mopped up," Towler said. "Jump aboard." "I won't be mopped up. There's a useful job I can do. I'll make it to Ryvars on my own, to tell him what is happening, what you're doing. Then we will join you as soon as possible." "You must come with us, Peter," Elizabeth said. "We'll get a message through to Ryvars later." He looked her straight in the eyes. "You go on with Gary, Elizabeth," he said. "I think for a while I'll be better on my own." Armed now with the infinitely superior Null weapons, the new owners of the trucks moved off under Towler's command. The column leader was to follow up on foot with the remainder of the party. They gave a rousing cheer as the truck surged forward, rising slightly above the vulcanized road as they gathered speed. So the big city fell to earth. Unsuspecting Null guards let the convoy in through the main gates as usual, before falling beneath its withering fire. In a few hours the whole skeleton staff of Nulls in the city had been wiped out. It involved surprisingly little in the way of actual fighting. Towler simply seizing the atmosphere plant and pumping oxygen in everywhere. The city was impregnable, beyond retribution. The column leader's party arrived at the gates later that day. News of Earth's great victory spread fast. In troops or singly, Earthmen filtered in to what had been a prison and was now a bastion. Sure in his own power, Towler at once sent out offers of peace to the Starjan leaders. Within 3 days an armistice he had signed. Sturgeons, too, filtered into the big city. In little time it was garrisoned by a considerable fighting force. The entire maneuver took Par-Sharvalam and Turcomy completely by surprise, but it was something other than shock that delayed their retaliation. They could not move effectively until Snivaret left. The big city was illegal, a gigantic material witness to their misrule. Whatever happened, and the very worst had happened, they could not risk letting the signatory suspect its existence. 20 minutes after the Jabora had blasted for Patusi with Snivaret and his party aboard, Par-Sharvalam's forces struck and were repulsed. The big city was impregnable, as Par-Sharvalam had intended it to be. "You're a miracle worker," Elizabeth told Towler admiringly. "So are you, my dearest. I told you we both had tigers in us." All these thoughts and memories passed through Gary Towler's mind as he jogged on his mare towards Eastbourne with his wife Elizabeth beside him. He was a leader now, and Rivars was dead. Rivars had refused to come to the city. Rivars feared the cities and knew only his outlaw life in the wilds. When most of his men had deserted him for Towler, he roved the Channel Valley with a small guerrilla band until the Null patrol shot him down. Peter Lardening, with him at the time, escaped. Lardening then remained in the area to keep open the tenuous and hazardous link with the spies inside Par-Sharvalam's city. It was Lardening who had gathered the news Towler now came personally to receive. Into the center of the town they rode. Men and women ran out to greet them, waving and calling. Human beings now lived more comfortably than before in the old towns, though Par-Sharvalam's punitive expeditions were as recklessly frequent as ever. Terrestrials were armed now with the stereosonic weapons stored in the big city. Their strength equaled Par-Sharvalam's. Their numbers grew larger daily. Towler and Elizabeth rode into a fortified area in the middle of the town. An officer came up, saluted, and asked them to dismount. Willing hands took their horses to water them. "Please come with me, sir," the officer said. They followed him into a ruined arcade, their footsteps echoing against the derelict shops. From the far end came Peter Lardening, hurrying to meet them. Well met, Gary. Well met, Gary. Well met, Elizabeth. You look as lovely as ever, if Gary will allow me to say so. We meet after 2 years, and I have the best of news to greet you with." They shook each other's hands, smiling and laughing. It was easier to smile than it had been during the last 1,000 years. Hope was alive again. Men were awake again. Soldiery was on the march, aspiration on the wing. Greetings over, Lardening led them into one of the shattered shops which had been turned into a temporary office. They drank wine and toasted each other. "Come on then, Peter," Elizabeth said. "What's the great news you have for us? What verdict did Partusi pass on Snivaret's report? I hope your spies have brought you a full statement." Lardening smiled at them both, enjoying keeping them in suspense. He leaned against the wall, thrusting his hands into his pockets with an air of assumed nonchalance. "The Supremo of the Colony World's Council has dismissed Par-Sharvalam and his retinue from office." For a moment they let him get no further, shouting their exultation. When he finished the rest of what he had to say, they burst into incredulous laughter. "It can't be," Towler exclaimed. "Who knows of all this but you, Peter?" "Nobody, of course. I saved it for you. It's far too good to squander." "Indeed it is, but we must share it with everybody. Come on, Elizabeth, let's tell the crowd outside. This is the richest joke for 30 generations. With the others behind him, he ran down the broken arcade out into the sunshine. His eyes gleaming, he climbed up onto a cart. When people saw who he was, they came running even before he called to them. They flocked about the cart, a crowd who had already scented excitement. He looked down at them, a shaggy-headed lot who were destined to form virtually a new race. He looked around at the crumbling buildings, the dead shell of an old world, the woming place of a new. He looked up at the sky, where the rulers of the galaxy were too far distant and no longer powerful enough to intervene in Earth's affairs. Then he looked down again at the faces raised to his. "Friends, I have great news, the only news worth hearing. Par-Shar-Valam, our hated enemy, an exploiter, is going. His bosses have booted him out before we managed it. He and all his retinue have their orders to leave for Castacorze and thence to Partusi within a week." The cheers came up and took him by the throat. He smiled at Elizabeth, so poised and complete, at Peter Lardning, so eager and courageous. "Hear the rest of it, and the best of it," he called as the hubbub died down. "A new commissioner is already on his way here. He is not a null, but a glopedite, a species bound to look sympathetically on our struggle and to reach agreement with us." The crowd interrupted him again, but he stilted them. "We shall avoid bloodshed if possible. There has been too much of it on Earth. Fortunately, with the big city in our hands, we are in a position of power, and I do not doubt that we shall secure complete independence and the banishment of every single Partusian from Earth. Then we will see to it that Earth becomes like a guiding light to other subject worlds." Again the crowds began to interrupt, but he silenced them with a raised hand. Command came easily to him now. "You may ask how it is that Par-Shar-Valam had been recalled when all our efforts to communicate the truth about him to Sniverid failed. The answer is that when Sniverid reported my attempt on his life to his superiors, they were very poorly impressed. Our spies in the enemy headquarters have sent us the text of the message that dismisses Par-Shar-Valam, so we know the reason why he has got the sack. We know that he is going because Partusi judges him to be altogether too lax to rule us. Par-Shar-Valam too lax, too lax." His words were repeated through the crowd with growing amusement. Towler watched them. Then his face relaxed, and he began to laugh, partly from the irony of it, and partly from sheer lightheartedness. There was no words for how he felt, either in his own tongue or in Partusian. The crowd was infected with his mirth. More people were pouring in, smiling even before they heard what the joke was. Elizabeth and Lardning were chuckling again. The laughter spread like floodwater, catching up men in other streets who knew not what they laughed. Even the soldiers at the barricades found their set features relaxing, and their guard momentarily down. It was as if a great purgative merriment had seized the whole ancient town before sweeping out until its last ripples reached the last corners of the globe. In the bright sunlight, it was as if everyone was suddenly laughing. The end.